1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Gameday Live. Tonight, or this morning, or this afternoon, or whatever time you're watching this, when we post it, I believe on the 23rd, but don't quote me on that. We are covering BlazeCon, the inaugural event hosted by a good friend of mine, David Miller, out in the DC area, and I'm really excited to get into it. So before we get started, I'm going to introduce my lovely co-hosts. First and foremost, we've got another old friend of mine who's known me for, well, more than half both of our lives, Adam Siegel. How you doing, Adam?
Hey, Siobhan. Doing really great and super happy to be here.
All right. And then next, we also have the wonderful, and you all should know, Darcy Morris.
Hello,
Hi, Darcy.
It's great to be here. I love diplomacy and I'm always up for a stream.
All right. So before we kick it off, tell me a little bit about both of you. I'm sure a lot of the longtime DBN viewers know you, but Adam, how'd you get into diplomacy? Why do you love it?
I love diplomacy because it's the best game out there, and anyone who sells differently is wrong. I've been playing diplomacy for about 27 years, since I was a teenager. I don't know. I just played it and I loved it. But I've been playing it ever since. I don't play as much competitively these days because I have small children, but I get out there every now and again. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. And you, Darcy, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Introduced to me about when I was 10, so I've been playing for around 9 years now. It's my favorite game because it involves mainly skill and there's not much luck elements involved in the game, and I think it rewards good, strong play.
All right. And yeah, you got into it at 10, so even younger than Adam and I, who both started when we were teenagers.
Well, I'm still a teenager, so
two of us with young children over here feeling our age. All right. So Adam, I know that you and I both know David Miller pretty well. Do you want to give a little bit of an intro to BlazeCon, who David Miller is, and what this is?
David Miller's been around in the diplomacy hobby for probably coming up around 12, 13 years. And I remember when we were on our way down to DixieCon for his first tournament, he'd been playing online for a little while and he was super nervous about how he was going to perform and, was he going to be able to stack up to all these players who'd been, 20 years, 30 years of experience. And, now you go to these tournaments with him and he's just crushing it. He never second guesses himself anymore. He's really, he's gone from where he started, which was an above average player, to a player that totally crushes it. And this is his first time hosting and running a tournament in Baltimore, a beautiful city. If you've never been, he found a lovely venue in the East Harbor. Sad personally that I missed it, but I hear that the turnout was really great and everyone had a really good time. So looking forward to seeing some of the games.
All right. And Darcy, I don't know if you've heard anything about the tournament before we started recording, but what are you looking forward to as we go through this today?
I mean, David's won 2 tournaments this year in 2025, on fire as a player. I expect him to be pretty hyped up for first tournament directing experience. A lot of players at this tournament for a first-time tournament. It's pretty inspiring because I want to run tournaments eventually, and I think this seems to be probably a good role model for how a first tournament could look.
Yeah, and as someone who did their own first tournament run now many years back, almost 10 years ago, I think that David got almost the exact same turnout that I did. A three-round tournament. He got 5, 5, and 4 boards for the first, second, and third round, respectively. So 14 boards total, which is fantastic. It's a testament to the community building that we do and the way people want to show up for people that they trust and they know. And so, I mean, anyone who wants to run a tournament, I say definitely go for it. What David Miller did very well, I know this from behind the scenes, is he reached out and asked established tournament directors, what has worked for you, what hasn't, what should I know, and those kinds of questions. So I'm really confident that he ran a fantastic event. I heard from some stuff from behind the scenes that people had a great time. So
I think one of the things I'm really looking forward to is I heard that there were a lot of people who showed up to that tournament who were newer to the hobby, who haven't been to faith events before. So as we comment, I think that there are a lot of folks who've been playing. I've been playing for 26 years. People have been playing for longer than me, who showed up, who've been playing since the 80s and the 90s, and a lot of people who haven't. And when you really get to mix some of those groups, you get some really exciting play, some really different perspectives on the game. So looking forward to trying to see how that all comes together as well.
yeah, and something I heard, and I won't go on too long because I know we can talk forever about this, is that there were also players that came back after years of not playing. Names that the face-to-face hobby would know well from back in the day. One of them even texted me when they were in the middle of a board and asked, will you be doing the DBN stream? And I was like, we'll find out. All right.
I would see who that is. Okay, excited.
I'll tell you later. All right, so without further ado, let's take a look at, I'm not going to bring up the full player list right now, but I'm going to bring up by DBNI rankings the top 10 players who were at this tournament. So a lot of these names DBN is very, very familiar with. Obviously Ed Sullivan, Karthik, Keith, Jason, Rob, all of them. Darcy, who stands out to you on this list?
So I've met quite a lot of these people in the virtual scene. I know Rob O'Brien, who's there in number 38 in DBNI. He is a press player quite a bit. He's a very good press player. I'm keen to see how he goes. And then if you look further down, Elle is a great person to meet, to play diplomacy with. I really got along well with them. And I think this is only one of their first face-to-face tournaments, top first 3 tournaments I think they've been in. So I'm looking forward to seeing how those guys go.
All right. And Adam, how about you? Any first impressions?
I mean, there's only a few people here that I've met in person. Ed, Karthik, and Jason, I think, are the ones that reach out to me or jump out to me. So they're the ones that I'm most familiar with, but they're the ones who are also, more around the face-to-face hobby and less the virtual hobby. So, be interesting to see how they stack up against some of the longer time players and some of the new players as well.
All right. Well, I think without further ado, let's jump into our first board and take a look at the players. I know at least a couple of these are familiar to you, Adam Siegel, so I'll let you take point on this one.
Yeah. So, Adam Silverman, most people on the DBN broadcast probably know, was the host of Whipping last year. He's been a long-time face-to-face player. Rob, Ed, and Ian, all players in the online hobby. You can see their DBNI ranking right there. Josh Barney, I actually don't know. He's a name that's unfamiliar to me. Jeff Ladd, he's probably been playing since the early 90s. I would say a strong tactical player, one who doesn't make a ton of aggressive maneuvers, but just like the weight of tons of experience. So it's like a real interesting mix here of some old school, some new school, online, face-to-face, and a new name. So should be a good mix.
Yeah, and on your part, Darcy,
the wire name on the board by Jimmy McNulty. Gonna comment on that.
Yep. And then for your part, Darcy, You know probably all of these names or most of them at this point. What do you think about where they're placed on the board next to each other? Do you think we're going to see any clashes, any interesting matchups?
Look, I think Adam's doing himself well being in that East. There's less players there that are more in tune with what the hobby currently looks like, and maybe Adam can downplay a bit of his ability to some of them. So I'm looking at Adam in Austria, but I highly doubt Ed's going to let Adam fly under the radar. So I'm looking at Adam in Austria, and the West looks like it'll be a difficult West as well.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. I think it's a difficult board all around. I've played with Adam Silverman quite a lot, both of us being from the Bay Area and over many decade and a half plus, however many years now. So we'll see how he does with it. We'll see if Ed gets his 11-11-11 three-way alliance that he so loves. All right. With that said, we'll jump right into the game. See if I can remember how to. Ooh, I don't remember how to use this software. Sorry.
Well, this is a really interesting. Oh, there, okay.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so I will set it to you first, Adam.
I mean, I don't think there's a ton interesting going on in the interest of time in this 1901 board. Ed makes a self-bounce in Burgundy, I guess. If you just don't want to do very much, then that's it. Bounce in Galicia, bounce in the black, hold in Venice. These are things that I see and am not that interested in, but are probably defining, a bunch of people who haven't made any specific commitments in spring 1901.
All right. We'll move right on to the fall. And Darcy, I'll give this one to you.
Looks like a Western triple. Of course, the Australian has to be the one that comments on the Western triple movement. As England moves up, convoys the army into Norway and then moves into Barents Sea, whilst Germany takes the typical 3 builds, and Ed takes 2 down in Iberia. Interestingly, Germany decides not to bounce Sweden, which is not typical of a Western triple move. But elsewhere in the East, everything looks very simple, not too much there, except Russia gets to move into Galicia as Vienna moves to Trieste, potentially showing that AI aren't necessarily completely on board. But yeah, just have to look out for the Western triple here.
Okay. All right, we'll move right along. I'll call out the builds. As you said, the 3-build Germany. I don't think there are many surprises from Fleet and Kiel and 2 armies. We've got a southern build from France in Marseille with the fleet, so very Western Tripoli, especially coupled with the army at Edinburgh. We've got a fleet from Italy, 2 armies from the Austrian, and 1 fleet from Turkey. Does anyone have any comments about any of the builds they're seeing?
I like the army Edinburgh. I think it really commits them to the Western triple. Where the other 2 do have some flexibility. But it makes a statement.
I mean, if anyone on the board was unclear based on the moves over the last 2 seasons. All right. Darcy, I'll give you spring this time.
All right. Good read by Russia as they bounce Finland, which completely blocks England's momentum up in the north for now. Meanwhile, Ian decides to move against Russia with that fleet. I thought so that would be the case. And it looks like there's most likely a bounce in Burgundy. Meanwhile, in the east, there seems to be a strong reaction to the triple as Silesia and Tyrolia and Piedmont are all moved into. Meanwhile, Turkey, who is the danger player in the east when there's a Western triple, moves into Black Sea and moves into Eastern Med. So let's see if Hal will play along. Meanwhile, Austria decides to move into Galicia rather than Bohemia. So slightly interesting there. If there was a move to Bohemia, they actually have Munich guaranteed. So Adams decided not to play fully along with this Eastern quad reaction. So we'll see.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm just going to push right into the fall because I'm really curious. Adam, what do you think?
I mean, I think we're seeing some dividends here on Adam Silverman not playing ball for covering Bohemia, in which Hal and Adam take Romania off of Jeff Ladd. If there is a strong Western triple, which is the situation on the board at the moment, I'm not sure I approve of what Adam is doing at all. Right? I think if you're going to say I need dots in the East, I think those dots should be off of Turkey and not giving dots to Turkey, because they are sitting behind the three of you as the Western triple comes for you. What I see, the other thing I see about the triple at this point is that Ed Sullivan has made an argument to Ian Rudnick that he should get Belgium. Basically, the Western triple was getting a build this year off of Sweden, and Ed came and said, "Look, I think it should be mine. I think it should be a fleet." And I'll be honest, if I were Ian in this situation, I would have said, no, you could have built 2 fleets last year and you chose not to. The fact that you have 2 fleets to go against Tunis, which is not enough, you needed that 3rd fleet, is your problem now, and stuff it. I think that this is going to make Ian's position worse in the long run. I think the other piece here is that Rob O'Brien had 2 guesses, one in the spring of 1902 and one this season, about whether to try for Finland, about whether to try for St. Petersburg. In both seasons, he has guessed incorrectly. Last season, he tried for Finland and was bounced, and this season he tried for St. Petersburg and it was defended. So just really stalling out there tempo-wise. Not good for England, not good for Germany, and kind of coming up aces for Ed, who gets a build and doesn't really have to go anywhere. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays as the Western triple decides, are we staying together, are we breaking up, are we continuing, because that chaos in the East is going to continue to invite them to work together.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to point out the fleet move into Aegean as well by Hal shows even more so, I think, that maybe Adam, if he was going to work with Turkey here, he either backfills Bulgaria or he's the one that gets Romania. Adam's the one taking all the risk, and Hal gets to move into Aegean, Black Sea, Armenia, and gets to put another build down. That's just looking a little bit too nice for Hal at the moment. But yeah.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, to piggyback on that, is we didn't talk a lot about Halshild up front when we looked at the country assignments. Hal is not a player to be discounted. He's a very good player, and letting him have this opportunity with what looks like a pretty strong Western triple, especially with Ed Sullivan reaping the benefits, because Ed is going to run that West, it seems like, is a choice. So we'll see how it pans out for Austria and Adam Silverman. All right, so builds, I'll just call them out. We do get another fleet build from the French in the south, army from the Russians, and another fleet from Halshild in Turkey. Any surprises, anything anyone wants to comment on?
I just want to point out for the viewers at home who might be a little bit confused, Jeff decided to retreat his fleet off the board from Sweden because it did have valid
Thank
options,
you.
and it had a destroyed unit in Silesia. Therefore, because he had 2 destroyed units and was only down 1 dot,
Yes.
he was eligible for the rebuild. That's why he had the build in addition to the 2 other players.
Thank you, Adam, for catching that.
Right. I mean, Ed gets his 3rd fleet, but we'll see how much he commits with it.
Yeah. So, having said that, Adam, how much does he commit with it?
Meh. I mean, he pushes some fleets in a direction, but he could have gone to Western Med. He chose not to. He has put all of his fleets on the other side of the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which is, the commitment. But he's slow playing. I mean, he is slow playing. If I'm Josh Barney here, I'm not that enthused at really any of my neighbors. I don't think that Adam Silverman is really doing any favors to fight the Western triple, and I don't think that Ed is taking any of the pressure off. And I see Halshild building that other fleet, and it's coming at me too. It's a bad position for the Italian, and I don't think it's a position of his making. I think that if I'm looking at other things that are really interesting in the spring of 1903, Sweden supports Baltic to Denmark. Tells me that Ian Rudnick is thinking that there's some danger here for him, while Rob O'Brien is doing everything to continue pushing the Western Triple forward, including the convoy and the support from Norway to St. Petersburg. So I continue to be interested to see where this goes.
All right.
Yeah, Adam supported Josh in Ionian last turn. Surely he's not going to work against Josh in fall, right? There's no way.
No, never. That would never happen.
Ionian falls as Adam Silverman helps House Shield into Ionian. Other than that, we see Josh failing a guess in Tyrrhenian Sea in Tunis, so not having too much fun down in the Med, Josh. Meanwhile, Ian decides, you know what? I should have trusted you more, Rob. I'm moving back out of Denmark to Baltic. At the same time, Rob moves up to Norwegian, so the EG at least is playing nice with this Western Triple. Elsewhere, the Russian defends Ukraine, and Adam gets Bulgaria, so he's the one that gets the build this time out of the AT. I'm not sure I'm too happy with Aegean not being the mover into Ionian there. I mean, I don't see a reason that it should be Eastern over Aegean. I mean, other than that, I think the AT's in a decent position. Just depends on how Ed decides to play the Med.
Honestly, if I'm Hal Schild, I'm also insisting on leaving EG in there, not because it's better for the alliance, but because I don't trust Adam Silverman not to dot me by walking from Bulgaria to Constantinople. If I have a fleet in the Aegean, at least I have the illusion of my ability to protect that dot without having to move Black Sea, which is one of my offensive units. Honestly, Adam Silverman is known for straying into allied dots, or making an argument that he just kind of needs it at that moment, at a time when you're not set up to defend it. And I would not blame Hal for that positioning.
Yeah, I mean, I get the impression that, across the board, especially in the East, there's just tentative, we're working together, I think, but nobody's really confident in that.
Yeah, I just like the thing is that we're seeing here in the fall of 1903, right, is that there were a few moments where the Western Triple could have fractured, right? Ed wasn't really making super aggressive moves. Ian moved back by a season. Rob made a couple of bad guesses. And those are the kinds of moments when a Western Triple, before it starts making pickups, or even heading into 1904 when it started to make its first couple pickups of like Sweden and St. Petersburg, starts asking some difficult questions about, is this a short-term alliance for the first couple of years so we can all get to 6? Or is this really like, are we going to be going to like the long haul of everybody getting to 9, still working together? And for me, when I'm in a Western Triple, one of the big questions is, do I think we're going to make gains? When I'm looking at this situation and I see Greece supporting Eastern into the Ionian, I see a fight with armies in Ukraine, and I see Russia pulling because Austria is not on board for an allied defense on the middle of the board in Bohemia and Silesia, I'm salivating as a member of the Western Triple, and I'm fully committed to staying with it, instead of like looking at what I would have thought was a more cogent defense from a player like Adam. But, it'll be really interesting to see how this works. I think the person who's going to end up benefiting here is going to be Hal, whose position I love.
Ed also has Rome guaranteed as a result of this retreat from Josh, who decided to move to Adriatic, likely to punish Adam. So further bad news for Adam as part of this AT, and even better news for Ed as part of the Western Triple.
Yeah, agree.
All right. Well, the builds, I'll call them out. We've got Army Liverpool and Army Budapest, and a disband in Ukraine.
I mean, Army Liverpool makes no sense when Ed didn't get a build. I just don't see the reason, unless Rob is going to sit on 5 until he gets Moscow. I mean, I'm just going to sit that army in the mainland, maybe.
All right. I guess we'll find out. Darcy, I'll give the spring to you.
Yep. So Ed has made a Janissary deal with Italy, so he gets into Ionian here with Italy's support, which does block a convoy attempt from the AT into Apulia. Meanwhile, Germany and England both make movements towards gaining Moscow and Warsaw, getting into Livonia, Prussia, Silesia successfully. And Ian slowly moves away from the Belgium line as the Western Triple solidifies trust. And Adam makes gains into Bohemia, Tyrolia, potentially forcing a defense of Munich here. But overall, really good turn for the Western Triple, maybe not so much for the AT.
Yeah, I think you can see here Adam Silverman sort of saying, oh man, maybe I should be kind of worried about this German onslaught coming east. Is this possible? We're going to set up a defense here with Turkey playing the part of Russia, maybe, but I mean, Italy is going to crumble. It's going to be ugly, and it's going to be. I think it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough here.
I mean, it's very tough to get that Turkish fleet in Naples out of Naples without it retreating to Rome, especially with Greece to Albania, which is actually a very, very good move by the AT. So potentially they do manage to squeeze a build here unless the most optimal tactics are taken. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I think that they can cover Rome from Venice. They cover Apulia from Adriatic, and then they make a support attack into Naples, destroying the forward fleet. I think that there is.
It has to be Adriatic moving into Venice, supported by Piedmont, because otherwise Greece can tap Adriatic. So there's.
I think it's an interesting question, though. I think that my prediction for the fall is that the AT is going to try and work with the Italian. So I guess we'll find out.
All right. On that note, let's find out. Thoughts?
They don't
leave it to the table.
Allow the retreat, but they do protect Naples and prevent the AT from building.
Yes, that is good news. I think it's Adam's turn to see if there's anything.
Yeah, Adam, if you want to talk about the whole board.
Okay,
sorry.
So things that I think are interesting. The build actually that Ed Sullivan is getting in Italy goes to Germany, who picks up Belgium. Looks like probably by agreement. And Edinburgh holds, does not convoy to Norway, which is somewhat interesting. I think that Russia, Jeff Ladd, has agreed to be part of the anti-Western triple defense. And it looks like otherwise there's a lot of coordination here. My answer.
Okay.
I think this is just looking better and better for Ed, as Ed will be the one that gets the gains in the Western Triple for the rest of this game. Unless the AT, I guess, rat breaks. And this could come to a halt very quickly as well.
It's an interesting question about, again, it's 1904. These are 1909, I believe, time limited games. If I'm Rob and Ian, I'm not content to sit the next 5 game years in a Western Triple where Ed has the momentum. But how that breaks down, we'll see. I mean, we'll see how it goes.
All right. So the result of that year is a disband in Piedmont and a build of an army in Kiel. Unless anyone has any strong reactions to that, I think we just move on. So I believe, Darcy, we're back to you.
Yep. So it looks like the AT and Western Triple made an agreement around Russia's existence in the game. Bad luck, Jeff, as Turkey supports Livonia, Warsaw, and St. Pete supports Sev to Moscow. Rob also does convoy into Norway now, seeing that there is some growth in the north there for him to have to consolidate. And meanwhile, in the Mediterranean, we have Adriatic getting blown up, which is big for the AT's attack on Venice that will inevitably come. And Tyrolia moves to Piedmont. Whether or not that's actually something that is good for that unit is a different question. And with the Italian Janissary, Ed manages to get Tunis into Ionian. And There is an agreement to move away from Belgium by both Germany and France, so more good teamwork there by the Western Triple.
If I'm England, Rob, if I'm Rob here, and I think that Livonia to Warsaw is going to work, certainly I would have communicated to Ian that Kiel to Livonia is the move that allows us to actually secure that side of the stalemate line. But instead, Moscow retreats to Livonia, which is not only going to be a giant pain in the butt, but it's also going to make it really hard for them to take Moscow off of the Turkish player.
This may actually have been an agreement between only England and Turkey, as the Baltics supporting Livonia suggests.
I agree that it could have been. If I'm England, I'm happy to see the Turk building behind Austria. But still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And the only other thing I will point out that I saw was Trieste supported Bohemia to Tyrolia, but Bohemia did not make that move, which often when I see something like this, and again, we're not behind the scenes, we're not hearing the negotiations, that tells me that there are lots of conversations happening, plans are changing moment to moment, and people are writing things down that don't always get ordered out. So I think everyone's stressed at this moment. That's my read.
It's interesting. I think that the move to Venice in the fall is going to be guaranteed anyway, but we'll see.
Yeah. All right. So, Adam, I'll give you first stab at this one.
Yeah, it is guaranteed. Adriatic is the mover, which means that Serbia goes to Romania. And hey, look at that. England stabs for Moscow. Because Jeff Ladd is pissed and supports St. Petersburg down. Okay, one dying breath to curse the Turk who came up from behind him. All that being said, though, Turkey won't be building +1/-1. Right?
Yes.
And Austria will be building, and he desperately needs that army. So good for him. Ed Sullivan picks up Tunis, which I think was the obvious maneuver. However, also picks up Rome, it looks like, which I was not suspecting. So it looks like that's going to be a good game for Josh Barney. Josh, I got to say, if you were a local player who showed up to their first tournament and this was your first game, I am so sorry with the players you got next to you. It looks like you got screwed by circumstance, and I think you put up a valiant defense. There wasn't much else I think you could have done in this situation. I don't think the best players are going to do much more than what you did here, particularly with Silverman working with Halshild the way that he was. So good game, well played, and I hope you stuck around for the next couple rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it always sucks to see when the local player that we aren't aware of going into the tournament draws Italy in a game that's an AT versus a Western Triple. That's probably the most brutal game an Italy can ask for. And condolences for Josh there.
Yep. Agreed.
And Rob's patience continues and pays off with the Moscow and Warsaw taking last turn. So
can we have an opinion though on those double army builds though, Darcy?
I really, really dislike the double army build. I think with Ed building 2, you can get away with a fleet London, especially if Ed's building a fleet in Brest. I think Rob could negotiate slightly better builds wise there. So that's a bit rough, but I mean, he's playing the long game, Rob. So let's see if it works out for him.
All right. Well, on that note, Darcy, I believe it's your turn for a spring.
All right. Well, one of those armies is probably going to stick on the mainland for the rest of the game as it moves to Wales. Meanwhile, the other one decides also not to move off the mainland. So Rob really, really pushing that slow play. Meanwhile, Ed manages to continue to solidify in Italy, taking Tuscany and putting 3 on Ionian, although he doesn't get in. Interestingly, there is a German attempt on Burgundy, but a self-bounce by Ed stops it. I think that's probably just an agreed bounce in Burgundy. I don't see anything that would suggest otherwise. And meanwhile, Ian just continues to slowly grind down Adam in the middle of the board as he blows up Bohemia and moves pressure through into Silesia to backfill. And seemingly Hal and Adam decided not to take any shot at Warsaw and Moscow when they would have in fact gotten in. So conservative moveset here hasn't paid off for the AT. And this could very well be a Western triple game that doesn't break. And also Adam takes Venice from Turkey. I'm not too sure.
You can hold it though.
Yeah, I'm not too sure exactly if I'm a fan of that, if I'm Hal. Yeah, I'm just not sure you're going to get Adam to agree to giving Bulgaria or something there.
Silverman, almost definitely no, but I don't think it necessarily matters because they would not have. I think that Silverman is sitting there going, man, I'm going to lose Bohemia. My dots are going to be pretty full soon. I'm not going to get rebuilds. I need to save that army in Tuscany in any way that I can. And probably sitting there going, we can't hold Venice. So what are we going to do with these units? How are we going to make sure they don't get destroyed? And I'm guessing that that's the conversation that they're having.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. Adam's not going to be able to build both things. So, I mean, if I'm Hal, I'm like, give me Bulgaria. But, I mean, it doesn't happen, as we see.
So, as we see, Adam, I believe it's your turn to take points.
Yeah, I mean, Ed had done that self-bounce in Burgundy instead of moving to Piedmont. I think if he had moved into Piedmont, they would have Venice now. But, be that as it may, Ed played a little slow. They've all been playing slow. Western Triple keeps staying together. And, I said this in 1902, 1903, which was as long as there is chum in the water, the Western Triple will stay together. If you had provided a more solid line against the Western Triple and had prevented them from moving forward by working with Jeff and containing Hal, there wouldn't have, and Josh as well, there would not have been this level of commitment from Ian and Rob and Ed. The commitment is born by the lack of cooperation in the East and their ability to stop it. And, Silverman is going to reap, I think, the results of that. And as Hal's getting pushed back.
This is a tough disband incoming for Hal. This is a really tough one for the AT.
Yeah. I mean, they can't afford to lose the armies in Ukraine or Sevastopol without having that entire northern position crumble for the AT. But if they pull a fleet, I mean, they're already facing 3 fleets versus 3 fleets. Yeah, you lose Apulia. You're
well, now it's 3v3, so now they can't take back Ionian.
But they lose Adriatic. Mid-Atlantic Ocean can come around. They're in real trouble down there.
Yeah, and Adam was the one sitting there with 2 builds, but only one place to put a unit. But they didn't have the ability to shuffle.
Yeah, because Aegean couldn't go to Bulgaria to pick up the dot.
Well, if you actually go back to the fall turn, there's actually a miscommunication over what Ionian's doing, and it costs them Ionian.
Okay.
And so they could. I mean, to keep Ionian, they needed to not take Bulgaria, but they even failed to keep Ionian with a miscommunication, meaning they could have taken Bulgaria. So, just a rough turn.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, they could have stood that off. Oh.
All right. So Germany grinds through as they successfully get into Galicia and Venice with the support of Ed. Meanwhile, and there's a backfill into Tyrolia. Meanwhile, however, Rob does momentarily lose Moscow. That will be taken back pretty easily, however, in 4. And there is arranged bounces in North Atlantic, Burgundy, and Ionian is not going to fall and doesn't fall. I think we're coming to the guaranteed stalemate line, the 13 center stalemate line, however soon, if not here now. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah. All right, Adam, what do you see?
I see that Adam Silverman lost Vienna in addition to Venice, which was not guaranteed. And I'm surprised at the way he ordered it. But, he took a risky maneuver.
It was guaranteed with Galicia and Venice both tapping Trieste and Budapest, with Bohemia having a free support. It was
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, well, so it looks like Austria down 2, and as said, Moscow is not, was not kept. So, yeah, I mean, but this is. Sorry, go.
I'm not sure I'm a fan of actually disbanding Venice here. If I'm Ian, there is actually, if you retreat to Apulia, there is potential for convoy into Albania, and making the AT cover that convoy just adds an extra headache for Adam. And yeah.
Yeah, but it also, in a 1909 turn limited game, you got 4 moves left. With the disband and the way England moved, there's a thought maybe that they're doing something to change the Western Triple.
Yeah, true. Might be trying to cut Ed out of the top.
All right, so let's find out. I mean, we'll take our builds and our disbands. I'll call them out. We got not with these builds, indeed. Yeah, Fleet Marseille, Army Munich, Army Berlin. Darcy, what do you have to say about those builds?
At least on Ed's half, it doesn't suggest that he's breaking up the Western Triple. On further look, I mean, what they can take Burgundy with Munich, and Berlin can cover stuff, I guess. But I'm not. If I'm Ed, I'm not sure that I'm actually losing too much here. If anything, especially with England not getting a build.
Yeah, I guess maybe my thought is also that like Fleet Marseille is a throwaway build, right? It's going nowhere in 4 moves, right? It can't get to anywhere useful. It might as well have been a wave.
Yep, and they don't move on Ed. Instead, it's looking more likely that Rob is moving on Ian. And however, in the east, we have a move back into Galicia. Vienna gets blown up. Adam gets it back. Good job, Adam. Elsewhere, we have not much happening other than Rob's move into North Sea, which could make a convoy into mainland, but at the same time, Norway can just be taken from behind by Germany, so not exactly sure what's happening there. But just looks like this game is grinding to a conclusion of an Ed topping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, Adam. Fall moves.
I mean, the move to the English Channel is mildly interesting. This is the thing that Ed does, where he goes and he starts like creating discord between the people who he's sitting next to. Who knows whether that bounce in Norway was arranged? Who knows whether or not Rob and Ian had agreed on a move to Prussia or this move to Denmark? But who's the one who's actually making the aggressive moves? It's guaranteed opportunity to take Belgium. To make sure he secures that board top. That's what I'm seeing.
All right, let's push on through. And anyone surprised?
I mean, Ed's basically saying draw now. I've got the board top. It's not going to change. So I think it's the right result with the way this game was played. Ed played quicker than both Rob and Ian in their Western Triple theaters of war. The A team miscalculated the commitment level the Western Triple would have. So I think Ed coming out on top on 9 is the correct result, and I think this is a classic Ed game. This is how Ed tops quite a lot of the time, and he's very good at this style of game. So well done.
Yeah, I wonder whether or not Hal actually had an opportunity if he had stabbed Adam Silverman earlier and said, I don't care about Moscow. I don't care about Warsaw. I don't even care about Vienna or Trieste or Venice. I made it to the Ionian, and I just want Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania, if he actually would have been in a position to top this board. But well played by a lot of folks, and congrats to Ed for topping.
Yeah, do we know what the scoring system is and what it benefits? Like, if Ed had played on, he would have got one more center, potentially a bigger gap. I'm thinking there's not really a gap-based component because he did draw. So, doing that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am woefully unprepared for this and don't know what the actual scoring system is. So,
his website listed as a center-based scoring system, not a placement-based scoring system, but it doesn't tell me the specifics of the rules. But that tells me that, knowing the East Coast the way it is, it's probably like number of centers times something plus a discrepancy between you and the next player, and not actually placement based. But he is not the player to grind out like one or two more centers to say like, I need another 8 points in the scoring system. He's the kind of player who takes a good score and walks away.
I'm hearing it's probably something like a 2 points per center and a 5-point top bonus. So very basic system, not many components apparently. So makes sense for Ed to take that result.
All right. So. Well, on that note, that's game 1 under our belt. And before we move on to game 2 of round 1, I have someone else to introduce. We've got another commentator, so I will add to the broadcast. Welcome, Patrick.
Hey, Siobhan. Great to be here. It's a shame I had to be late, but at least I missed a Western Triple game, if anything.
You know what? That Western Triple, like, Adam and Darcy called it in, like, basically spring of 01, I think.
Yeah, they've got pretty good spidey senses about that. I believe it.
Yeah. So, Patrick, real quick before we move on to the next board, do you want to introduce yourself to everyone who's watching?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Patrick. I've been playing for a little under 2 years now, DBNing for a little under 1 year. Mostly a virtual player, but I am very interested in BlazeCon because it's an East Coast tournament, right? So as a Californian Bay Area player like Siobhan, California gang, it's hard to get out to. But David Miller is a great player. He's a great part of the hobby. I've met him and played with him several times. And I've heard that his tournament was very well attended, and I'm sure we're going to see that here. And yeah, I'm just really excited to see some great games with some great people who came along to be the guinea pigs for us.
Exactly. And, to echo Patrick, I was very, very bummed that I couldn't get out there myself. It just didn't work out with life and family and stuff. David Miller is a longtime friend of mine, but I'm glad I get to host this. So while we move on to board 2, I think, Darcy, I'll give you a little bit of a break. We'll continue with Patrick and Adam, and we'll see you in a little bit. All right, so we will move on to the second board of round 1. I'll call out the names of the players here, and then we can talk about your reactions to them. So we've got Mitch McConaughey from New York, Brooklyn specifically, Tim Crosby from Florida, Kevin Fernandez.
Can you put it up on the screen?
Oh, sorry. That would actually help, wouldn't it? So we've got Mitch McConaughey from Brooklyn, New York, Tim Crosby from Florida, Kevin Fernandez, a name I'm not familiar with, Manus Hand out of Colorado, Alex Maslow from Boston, Jonathan Frank, and Joe Bakita. And I apologize in advance if I have butchered anyone's names. So we'll start with you, Patrick, since we just brought you on stream. Any names stand out to you, familiar to you?
Yeah, the main two that stand out to me are Manus and Alex, of course, both big club organizers, Manus in Denver and Alex in Boston. Manus puts on a wonderful tournament in Denver, always jovial, always a great personality. He's one of the best salesmen. He's great at growing his club out of low points. But I really haven't seen him play, so I'm excited for this. I know he's done a couple virtual games in the last year, but he's not super open for it schedule-wise, so that should be great. Alex, I know, is always up for some fun stuff. Jonathan Frank is someone I've played with a lot online. He's a big guy on Nexus and other extended deadline circles in particular, and a great gunboat player. I actually forgot he was a Baltimore local, so glad that he has a tournament in his area now. Hopefully we'll see him maybe do a little more face-to-face because of that.
All right. And from you, Adam, any immediate reactions?
Yeah, I mean, my immediate reaction actually is looking at two players from Baltimore stuck sitting next to each other, with all these travelers come around. But interesting to see how they play nicely or don't play nicely if they do know each other. So love seeing some new names. Maybe I'll say it that way.
Yeah, and I'll just call out Mitch McConaughey, who was a big East Coast face-to-face player for many years, dropped out of the scene for 5 to 6 years. It's really good to see him back. It's his first tournament back in a long time, and he was very excited. So we'll see how that goes for him, drawing Austria first. All right, so One second, get back to, there it is. All right, so we will start with Patrick. Let's start with you.
All right, spring 1901. I see a lot of interesting moves right at the gate here. England and France, pretty standard, typical openings. Manus in Germany, though, chooses to go with moving the fleet and Kiel to Holland, which makes sense to some extent. I know this is more of an accepted opening in older circles. People have been playing since the 80s, 90s, when this was more. It was more like a clear second most popular German opening instead of this niche curiosity that we constantly debate about, whether it's actually viable. I kind of like it actually as a good anti-EF play because you're doing everything possible to deny them immediate control of Belgium, which keeps Holland a little safer, etc. So if he thinks that both Tim and Kevin are already having good conversations between each other, that might be a useful move. But other than that, we'll see. I'm sure Russia will like it as well, of course. Seems like everyone's being friendly to Russia, actually. Got the DMZ in Galicia as well, with Mitch going from Vienna to Budapest. And Italy does not go into Trieste, but may want to do so in the fall. We'll see what happens there. And then in Turkey, we have the old-fashioned Smyrna to Khan opening.
Yeah, I will say when you called out the German move as something of a little bit old-fashioned, my immediate thought was, oh, Eddie Bersan likes to do that. All right, so Adam, I'll give it to you.
Oh boy, do I find some interesting things here. The first thing that absolutely jumps out at me is what I think is an assumption by Picardy that it was supposed to support Yorkshire to Belgium, but instead Yorkshire goes to Denmark, which I have to assume, again, was with consent and understanding with Menace. I love this. I love it because it's interesting. I love it because it's different, and I just love to see where it's going to go. Other than that, Ink to Black jumps out at me. I think that's interesting. That's been. Can you actually show us that Picardy move? Can you see what it wrote?
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like it's
it was Yorkshire to Belgium. It was Yorkshire to Belgium. So I mean, I think that this is an EG anti-F maneuver. And I'll be interested to see if Manus builds two armies.
All
right. This is one of those things between England and Germany that I've always thought about, but if not being too cowardly to try myself, where I believe the end game of this is you push the German fleet forward as part of the English offensive against France and then eventually into the Med, which is one of the best ways to eventually get German Tunis if you're really efficient about it. So maybe we'll see that.
All right, so we've got a double fleet build from England, a fleet in Brest and an army in Paris from France, double armies from Germany, a northern fleet build from Russia, actually double fleet build.
I love it.
Wow, Jonathan Frank, that is.
I love it because if I'm Russia and I see that EG coming down the pike, the first thing that concerns me is that I'm going to lose Sweden. There's going to be a big offensive, and this is just his way of saying, I'm going to be playing in the north. You can't do much. Like, you can slow yourself down and not go kill Kevin really quick. Or you can come and fight me, and it's going to be more of a 2v2 situation. It also gives Menace a little bit more flexibility. But Menace built two armies, right? He didn't provide himself any flexibility. His only fleet's in Belgium, and the only place they can go that's of any use is going to be the English Channel. And I assume it's going to get supported there by London this turn. So... but yeah, Jonathan in the south also with a fleet in south, making that support attack to the black, meaning that he was not happy to see Joe there. Those two Baltimore players not playing well together. Alex Maslow constantly in the spring, happy to see some conflict, happy to play a slow game, doing the Lepanto maneuvers. But yeah, super interesting maneuvers by the EG.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also interesting to see Brest supporting Belgium into English Channel along with North Sea, presumably just because Kevin didn't have much else to do with that fleet and is trying to convince Manus that, hey, your fleet can be really useful in the naval attack in the other direction too. It can go to maybe Irish Sea, Condor, Middle Wales. Let's keep talking at least. So maybe there's still some play to be had there for France. And then besides that, the East is doing standard AIR stuff. I will say. Double fleet builds as Russia and no-one, they usually feel a little greedy just because you need that third army to hold the important lines like Moscow, Ukraine, Sev or Moscow, Ukraine, Warsaw in case Austria does decide, actually, you're easier to attack. So I'll just attack you. But it seems like it's working out okay for him at the moment.
All right. So Patrick, I'll let you continue talking about what happens in the fall.
Absolutely. So we see the AIR continue to roll in the east, except they don't cover Greece. So Turkey retreats to Greece from Bulgaria. That's a bit of an oopsie from Mitch. Interesting to see. I mean, Alex, I feel like he's tactically good enough to explain that to explain that's going to happen to him. But if that was a conversation, but maybe he didn't know the exact details of the tactics between Austria and Russia. We'll have to see how that affects things in 03. But yeah, really unfortunate break for Mitch. Just a slight new player thing, perhaps, where maybe they expected Aegean to bounce, or they just
Mitch is not new. Mitch should have known better.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Mitch,
he's been around a long time.
played-
Shouted it out. Yeah, that's my bad. I forgot. But yeah, that might have just been a bit of a bad guess there about maybe they thought Turkey would bounce Aegean.
I wonder whether or not Tunis was supposed to go to Greece here, because that's actually the moveset that would have made a lot of sense. But I guess that was a miss.
Yeah, but if Austria is inviting you there, then why do you not do that in this case? Especially if France is going to suddenly do this. Oh boy! I mean, that was hard to predict, but wow.
The thing I'd really love to talk about here that I think is a really interesting moveset is English to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, Mid-Atlantic Ocean to Western Med, combined with not having any other follow-up on Picardy or support attack, because they could have made it in either to Picardy or to Burgundy this season. But it looks like there's about to be some really interesting coordination. There's going to be some kind of delayed Western triple maybe, and a giant headache for Alex Maslow. So.
All right, so the only adjustments this turn are a disband of the St. Pete North Coast Fleet and the addition of an army in Edinburgh. So Adam, I will leave spring to you.
Yep, so that France, Germany, England, yep, they're doing a delayed Western triple. I see a convoy into Tunis from Belgium, because why the hell not? And what looks like a walk into Munich that I'm guessing is totally arranged, because it has a free trip to Bohemia, for example. I love it. It's interesting and it's fun and I love it. But yeah, it's going to work out well for Tim, who's already well positioned in Scandinavia. I think Manus is the one who it might not work out for from a dot count perspective, but his position in the Atlantic Ocean, his position in North Africa is good. And knowing Manus and how long he's been playing, he's probably more interested in a beautiful game than he is interested in a game with a lot of points. And he is certainly playing a beautiful game. In the East, Mitch recovers Greece. Greece makes it to Bulgaria. There's a destruction of a unit in Constantinople. I think this is going to work out just fine for the AIR.
Agreed. All right, Patrick, talk us through the fall.
In the fall, we see the Western triple follow-ups we expected. As Adam shouts out, Munich has moved through to Bohemia and Berlin to Silesia. So that's going to be a massive pain for both Austria and Russia starting in 1904. Interesting to see Bothnia to Baltic, as England uses their other units to blow up St. Pete, but perhaps that's arranged to convoy Denmark to Livonia, which would be, I guess, a net positive for German security in the long term. But definitely a Western triple where England has a little bit more free reign to do what they want with their fleets than usual. And we'll have to see if that invites a stab from Tim in the future. Because, well, Tim he's a solid ally. He's, he also likes to win games. So we'll see if he takes advantage of that later on. For now, though, I think everything happening here makes sense. Except maybe Belgium to Burgundy. If you want to move it through to Marseille and then through to Piedmont, I guess, because the French and German units are already plenty intertwined. So why not?
Do we know Kevin Fernandez?
Actually, yes, I believe he's an extended deadline player as well.
Okay.
I
was wondering if this is one of those situations where he was a newer player or potentially a local, and Manus was like, "I'm an organizer. I want this guy to have a good experience," and there was a decision to find a way to give him something interesting and fun to do, and this is really interesting and fun. So, but I guess not.
All right. Well, let's find out. Patrick, I'll let you continue on with Spring of 04.
All right. So now that Turkey is essentially dead, not quite dead, but essentially dead, the AR, or what's left of the AIR, is moving into full defense mode against this oncoming Western triple. Just setting up lines here. Not too much to see. Bulgaria to run, but that's going to move through to Ukraine to get as many supports on Warsaw as possible. Although it looks like there's going to be a bit of a crucial misorder here from England, as Baltic and Denmark both hold when presumably they should have been, again, convoying to Livonia, or maybe Baltic convoys Berlin to Livonia, judging by that order. So those are two armies that England and Germany could have had on the Russian line now, and actually had a guarantee on Warsaw if they did so. But now they're exactly where they were before, and they're going to lose that window because those Austrian armies are coming to reinforce. So really unfortunate loss of momentum here for E and G, and this is definitely going to strengthen France's position in the Western Triple. Is it going to make the Western Triple break because England still has a really good position to potentially stab Germany? I don't know. We'll have to see. Tim certainly can do that if he wants to, but the question is always, does he want to in round one?
I mean, there's
I have a question.
one
Go
dot
ahead.
this year, right? 1904. So they should be fine.
Well, I do have a question here. Both the lack of the convoy to Livonia and the fact that Mao tapped Western Med when Manus could have forced Tunis.
Yeah, what did North Africa do? Hold on a minute.
North Africa is, just put in a weird order, supports Western Med to Livonia.
Hold on.
That's a joke order.
If you handwrite that, no, that's a misorder. If you handwrite that, LVN can be similar to TUN in some handwritings. So I wonder if that was an actual misorder where they meant to support west to Tunis, but it was misread and it didn't go through.
Yeah. So yeah, either Manus is getting cut out or that was an unfortunate handwriting error.
Yeah, I would have to think it's the latter.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's push right on. And
here's the stat.
And yep.
Oh.
All right.
Well,
take it away, Adam.
I mean, Tim moves on the Western Triple. I think that he takes one dot and some position off of Manus, and honestly, I don't blame Tim. I'm sad because I was enjoying the fun, but there's a reason sometimes the fun isn't done in a competitive game, and that's because it leaves you open to this kind of maneuvering. And I might have written this a little bit different, but yeah, it's a good look for Tim. I think that Manus will be in a rough position here, also because he gave Tunis to the French player and didn't insist on taking it himself. So now he has two pieces in Western Med and North Africa that are being supported by dots in the north, and he's going to have 3 units to defend. It's going to be, his pulls are going to be from down there. It's going to be ugly. I think it is good news for Alex. It's good news for the East. And quite frankly, I think Tim's happy. He got St. Petersburg and he was done.
I don't think Tim's very happy right now because you see this bounce in Holland and France getting Tunis. It makes me wonder if England was promised Holland and he's moving as like he might have been promised Holland, because that makes sense. You want to take as many dots off Germany as possible. But then he managed to negotiate the support into Tunis from Manus, and he decided, if I can get 2 builds, he can get 1. That gives me the upper hand in a war, so I can just beat you and win the West on my own instead of with England. So I'll be watching those builds to see if we have any war here.
I would love it to see Kevin building Fleet Brest, but yeah, it's not there. In fact, he waves a build, right? He had 3 of
waves 1 build. Okay. I'm just going to push us right on through and say, Patrick, talk us through the spring.
Yep, so Spring 05, it looks like we still have some collaboration between actually all of the Western Triple partners. So the stab wasn't really a stab, or if it was, then Manus has said, okay, I'm fine being the junior partner, just don't kill me all the way. And with EF still being together and seemingly being okay with that, they move forward. Kiel is convoyed into Prussia, so finally they have all those armies on the line that they would want. The convoy to Holland, that could move through. Given the rest of the moves here, I wouldn't be surprised about that at all. And then, yeah, Western Mega getting pushed forward into Tyrrhenian Sea, Austria lining up elsewhere, and Russia moving forward into Khan. Again, I assume that is to reinforce the Med front even further.
The problem that the East is going to have is that they don't have the armies to push through the middle. They're just short units because they have those 2 Russian fleets. I think the piece that I would have wished would have moved differently would have been Smyrna either convoying to Bulgaria or moving to Armenia with the assumption that it was going to Sev and that Black could have come out to Khan in the fall. I think that would have been a pretty acceptable set of maneuvers if they were going to continue working together. But we'll see how it continues in the fall.
All right. And speaking of the fall, Adam, do you want to continue discussing?
Well, they decide to solve that problem by arranging a destruction of the fleet in Constantinople. Good for them. It looks like they are arranging a destruction of a unit in Tuscany. The Western Triple, I guess, stays together in 1905 in the sense that Holland vacates to go to Kiel. But let's be serious. I mean, Tim has moved both of his armies onto the mainland. He's got great position to do it again. It's sort of what I'm seeing, and I don't see a particular interest by Kevin or Manus to punish him for it. Maybe they're just happy to have him topping. I don't care. They don't care, sort of situation. A valiant defense by Alex Maslow. It's a crowded situation again when you're facing a Western Triple as Italy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So speaking of, Alex Maslow does get, I believe that's a rebuild. Puts that fleet in Rome, and then we get another southern fleet for the French, and an army for the Russian. Oh,
We draw.
and that's the game.
I was just about to say, because Darcy, and I hate to give Darcy credit for anything, but he did just give us some really good insight on the scoring system. It is actually 1 point per center with specific tiered rank bonuses. And those rank bonuses are 14 points for topping, 12 points for second place, and ties would split the points between those. So it would make sense if France was okay with being second to England, because that would actually, if they're only one center behind, that would actually give them, I think, a better score than if they tied first on one more center. Now they did also tie with Austria, which adds to the trouble slightly, but the game's also very nearly locked up, and there are more factors to it than that. So it makes some sense. I mean, this isn't a bad round one score for any of England, France, or Austria, and the rest don't have a choice.
Yeah, I would sort of ask this question of whose score is getting that much better from here, and Tim's score is good, and I don't see France or Austria's score getting better without significantly rocking the boat here.
All right. Well, that is round one, board 2 in the books. We are going to bring Darcy back to the stream. Darcy, I know you were watching behind the scenes. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I actually disagree about this being a good draw for those involved, especially for Tim. In a tournament which is rank based and it's only 2 points extra for topping and there's no topping bonus, getting an 8 center top as when you could have gotten like at least a 10 center top those points would potentially become costly later in this tournament. So I think if you can get a 10 center top and you're still going to be the one topping at least 10 centers, I think you have to take it in a scoring system that doesn't benefit small tops really at all.
Yeah, I think, Darcy, you make a pretty good point about the fact that he could have scored more points. I think it's pretty hard in a situation where you are looking at Manus, who clearly made a number of decisions over the course of that game to do something that was fun and suboptimal. And I think Manus probably knew that, and I think Tim also knew that. And I think that puts put him in a difficult situation, right? Like, do you punish the person who did something entertaining?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
We're not there. We're only seeing the board. Yeah, we're not seeing the diplomacy and the people in person. So
yeah,
it's
very different.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to move us right along to our next game, which I actually clicked on board 4 from round 1, but the players that I see on the list delight me so much. And Adam, I know we only have you for a little bit longer, and I want to keep you on for this board. So Patrick, I'm going to give you a quick break. We'll have you back on for the next game. So speaking of the players that delight me so much, some of these names are familiar to you, Adam. Let me just display this. Any immediate thoughts?
I don't know Peter Cook, but I know everybody else. Actually, I don't know Max Chester either. Randy's a long-time Boston area player. Brad's a long-time, face-to-face player. Kayla is Adam's daughter. She's, up and coming in the hobby. Karthik and Robert have been around the block a long time. It's going to be an interesting board. It's also a mixture of ages. It's a mixture of experience levels. It's a mixture also of energy levels. Like Brad Blitzstein, for example, has a very low-key, non-aggressive, pretty chill diplomacy style. Randy is high energy, super exuberant. You've got an aggressive Karthik and a super relaxed Robert Roos. So it'll be really interesting to see how they come together to form their negotiations.
Yeah, and I will say, I know Peter Cook is not familiar to you. I've gotten to know Peter over a couple of tournaments over the last couple of years. Very, great player, very fun to hang out with. I wouldn't call him a high-energy player on a board, so probably more in the chill, let's just see how not see how it shakes out, but, not quite as high energy as some of the other players here. Darcy, any thoughts?
I'd love to be a fly on the wall for negotiations between. I've met Kayla and Karthik in person. I think those negotiations would be very fun. Actually, that whole Scandinavian section with Randy, Kayla, and Karthik would be a whole boatload of fun to watch. So,
Yeah, that what you just called out there, those three, that was what stood out to me when I first looked at this list. And so without further ado, let's just get right into it. Darcy, let's do Spring of 01.
Peter doesn't like the sound of Kayla and moves into Picardy and English Channel. Pretty brutal in a new player in the hobby, but it's a tournament, so sometimes this will happen. Other than that, at least Kayla moved to Yorkshire instead of Edinburgh, so London can be covered. Elsewhere, it looks pretty standard. Outside of a Galicia DMZ, not much really to note.
All right. And Adam, what do you see in the fall?
Peter supports himself to Belgium. It's the conservative move. Whether Karthik didn't want to do a Sea Lion or, didn't want to risk Holland, who knows? But Denmark doesn't bounce in Sweden. I know Karthik doesn't prefer to take the bounce. I think that there's a few interesting things happening in the South as well. Robert Roos, who is a very, very experienced player and who I have played with tons of times. Albania to Adriatic, man, I don't know what you're doing. Unlike the last game where I would have described what Manus did as, beautiful and intricate, I don't even know. What are you doing, man? No one went to Greece? What's going on? I don't even get it.
I was going to say, is the Greece thing a misorder? Did he mean to put Bulgaria to Greece and Con to Bull? Or
look, I would not have put it past both Robert and Brad to have totally just misordered the situation and looked at it afterwards and been like, yeah, I don't know what's happening here, to be honest. Or that they had some kind of a plan for an AT that's still going to pan out because they're just committed to working together because they're both from the Northeast and they've known each other for 20 years and they sat down and they were like, this is this way to manage this board.
Yeah.
Or Robert got offended by something Max said, and he was just like, screw this local player.
I actually played in World DipCon a game with Robert where I stabbed him in Fall 01, if you can call it a stab, and Robert made it known that he was not a fan of my moveset from that point on. So Robert is capable, in my experience, of moves like Albania to Adriatic.
Oh, I know he's capable. I just, yeah.
All right.
There's no defense of Venice with Fleet Naples as well.
It's the second Fleet North Coast St. Petersburg we've seen, and I love it. Again, Randy Lawrence Hurt, you entertain me. I also love Peter's commitment here to the double fleet build. He's sitting there saying, Karthik is my friend, Karthik is my ally, and my fate is in his hands. Because God forbid that there's a support attack into Belgium and a move to Burgundy, Peter's game will be over.
Yeah, I love unwavering loyalty, but leaving your fate in Karthik's hands is...
Yeah, I would not be doing that in my position.
Peter, we'll talk later.
Peter's a braver man than I'll ever be. That's all I'll say.
The whole world is about to see whether or not Karthik can be trusted in this situation.
Karthik?
The answer's no.
Karthik, let's see how trustworthy you are, Karthik. Advance the game.
Oh, Not bad,
And
not bad.
winner is?
Okay. Karthik decides not to take the stab in a Burgundy. But Peter did cover his tracks by moving the Gascony, so Paris wouldn't have been taken anyway. So we'll give Peter some thanks for that. Elsewise in the West, we do have Karthik moving into Helgoland, showing commitment towards the FG, well, maybe FGR, considering Randy's northern game. However, Randy fails to get into Norway, and Peter will have a walk into Liverpool, and he can take Portugal. So this is a very quick-moving game for Peter. Potentially, Karthik picks up Belgium in some sort of arrangement here to convoy into Wales. Elsewise, in the East, we have Robert making Max regret not moving and not building in Rome, as Robert takes Venice and moves Vienna to Tyrolia. Meanwhile, we have what I can only assume is a rat. Either that or the Juggernaut's about to stab Austria pretty hard in fall.
Knowing the players, I don't think they do. I think they keep Robert on here for a little while.
Yeah. Rum moves into Galicia, and Serbia supports Bulgaria to Greece. I mean, I'm keeping Robert on side if I'm Turkey and he's helping me this way. Other than that, looks like a rat versus FGR. So Randy will have to make a decision.
Yeah.
Eventually.
I think that the one piece here that I think was unfortunate, Kayla could have covered Liverpool by moving London to Wales in the spring and still have had other defensive options. Just a small misstep there. Karthik can't be trusted. Roar to Belgium with support from Holland.
That's definitely agreed on to keep.
That's got to be agreed upon.
Yeah.
I guess.
But still, Peter, don't agree to anything with Karthik.
Yeah. Anything interesting you see, Adam?
I mean, Robert's. I want to know, what did Max say to Robert to create this situation? That's what I want to know, because I think everyone needs to know to avoid it in the future, man.
Yeah. I will be reading the comments from the players who were at this tournament. Someone tell us what happened here, because we need the gossip, we need the tea.
It looks like Randy has made a decision on where he's headed, as Prussia and Silesia are both moved into. Norway is taken. A fleet is put into Romania. However, Brad does move into Black Sea, so there is maybe potentially a little bit of a stab on the cards here. And Tyrolia moves through to Piedmont, and Peter picks up the 2 that he had guaranteed.
All right. Well, with that said, Kayla and England had to pull 2 and chose the 2 northern fleets. Germany, Karthik drops an eastern fleet in Berlin. We got a southern fleet from France and Marseille, a disband in the Adriatic, and a build in Smyrna and Vienna for the Turk and the Austrian. Any surprises to either of you?
Fleet Berlin, a little bit. I can see the reasoning behind Fleet Berlin. Berlin's lost anyway, but still, it's a bold move.
I love Randy's position here.
Randy's great.
He's seen opportunity on the board. He's taken advantage of it. I think he's having probably the right conversations with the right people. I think he's properly understanding Robert and Brad as players. They've got goals, objectives, and they're moving in the right direction for him. And I think probably his southern flank is safe with the 2 of them. Yeah,
I completely agree. All right, so speaking of...
Eat my words!
Adam, you reacted quick to that. Tell me everything.
But I mean, Budapest supports Bulgaria to Romania, but no follow-up from Conde Black. So maybe it's just the 1 dot, in acknowledgement of how much growth Randy has in the north. We'll see, because Vienna to Bohemia is not Vienna to Galicia. It's not an attack, so it could have been arranged. But there's headway against Kayla in England. interesting moves also by Peter, seeing Max move to the Western Med and not going to defend against Ionian, which he could have bounced this season. I think that's another piece there that is interesting.
Okay. I'm going to push right onto the fall. Darcy, what do you see?
I mean, Randy's just dominating in the Baltic now. Has Kayla on side, so might even eventually get support in the North Sea from a dying Kayla. And meanwhile, in the Med, we have Robert's continued crusade into Italy as he moves into Adriatic and puts an army into Venice instead this time. And Brad decides that his units are not doing anything this year as he convoys Greece to like Marseille or something and moves Ionian to Aegean, Eastern to Ionian. Not sure what's going through Brad's mind there.
He's not an aggressive player. I think he and Robert both are happy to do interesting, they've both been playing for so long. I think that they're not sitting down to this board asking themselves, how can I score the maximum number of points? They're sitting down to the board saying, like, what can I do that's going to be entertaining to me? And Brad got Romania, 0% that I ever would have not convoyed Greece to either Apulia or Naples on this turn, right? But I'm an overly aggressive player. And Brad's looking like, I don't care. He's just happy to be picking up. He's happy to be growing. He's happy to be pushing in the right direction.
I would like to note, actually, Peter does take Belgium off of Karthik. So Karthik is not going to be happy about that at all. So Peter's going up +2 here. So it's looking like it'll be a race between Randy and Peter for this board top. But I think I've got to like Randy's odds.
I've known Randy for a long time, and I can just see him sitting at this board with the biggest grin on his face.
Although I would like, the Livonia was then taken off the board. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Germany drops Livonia and Munich. Kayla in England drops Edinburgh, keeps the army on the island. Fleet and Brest army in Paris from Peter in France, and an army in Smyrna from Brad in Turkey. Any surprises to either of you?
No, but I'm about to think Karthik is going to hit France and let Randy roll.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's find out. Darcy, you're first up with spring of 1904.
No, he doesn't. Karthik holds Denmark, and holds Kiel. Meanwhile, Peter moves into Edinburgh, loses Liverpool at the expense, but can take Liverpool back in fall. Moves into Burgundy, moves into English Channel, so we'll have North Sea guaranteed next turn. Actually, looking at Karthik's moves now, he also did try and support Belgium to North Sea, so it looks like he isn't giving up completely on a survival of some kind. Meanwhile, Robert gets into Munich, and Brad gets into Naples again. So Brad's got better idea of when's the right time to move into these things than I do. So good on Brad. And Max sneaks in a Western Med. So if Max gets to live on one here, that fleet will be quite annoying to deal with behind the line. And it looks like that will be the case as Venice does move Tuscany to Piedmont, does support Tuscany to Piedmont. So we might have some sort of arrangement here to now make it an Eastern quad against Peter and Karthik. All
right. Adam, talk us through the fall.
Peter makes the North Sea. Good for him. Loses Liverpool. Unfortunate for him. But that's net against Kayla, so I think it's going to be fine for him because he's getting the positioning. And yeah, Karthik stays on side with him, so surprise for me. It doesn't look like Randy makes headway this turn.
Gets run back.
Karthik will be pulling a unit, but he does get run back.
Brad's such a nice guy. Remind me, if I'm ever in the same tournament as Brad and he's on my board, remind me I want to be Brad's ally.
I was on the top board with him at a World Diplomacy Championship, and Brad's opening I was Italy, he was Turkey, and his opening negotiation to me was, Adam, I'm happy for you to win the top board. You can do whatever you want. And I so didn't believe him that I went and arranged an attack against him. And afterwards, he was like, Adam, what are you doing? Like, I legitimately didn't care about the outcome of that board. And I've been kicking myself for the last 15 years. But, like, legitimately, I think Brad, he's generally jovial. He's happy. He's good to sit on a board with. People enjoy. Mm-hmm. And so he gets these good results because he just kind of like walks in unaggressively into all of these situations. And he's proving to be a good ally, right? I mean, he's working with the Janissary that they found to make sure that Western Med is useful. He's given Romania back to Randy at the right time. It's, he's a great person to sit next to. He's wonderful to play with.
Yeah, no, fully agree on all those.
Randy gets another R fleet on the board. I mean, it totally negotiated. I'm sure that they're going to be having conversations about destroying Romania next turn.
Yeah, 100%. That's got to be what's happening there. So that Northern Fleet build that Adam just pointed out, we've got another army in Austria and a couple of army disbands in the middle from Germany and Italy.
Yeah.
I'll let you continue, Adam, with the spring.
Looks like Max might have changed his tune here, supporting Tyrrhenian Sea into Tunis instead of supporting Ionian into Tunis. So it'll be interesting to see how those pieces work together. He might have been a little bit mad about the loss of Rome, and it looks like the AT is coordinated to take Naples. So looks like he'll be sticking around here for one more season. In terms of the East, it looks like no other movement in the Rat. Randy gets that fleet up and moves to Skagerrak. So, it'll be interesting because it's now, 2 French fleets, 2 German fleets versus 4 Russian fleets. So it's still pretty much parity up there. I like this move by Randy that's being done here, in which he is able to go into Skagerrak by convoying Prussia into Sweden to make sure that it's full court press on Denmark. For the fall,
and allows 2 strength on North Sea. So, and whilst English Channel's moving to Irish, makes North Sea takeable and has to have serious conversations with Carthage about what should be defended and what shouldn't be.
Well, I mean, Kayla's still in a position to cut. Well, not anymore because I guess Edinburgh's empty. But it's because English Channel had to go to Irish that it's not in a position to support North Sea hold, which is a real issue for Peter. I wonder whether or not he could have just let Kayla stay on 1 and hold North Sea, whether that would have been better for him.
All right. Well, let's find out. And Darcy, I'll give it to you.
So Peter gets Paris, gets an Austrian in Burgundy threatening Paris now. As Randy backfills Munich, gets into Denmark, and the Rat stays in Naples. So the Rat is going up 2 centers here, whilst Peter is also going up 2 centers here. So this is looking like it'll be a good battle towards the back half of this game. Randy with a little bit of a conservative order set in reference to the north, but it doesn't seem to matter in the end. And I guess this is the end of Max and Kayla's game. Thank you for playing.
Yeah. Max, this was a situation, I guess, where Robert decided on the RAT early. If you didn't precipitate that, well played and good job. If you did, maybe take a look back at those spring 1901 negotiations and figure out what you could have done to avoid Albania to Adriatic in the future. Kayla, I think good game. Peter opened up against you in 1901. An unfortunate situation that, again, look at those spring 1901 negotiations and figure out what created that set of moves, because I don't think Peter sat down next to Carthage and was like, I'm going to go aggressive in the other direction and myself up here.
Nobody does that when they're seated next to Carthage.
Yeah. So like but I think the moves were good. I think, well played otherwise. And look forward to seeing both of you play some more boards. I think the thing that's really unfortunate here is that Peter's being forced to build 2 armies. I think he's really short fleets, particularly in the south. He desperately needed to be building another fleet here, but because of that army in Burgundy, he did not have a choice. He had to build.
Yeah,
Agreed.
this looks like Randy's eventually gonna be able to force his way to the top here.
And Robert and Brad are going to force their way into the Med. I mean,
yeah, and it looks a lot like this rat's just going to roll through this game and just grind Peter's position. So
and to be clear, Robert and Brad are happy with this outcome, right? So
yeah. That's
like they're
This would be. I feel for Peter when there's a game where there's an unblockable alliance on the other side of the board, and you've got yourself to a good position, but it's just going to be slowly ground.
A different player in Turkey has a very good stab on Robert Roos here.
But with these two, it's not going to happen.
It seems unlikely that Brad will. But a 2-center stab on Robert turns into a 2-center or 3-center stab on Randy. I mean, what Russia gets away with 5 northern fleets on a 10-center position?
I was going to say, how many northern St. Pete fleet builds have we seen? It's insane.
I mean, it's amazing. It's awesome. And I love it. Yeah.
It's game. Wow. That is exceptionally kind of Randy.
That is a kind gift, Randy.
Wow.
Oh my!
I mean,
I was just
my theory on this one is that his neighbors in the south told him, "Hey, we want to go drink beer. Please let us out of this game."
Yeah, Randy almost won Dixie this year and missed out by a hair. And then over here in this one, surely, if I've already lost the tournament like you lost Dixie at the very end there, I'm not doing this. I'm not being this kind.
The problem that Randy has here is that the only person who wants to keep playing is Randy. Everyone else wants this game to end. And Robert and Brad, his growth is based on Robert and Brad's kindness.
Yeah.
If they turn around or change their mind about his growth, then
that's true. I mean, I'd probably do the same thing if that's the vibe of the board, but doesn't.
I would have secretly voted down the draw. Actually, I would have secretly voted down and tried to blame Karthik because he's well known for doing that. Karthik must have voted it down. We have to play another game here to kill Karthik, and then I'm picking up 2 while Robert and Brad are moving forward.
Yeah. No, that genuinely shocked me. I was just trying to move us along in the commentary, and there we go.
Maybe Randy wanted to go drink beer. I mean, he likes.
That's not beyond, but as Darcy said, with the Dixie results, and as someone who has narrowly beat out Randy in a tournament where he came second to me once, not that I like to talk about that. He knows how much every little point can matter. And so if he felt like he had more to get from this, it could be disappointing if at the end, this is the one that mattered.
I really enjoyed watching Randy play this board, though. I mean, he must have had a lot of fun with those 5 northern fleets.
That's a delightful position to be in. So I think we'll move back to board 3, which I accidentally skipped over earlier. Darcy, I'm going to give you one more break. Adam, I think we've got you for just a little bit longer, so I'll keep you on for one more.
Yes, my last board. So we'll do one more, and then
me and Patrick take the remaining.
And then it's just the 3 of us for the rest of the night. All right. Well, I'm going to add Patrick back to the stage. Hopefully he's ready for the limelight.
Randy, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna rant. I'm sorry, Randy. Come on. What? One center? You don't. The worst Austria and Turkey can do to you if you go one more year is take Romania, and then you get Kiel guaranteed, and then it's fine. And that's fine. If you get ahead of France here, it's a 7-point swing. That's a lot when your score is 23 points. Otherwise, like 23 or 30, that's a huge difference. Just one more year, Randy. One more. 5 northern fleets. Do a lot with them, please.
I knew this was coming because I could see Patrick's face in the background when the game over appeared, and just the you froze, Patrick, just with this
Look, I think the situation is, Patrick, you are totally right. But the problem is that the people on this board don't have that thirst for the win, right? It's not there.
Randy, he's a great guy. Sometimes that is his greatest weakness. Sometimes. Also, I remembered I have actual.
I think it was his allies who were probably pressuring.
Maybe.
All right, we're gonna say goodbye to Darcy and get moving because we got a lot of games to get through. So what we got up next is board 3, again with some familiar names. I'll read them out. We've got Doc Binder in Austria, Travis Conrad in England, Eddie Bresson in France, Brian Ecton in Germany, Liam Bennett in Italy, Robert Davis in Russia, and Jason Bennett, no relation to Liam Bennett that I'm aware of, in Turkey.
Wow.
Patrick.
Wow. Okay, first of all, Eddie Bresson is a Bay Area Diplomacy Association member. He's also the longest running member of the hobby, so he is the best person on this board, just without doubt, objectively. But also, Doc Bender, another old time player, he's won a World DevCon, so he's okay too, I guess. So that's going to be a fun pair. Brian Ecton, a big DixieCon regular, I met him there. He is one of a kind, as David Hood said. Liam Bennett, also a great player. Monahan's grandson, just a riot to be around, popular with everybody unanimously. And Jason's not related, but very pretty fun in his own right. He can be pretty understated, but if you get to know him, he's actually great.
Do we know anything about Travis or Robert?
I am not familiar with either.
Well, Robert's been to at least one other event because he has a DBNI ranking.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm guessing Travis is a local player, so it'll be interesting to see how that works out. I will say the one interesting thing I see coming into this board is that Eddie and Brian are about as polar opposites in the West as could possibly be. And Travis, if he's newer to the hobby or local, Eddie will immediately try and work with him. But Brian is a bit of a newbie whisperer, so it'll be really interesting to see how that Western situation works out. Really looking forward to watching that.
All right. Well, speaking of, let's get right into it. Patrick, why don't you start us off with Spring 01?
This is going to be brilliant. Okay, France into English Channel. Speaking of things that I love, oh, Eddie, how you read my mind sometimes. That's just so fun. And Russia Open North, I wouldn't be surprised if Eddie had something to do with that. We also see another DMZ in Galicia. Is that 3 in 4 games that we've seen so far? That's a trend. I really like that. We also see a bounce in Trieste between Doc and Liam, which could be totally arranged. Austria can do that sometimes when they have the DMZ. And pretty standard moves from Jason. Smyrna to Ank lets him retain the option to move over to Con in the fall. And pretty standard stuff from England and Germany.
All righty. And Adam, talk us through the fall.
Yeah. So we see the continuation of a sea line here. English Channel supports Denmark to the north, which is a pretty big deal. And Robert Davis goes St. Petersburg to Finland to open up St. Pete for Northern build. Unique? Well, no, but aggressive, yes. Totally changes what I thought was going to happen in the West, which was an Eddie Brian at each other's throats situation. But instead, what we see is very, very much the opposite.
Polar opposites, he said.
Yeah, but here they are working together. I got to say, I'm confused why Eddie held in Spain instead of walking to Portugal. I don't see any universe where taking that one is better than the other one. But, Eddie's a smart guy. He's got a plan. I like Jason Bennett's moves. He's a very safe player. And so this move to Syria and Black is, I think, just him saying, look, I'm playing defensively. Let's see how this board is shaking out. Let's see where things are going. Be really interesting to see how this significant anti-English sentiment by France, Germany, and Russia warps the play in the East, and how the other players respond.
This moveset makes Jason's build choice completely ambiguous as well, because all 3 centers are open, which is a little rare for Turkey in 01, so that's nice.
I bet he builds a Southern Fleet because he's a bit of a by-the-book player, but that's just a guess that I'm making. There it is.
All right. Let's talk about those builds then.
Eddie Bresson, 2 fleets. What did Travis do to you, man?
That's why he didn't go to Portugal.
Again, like the last game, like when the Italian player said something to Robert Roos that just set everything into motion. What did you say to Eddie here, Travis?
My goodness. Robert Davis also with another Northern fleet build. Is this the 4th game in a row where we're seeing more Russian fleets in the north? I love it.
Yep.
I mean, keep it coming.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right. Speaking of, Adam, Spring 02, talk us through it.
So the first thing that I notice is that Kiel goes to the Baltic, North gets dislodged, and retreats to Helgoland, not to Norwegian, which is what I would have expected this continuation to look like. Wondering whether or not Brian has some alternative plan up his sleeve now that Eddie is sort of pot committed against Travis with the massive numbers of fleets and his army off in Portugal. So that would be a pretty Brian Acton thing to do, to get someone else to fight and then reverse and take something off of Robert, particularly because Robert's going to pick up Norway. So, does Travis become his friend now? We'll see. Liam, unfortunately, getting bounced in the Aegean. It looks like there was a play for everybody pile on Jason Bennett, but well, now take that back. Everybody but Robert piling. So it's an AI maybe versus an RT down there. Interesting to see what is happening, but no movement ultimately because supports in Bulgaria and bounce in the Aegean.
Yeah, this looks like maybe Russia promised Austria support into Bull and didn't go through on it. If there's one thing I learned about Brian Acton at DixieCon, it is that Brian always has his own plan, and even if you're a Zella, you might not like that plan. So we'll see.
But if you could see that this, if he was really committed to killing Travis, the retreat would be to Norwegian, and then Kiel would have gone to Helgoland. But he didn't do it.
Absolutely right.
All right. Only other thing I'll call out real quick is Liam Bennett's move from Tunis to Clyde, a nod to the Denver Hobbies obsession with Clyde. It's a whole thing. They have awards around it at Armada. Don't ask me, ask Liam or Manus or... All right, so let's get back to fall. Patrick, I believe you're the lead on this one.
All right. Well, as it turns out, this was actually a secret EG the entire time. I'm calling it right now, as Norway conveniently cuts Skagerrak, which allows Germany to take Sweden, guaranteed, and France tries to support Helgoland into North Sea, but England cuts the support into it, which makes me wonder if there was maybe a bit of a slight minor leak of moves, or just good guesswork on Travis's part. That is also possible. Meanwhile, in the east, we see Austria lining up on Venice, so Docs decided, you know what, maybe AI versus RT isn't so good for me. Maybe I'm just waiting for Italy to stab me eventually, so I'd rather stab him first, and I'm going to go to Tyrolia. He probably won't like that Russia's going into Galicia with support while he's doing that, but that is what he's chosen to do, so perhaps he has some kind of deal with Turkey. It does help that Turkey's in Black Sea, so this can very easily pivot to an AT position as well. But yeah, things are staying very fluid in the east, which I think is good for us in terms of viewing quality.
I think very fluid is an interesting way of saying everyone's lying to each other, right? Because last season it looked like it looked like Robert lied to Doc about the move to Bulgaria. This season it looks like Jason lied to Liam about a move to Greece, because that seemed like the only way that Ionian to Greece was going to work. So if there's a lot of lying, and it looks like Robert lied to Doc about a move to Galicia, so two seasons of Russia lying to Austria, at least one season of Turkey lying to Italy, and Italy Austria fighting. To me, it looks like a slow RT with a lot of AI getting played here.
Either way, it feels like Jason has been the least offensive to everybody so far. So the difference between AT and RT may be his preference.
That is Jason's MO, is to be the least offensive person around. It's how he likes to play, right? I'm going to slowly play, particularly in a power like Turkey. I think that's what he does, right? I'm the least offensive. No one had an aggressive opportunity against me because I played defensively. Now everyone else is fighting and pissed at each other, and I'm going to come and take advantage. And it works for him.
Yeah. Don't mind me. I've just been here the whole time, sitting in my corner.
Meanwhile, Brian, playing games, picks up Sweden and is, still hedging his bets with this.
Oh, he's not hedging anymore. He's convoying to Livonia.
Well, but he's not committing to Travis and leaving Eddie to fight him alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Patrick, I'll let you take us through spring of 03.
Right. So the headline, as I said, is the German convoy to Livonia. So it looks like Robert is going to be in for some more trouble here. And he's not really making any progress on the south or the north at the moment. Maybe he'll take Norway. That is possible. But if he doesn't, he's going to be in for some serious hurt. It's a good thing Finland moved back to St. Pete, because otherwise, oh boy, that is a game-ending move if he didn't do that. Elsewhere in the West, we have France convoying to Wales. Sadly, Travis got the guess wrong about whether Now was going to go to Liverpool or whether there was going to be a convoy to Wales. So he ends up letting a French army onto the mainland, which is usually the sign of a death knell. But he can still cover all of his centers here with a correct guess. So we'll see how that affects things in the West next turn. And in the East, we have Austria taking the guarantee on Venice. Italy, interestingly, chooses to convoy to Albania instead of Apulia, going on the offensive. Maybe just hoping to cut a support on Serbia so that RT can break Doc's position apart a little easier. We'll have to see, again, how that ends out in the fall.
All right. And speaking of the fall, Adam, what do you see?
Yeah, I see RT taking Budapest, and, they could have worked to support Albania to Greece, but decided they didn't want to. They had enough pieces to do it, but didn't want to. Robert takes Norway from Barents. And interestingly enough, risks both Moscow and Warsaw, but Ekton probably, there is no way that any of this was arranged, right? Ekton kicking himself that he did not walk into one of those dots. Meanwhile, Eddie picks up Liverpool, so he's the one who's growing, probably also not making Brian very happy because he thought he was making the tempo play here. However, Travis is pulling. He's going to be going down 2. And Brian not picking up anything here. I think he's been playing some games and is now losing the tempo. Although his position's still pretty good.
Yeah, I will say that taking of Romania by Turkey didn't look super arranged. They just tried to support Italy into Greece, which doesn't make sense for a pure RT, where Austria is already weakening Italy. And Seb was trying to backfill Rome. So I wonder, is he going to suddenly pivot to an IT here, where it's conveniently a capital T, because Italy has to get a home center back before he actually grows?
Maybe. The build is also ambiguous choice.
I don't think that's ambiguous. I think if you see Army Ankara here as Russia, you're saying, okay, buddy, okay, we're kind of at war now. Because you want to see an Army Khan, right? Or a Fleet Smyrna. Something that can't immediately go to Armenia without any drawback.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see what that does. And speaking of going to Armenia, Adam, why don't you take us off for spring?
In Armenia, but vacating black. Vacating Romania to Serbia. It's an interesting. Again, I think that the story of the East in this game has been these players have been lying to each other nonstop. My guess is that there is just intense negotiation and nobody on the same page. Was Rum to Serbia arranged? Probably not. Aegean finally does support Ionian into Greece. That's a nuts situation. Robert goes crazy on the offensive, Bohemia and Silesia, while losing St. Petersburg. I'm pretty sure he can't defend Moscow here either, right? Because it's going to be Army Livonia, Army St. Petersburg, and only one unit there to defend. So that's going to be pretty bad for him. I think there's a series of also really interesting moves. Eddie Birsan, classic Eddie Birsan maneuver, goes to a guy he's been attacking all game. I opened against you, channel 1901. Hey, man, why don't you Janissary for me? We'll find you something interesting to do. And let's take a look north to Skagerrak, London to the north. And Eddie just walks into a bunch of stuff. I don't know how you do it, Eddie. I love you, man. But, holy hell, Travis just, is going to – and here's the thing about Eddie. He's going to leave that kid alive, right? 100%. Maybe he'll take off one this year. But, he's going to work with him, and he's going to make sure he has a fun time. So, maybe it's good. Interesting set of moves. But what I see here is that despite the fact that Eddie is topping this board, everyone is moving away from him. There's continual chaos in the East, and even Brian is engaged in this Eastern chaos now. And so he's going to be slowly growing, gaining better position over the next 3 game years, and I don't see anything that's really going to substantively change that.
Listen, Adam, the only thing Eddie Birsan ever cares about is making sure the people on his board have fun. And it just so happens that England's best way to have fun is to go and take a dot in Scandinavia that he can actually keep.
You joke, but I actually think that if you talked to Eddie and said to him, which would you prefer, a win or everybody on the board having fun? I actually think he would say everyone on the board having fun.
And he would genuinely mean it.
Yeah, I'm serious. That
Yeah.
is real.
Okay, I want to make sure for our viewers at home that there is no sarcasm in this conversation. Now,
Yeah.
Eddie does win his fair share of games, and he is one of the best diplomacy players in the world. But he often does
hands
it,
down.
you know, he does it in a way that is like, you know, people want to concede to him, and in this way, people are going to take the pressure off, and he's probably going to top this board as a result.
Well, and I've had many a conversation with Eddie wherein I've, you know, would he rather solo a board, or would he rather have like the whole board concede to him? And in Eddie's mind, genuinely having everyone concede to him is a bigger win in the game of diplomacy than actually winning it with 18.
There is
So
a
he wins through
game,
diplomacy,
a legendary game called the Immaculate Concession, and Siobhan will know about this.
Yep.
Where Eddie, I believe, got up to something like 14 centers by the end of 1904, 5, something like that.
1904.
1904, yeah. And they already conceded a solo to him. And I don't think that's going to happen here, but what country was he playing when he got that solo? France. So he knows how to play this, and he knows how to maximize this.
I think just to bring it back to this position as we look at the board in 1904, who is pressuring Eddie and who is in a position to pressure Eddie in the future? The only piece that's moving towards him is Fleet Norwegian. And this is from the guy who's going to lose 2 of his home centers and is directly on the other side of the board for him, right? So you think about the shift of the pieces, you know, oh man.
Continue on, Adam.
I was going to say, Eddie tries to, no, he doesn't even try to vacate. He self-bounces in North Sea. Man, Travis, what did you do to piss him off? I don't know. It looks like though there's a standoff in Norway that creates a situation where he doesn't get the space. Instead of going for, Travis could have gone for Denmark, I think would have been the safer maneuver, or maybe ask Eddie for support to Holland. Also would have been a pretty good one. I don't know what happened here, because I'm honestly surprised that Eddie did not keep Travis alive. I'm surprised, but he also now south with his fleets. He's got an army into Piedmont. He's just going to continue to grow. Robert's position's in shambles with 2 of his home centers lost. Meanwhile, Brian Ecton loses Berlin. You know, it's not a good situation for him either.
I mean, I'm sure Eddie meant to keep Travis alive, but this is just a mistake from Travis, right? Like, there is no opportunity cost for Germany to do what they did here with Sweden and Finland, to take a crack at Norway. Like, Kiel is always going to defend one of Munich or Berlin, right? Because if he loses both of those to Russia, then Brian has basically gained nothing from taking St. Pete and Moscow, and they're just
which means that the support attack on Denmark was guaranteed.
Yeah, so you can support in Denmark. Yeah, Kiel's going to do something else, and it's unfortunate that it has to end his game, but GG, Travis, you had the right idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, thank you very much, Travis. Kind of like the last game we covered, what did you say to Eddie to make him so angry so that I can never do that?
Yeah, please tell me, because
yeah.
Okay, so we didn't talk about the East a lot. Liam builds,
sorry,
which I think was important. And
Doc is gone though.
Doc pulled his fleet, which I think also makes this fleet build a little weird. Well, I guess not, because I guess Eddie's coming south, and Liam is way out of position to defend against that.
Yeah, if Austria and Italy collaborate here, then they can form a line, but not one that includes Tunis. That's done. So really the question here is, in terms of Eddie's solo chances in the next 5 years, how quickly can Brian mount a good defense? And with only 2 fleets, I think it's going to be difficult to keep everything he has now, especially if Russia's still angry, but it's not impossible. I don't think Eddie's likely to get 18 here, but I think he's likely to get a really nice number, 12, 13, something like that.
Eddie isn't looking for 18. Yeah. Eddie's looking for people to agree to from the board top. I think Jason and Brian know that, and I think that they are going to go and collect dots and not be filling in a stalemate line here.
Even if I knew that, I still wouldn't do what Brian's doing here. Oh my gosh. I mean, finishing off Russia does make sense in a vacuum, because you've kind of committed to that with your actions from the last few years. That does make sense, but you can't just let him walk into Ruhr and Burgundy and not just leave nothing next to North Sea, but leave nothing next to the centers next to North Sea.
No, I don't actually think that is so dangerous, right? Because Belgium and Burgundy are going to cover so that Munich is going to be destroyed. And so Robert is going to be down to only Sèvres and Rum at the end of this year.
But why do you need to be in Bothnia? Why can't that fleet just stake your claim to Norway? Because that is your center. You cannot let France have that center, even if he says he's not going to take it.
Eddie asked so nicely.
That's true.
Not with his moves, he didn't.
But also, I mean, in this situation, what's going to happen is St. Petersburg is going to go to Norway, and Bothnia is going to cover St. Pete if it was needed to, which it isn't actually needed to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So speaking of, St. Pete does go to Norway.
And those French armies are here to help for now, but Eddie will ask very nicely for Holland later for payment for that particular maneuver. Munich is retaken. Warsaw is taken for the first time, amazingly, by Brian. So he is building three actually with Norway, but he'll only get to put down one, and presumably the game will either draw or he will lose more centers before he gets to put those down. Although Eddie is moving even further away from him, even though he doesn't really need those fleets in the south. So just kindness of his heart. And then Turkey takes Budapest, so Doc's position continues to slowly deteriorate. I think he'll probably survive this game, but on one or two. Trieste does not seem like it's going to fall here, unless Liam decides to completely give up on the attack by disbanding Albania or something. But even then, Turkey can still help him.
To be clear, that Constantinople move is to Bulgaria East Coast, which I think is going to be super relevant to what 1906 is going to look like.
All right. So builds, Brian Ecton in Germany up 3, only able to build 1 with an army in Kiel. Eddie plops down another southern fleet because clearly that was necessary. We've got a disband of an army for the Italian and fleet Smyrna. Any surprises?
I mean, there was going to be the question of what Liam was going to do here. Like, is he just going to try and form a line with Doc to keep his homeland, or is he going to just kind of let France go through the boot because he sees it as inevitable, or because because Eddie just likes him, or Eddie just likes those dots? And he's decided to keep on against Doc. So, no, he hasn't. He's gone to Greece.
Ooh.
So Liam chose the worst of both
continue.
worlds. Liam chose the worst of both worlds here by covering Greece instead of going for Trieste. So Vienna could fall here, or this could just be, again, some line forming between R, A, and T. We will have to see. Either way, Germany gets into Ukraine. Eddie vacates Ruhr, so he really is the nicest diplomacy player ever, and you should work with him in all of your games if you ever get to meet him. Which we already knew, but we're reinforcing it, so that's nice. And no Turkish fleet in Black Sea. Nothing backfilling rum at all, so that might be a little awkward to cover in the fall from that aforementioned Ukrainian unit.
Yeah, I'm wondering here, because Brian is looking at the dot count, right? Going from 7 to 10 last year, and he's asking, how do I top this board? Right? You have to know that that's going through Brian's head right now. And he's trying to figure out, am I rushing east to get gains faster than Eddie, or am I stabbing Eddie? And if so, what does that look like, and how do I make it work? And I'm looking at these pieces and trying to think through Brian's moveset that does one or the other. It's hard to see how he grows faster than Eddie does, and it's hard to see how he makes that stab happen. But you know that something is going to turn in the next year or two to make at least a try happen.
All right. Well, here's our position ahead of fall. And Adam, why don't you continue on? Tell me what you see.
I see Eddie going up in Naples. Good for him. And gaining continued position in Piedmont and Tyrrhenian Sea. So he's continuing to move forward. Where Brian Ecton is shuffling some armies around to fill some gaps, but isn't growing and isn't maneuvering to grow. He'll be building 2 because he was playing down, but it'll be 2 pretty far away from the action. I don't see a lot else happening here other than Eastern cooperation trying to hold everything. It's not going to last forever.
Yep. Speaking of, both France and Germany get to build 2. France because they picked up 2 dots, Germany because they had 2 in pocket. Both plop down 2 armies, and then Liam in Italy pulls off 2 fleets in Apulia and Greece.
Just for the count now, it's 5 French fleets in the Mediterranean against 3 allied Italian Turkish fleets. That is not enough to make it work once they are able to slide 1 more fleet onto the Ionian. It's not super clear how they're going to get 1 more fleet onto the Ionian because
they'll go to Apulia because the only thing that can
you need to get Tuscany into Rome so that you can support the move to Apulia. That's the problem.
Convoy swap.
Yeah. So let's see what they do. And speaking of, Patrick, take us away.
Or they could just try to go there directly and get outguessed and bounced. Unfortunate. Meanwhile, Galicia gets blown up by the Germans, so Turkey moves up to Rum to try and cover that spot. But is that impacting their defense of anything? Not really directly. Yeah, they can still cover everything and fall in that on that front with Brian. But it is unfortunate that Robert will have to be going down to 1 here. Meanwhile, anything else happening? Not really. A lot of stuff holding in the north. But Austria does keep Germany out of Tyrolia, which should put off their demise for a little bit longer.
Yep. And we are coming up on our 1909 deadline after another couple of years. So let's see how that impacts what's going on. Adam.
Eddie makes the Ionian after a series, I guess, of guesses about how this was going to be defended, which is maybe significant, but only with 4 moves left. It's unclear how significant it will be. If this was a time-unlimited game, it'd be a little bit different. Germany makes it into Tyrolia, which again, I think is going to change some center counts around Vienna or Venice or things like that. The reality is that the East is just short units. Turkey does take Romania and moves to the black, so they'll be growing. My guess is that we're going to see a fleet here. But nothing too interesting changes diplomatically, which is always really what I'm looking for, as players don't really do anything. I will say, I was talking about earlier about how Brian Ecton is going to be looking for a move. Baltic to Kiel, I think, is going to be part of that if he is looking to turn on Eddie. But Eddie's got a lot of units back there. I don't really see where his stab is.
I think he just wants to make sure he can cover Holland in the event of the worst.
Maybe, but Eddie's not a stabbing kind of player. He's up 2. Eddie's not stabbing him.
Yeah. So you called it just a second ago, Adam. Fleet Smyrna. That's the only change on the board in the winter. So we'll move right along to the spring. Patrick, what do you see?
Yep, and I was about to mention that all of Doc's centers are now unholdable because they have Tyrolia there to cut Trieste, or just put into Venice directly. That also works too. So they move. They continue to move forward that way. I wonder if Eddie's target is to just try and get Brian up to 12 here, because this movement also guarantees Vienna in the fall. Now that you have a cut on Trieste and then Bohemia, Tyrolia, Galicia. Not much other movement because they know things around Rome and Sev are much more locked up. And Turkey self-bounces in Greece, which may be slightly exploitable. He was risking an unwanted support there, but now he has Smyrna and Eastern Med, which can tap Ionian to cut any unwanted supports. So that will help keep Liam alive, I think, until the end of the game.
Alrighty. Adam, what do you see in the fall?
Or not.
As predicted. As predicted. Yeah, I mean, but this is like kind of Jason Bennett's MO, right? Which is, I'm working with you, and oops, now I got 2 more dots. It's 1 year before the game end, and he picks up 7 and Greece, and he's sort of happy to do it. I think that's how Jason, is working. He's like, there's no risk in a solo here. It's going to be fine. As predicted, Ecton goes up with Vienna, so he's +2 this year. I don't see a ton else that is super interesting. It's just going to sort of be a question of where these final dot counts will be in the last game year.
Yeah.
All right.
Eddie's rotating fleets in the south, which is interesting, but only mildly.
I think keeping Doc on 2 here was arranged, but that move from Serbia to Greece makes me wonder if there was a last-second change where, I'll have you plug the hole in Greece so you don't have to take one of my centers. But then Jason decides, I'm going to take Greece instead myself. But doesn't really matter.
I think the issue here is that Budapest and Romania are now in danger, right? Trieste is in danger.
Trieste is gone.
Yeah.
All right. And speaking of Trieste is gone, it is game over.
We call it.
Thoughts, comments, reactions?
I mean, that's fair enough. Brian only got into such an amazing position here alongside Eddie because Eddie was that nice to him. So presumably he was going to agree to draw whenever Eddie really wanted to. And there's not really an easy way to even things out here with the centers that are still on the table, right? Because Brian still has access to potentially Trieste and Budapest. He doesn't have a guarantee on 2 though. So should Eddie take Venice, or do they just want to stay even on 12 and make sure they both get the same out of the game? So this makes a lot of sense. This was a really, really well run FG. Eddie showed a lot of restraint, as he tends to do. His old and wise head prevails once again, but Brian was along for the ride, and he was very savvy as well.
All right. Adam, any last thoughts on this board?
Yeah, I think Brian was really rewarded for his aggression on this game. I think it was a good study in how trying to get tempo and move aggressively against someone can really work out. And even to the detriment of sacrificing home centers at some point, knowing that you were going to come out in the long run. I think looking at those early mid-game moves by Brian is a real good study in understanding board dynamics. And I think also understanding the players that you're working with. I really want to know what happened to create Eddie's opening to the channel. It's very much an Eddie-like move, and I'm curious to know what the story behind it was, and why that occurred. Yeah, and also like this is again another one of those situations where the other observation I have from this board is. If you find yourself in a situation where the other side of the board is resolving itself quickly in 1903, and you're in the East or the West, and the other side is figuring it out, and you are not, right? This is what's going to happen. The board leaders are not going to be you. And so you need to figure out how to talk to the people next to you to change that situation, because the East was just such a mess for so long that, that it was impossible for them to compete. Because they just couldn't get on the same pages at all.
Yeah, and it's an important point that you brought up there, Adam, about Brian sort of knowing his players, right? Because there are plenty of French players who, if you just attack Russia that early and leave all of England to them, that's borderline self-sabotage. But again, he knows Eddie, he knows his how he prefers to run a game, and he took advantage of it to get his best result, which is an important part of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, on that note, I think we bid goodnight to Adam Siegel and say thank you very much.
Thanks for having me. Really fun being here. Hope everyone has a good rest of the stream.
All right, Adam. We'll see you again soon.
Thanks, Adam. It was a pleasure.
And with that, we bring back Darcy. So the three of us are going to run through the rest of this tournament. We got one board left in round one. I'm going to jump right into the player list. So let me get that
just
up for you.
one last
Yeah,
thought on that game. I think it's with Eddie, so I don't think Eddie's actually going for the tournament win, but I think that's a really good example for in that scoring system how there's actually not really a need to stab an ally if you can break the East-West 18 center line. Because I think they're going into the second round, withstanding this game that we're about to see, as the leaders of the tournament on 25 points. So if you can go through as leader of the tournament on a tied board top, like you just run that alliance 2 more times, people know that you're a trustworthy ally. You have a chance at winning this tournament.
Yep. Although it is worth noting, if Randy took Keel there and got that lone top, he'd be ahead of both by quite a bit. Just banging that drum one more time.
I mean, Randy, there's a lesson to be learned here.
No, because if you share the top, actually, you get the 14 plus the 12, and then you divide that by 2. So it's actually only a 1 point gain or loss, right? So
ties split the rank points.
Yeah. So it's you split the 26 points between the 2 people that tied the board top, which means you get 13 points for the shared top instead of 14.
Instead of 14 for a board top.
It's actually only a 1 point swing, because I was looking at that for this game when they shifted to Eddie being on top and then Eddie tying, and it was only a 1 point difference. So
okay. That's brand new scoring systems for you folks. Got to learn them on the fly.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if that comes into play for our last game of round one. And I've only just started to pay attention to the board names. Apparently, they're all characters from The Wire, which is a show I've never watched, which is why
great show.
I was just so on that note, in Austria we have Michael Galler, in England Paul Conca, France Todd Craig, Germany L. Doer, and again, if I'm butchering any names, I apologize. Italy Keith Wurstel, Russia Adam Haley, and Turkey Jason Massbaum. Only a couple of these are very familiar to me, but Darcy, Can you talk us through what you know?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a locals board with 3 locals on it. And then we have, I mean, Keith and Jason have been around for a bit. I've played with both of them. And Elle is one of the people that I shouted out at the beginning. Elle gets a nice board draw here. No real sharks on this board outside of maybe Jason. But yeah.
Jason's well insulated from her, though, so that's good.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm just going to jump right into the game. And Patrick, let's start with you. Spring of 1901.
Oh, look, another DMZ in Galicia. Talk about a trend. Wow, it's getting stronger and stronger. That's 4 out of 5 games, but also something I absolutely love to occasionally bang on about, especially in Gunboat, but also here. Germany goes to Tyrolia, just straight in there, just to cause some havoc. Lovely, lovely jumping. And then France jumping straight into Channel and Picardy, so this seems like a very trusting and hard and fast FG right off the bat. And Russia opens north again, so goodness me, I would not want to draw England in this meta right now, in this tournament. And then Turkey seemingly misorders a bounce in Black Sea. I would assume that is a misorder because Ankh to Smyrna is not a valid move with the fleet. So Jason Massbaum, former diplomat of the year, but again, just goes to show, don't feel bad when you misorder because everyone does it occasionally.
All right. Well, with Jason Massbaum's misorder in the books, Darcy, what do you think about the fall?
Well, he gets into Black Sea and still gets 1 build, so Jason is not punished for his Spring 01 mistake. Elsewhere in the East, we have Elle perhaps being a little bit naughty and supporting Venice to Trieste. It looks a bit like it was worked out together with Keith, as Keith also moves up into Apulia into Venice. So early game IG. I mean, you don't normally see it, but it'll be interesting to see how that develops. Meanwhile, conservative approach by Todd as he takes Belgium, doesn't make a move on London or Wales or North Sea with Denmark. Denmark does decide to bounce Sweden here, and there is a convoy over of Eddie to Norway, suggesting that England is just going to trust that no one wishes them harm, and they will head north.
If I were Keith here, I would have convoyed to Tunis because it just gives you so much more plausible deniability in terms of this unwanted support from Germany. But I love it for him. I love it for him either way. What I'm not sure about is Germany bouncing Sweden in what appears to be an FG. That's pretty rare, but hey, maybe it's not actually an FG. That is entirely possible. The only real FG moves we've seen so far are from France, right? Tyrolia is a common thing for Germany's because when you don't attack France with your armies, you do other stuff with them, but it doesn't have to be. That army could go to Piedmont as well. So watch out for that little pivot that could happen.
Yeah, so I'm going to call out some interesting builds here. We've got Fleet London, Fleet Brest, so the French and the English building fleets opposite each other. Germany's builds, not surprising to me. We got double fleets from Keith in Italy, and then fleets flanking the Black Sea. We'll start with you, Darcy. What stands out to you?
I mean, I think the fleets in Black Sea, around Black Sea, is a little bit surprising. I'm not too mad about it if I'm Jason, especially if you have Austria on side. You can convoy that army over to Armenia while still keeping Black Sea, and then your position is really good if it's an AT. If it isn't an AT, however, and it's instead an air, then I'm pretty sure I would have rather just given up the Black Sea and made a different build in Smyrna. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah, Russia and Turkey overcommitting to fighting over Black, as important as Black is, it never ends well for either of them. So I just think this is going to be good for one of Austria or Italy. Even if they're fighting, it's still going to be good for one of them. We just don't know which yet.
All right. So speaking of, Patrick, talk us through it.
It's going to be good for Italy because Germany is still helping them a lot. It really is just a straight up IG. You don't really see this too much where they're really cooperating a lot in the early game, and France is giving them the space to do that. They're also giving England some space too, though. So I wonder, is this maybe secret Western triple vibes? I feel like Holland would move to Kiel if that was the case for a convoy, but Who knows? Either way, everyone is now moving east because the Western powers just don't see any benefit to fighting each other. Germany goes to Bohemia, which gives them the option on Vienna in the fall. France shuffles their fleets over into a potential med position, although they don't have to go there from here. And England walks straight into St. Petersburg because Russia is just that annoyed at Germany that they have to make sure they don't get Sweden, even though Germany will still get Sweden here if England so chooses. Beyond that, Jason convoys to Armenia, which is a clever little way to switch to a more offensive posture. Although you got to wonder, is taking a Russian center the best thing right now when there is a Western? Well, yeah, it is, because Russia's overcommitted to not building any armies. So Russia's not that useful anyway. This is the sort of Western triple defense where one alliance of 2 or 3 people will probably cut Russia out and just do what they can from there to make a line.
Yep. All right. And how does that pan out in the fall, Darcy?
So Sev and Rum are both blown up. However, it is only the fleet going into Sev, suggesting that there is some level of communication being given to Russia that Turkey is not going to go any further. You can defend what you want to defend. Meanwhile, we have Keith heading completely west, suggesting that the vibe is definitely Western Triple. However, he does give up Trieste to the Austrian in this situation, so he will be disbanding one. And is moving Ionian to Aegean, suggesting that there is about to be an attack, an AI attack on Turkey. Elsewhere in the west, we have St. Pete stays fallen, Sweden is taken, and it does look like France potentially has been cut out as Belgium is taken. We're yet to see. Potentially that's just England being... No, that has to be a stab. As England building 2 at this stage in a Western Triple is highly unlikely. So it looks like France is about to be put under a lot of pressure with both Italy and maybe an EG fighting them.
I got to say, massive kudos to both Turkey and Italy for recognizing that they kind of need to get off Austria here if there's going to be a big triple defense that they need to worry about. It didn't turn out... I don't think the turn really turned out the way they expected in that lens, but it's still really great deal making for them. It's just a shame that Michael covered up Budapest for that build that he was about to get. But either way, still much better position for Austria than a year ago, that's for sure.
Yeah. And well, speaking of builds, we got 2 fleets from the English, 2 armies from the German, which I think signals something pretty strong there, but I'll let you guys talk about that. And Jason Massbaum puts down a fleet in Smyrna. Patrick, any thoughts about the builds, disbands?
Russia keeping Skagerrak is going to be so annoying for the newly formed EG. I mean, they can cover it, but just taking the time to blow it up. It's going to take one of London or Belgium to blow it up if they...
They have a fleet in Barents Sea, which can just move back to Norway pretty easily.
They can move back, but then they don't blow it up until the fall, and that gives one of them time to think about maybe a pitch to go for a stab with that fleet. Yeah, it's a bit of a messy situation, but everything else is pretty as expected.
All right. Darcy, can you talk us through spring?
Barents does move back to Norway as the EG continues to push on France as they move into Irish Sea and English Channel as well as Ruhr. However, there looks to be some level of Italian-French cooperation here now as Western Med is allowed into Mid-Atlantic Ocean, I think. I mean, I'm assuming that's by agreement as some sort of defense against the EG. At the same time, Burgundy bounces Berlin out of Munich, so Burgundy is safe, and Piedmont moves up into Tyrolia to further give issue to this EG. Meanwhile, Jason looks like he is going to fully commit against... I'm going to assume this is against Italy. However, Austria doesn't want to play ball completely with this attack on Italy as they bounce Aegean. Jason does move an army into Sev here and moves up into Romania as Romania moves to Galicia. That is most likely going to be moving up into Ukraine. We will see. But it looks like Germany especially is under a lot of threat, at least in Vienna.
Keith really is the glue holding this board together right now. He's playing exactly how I like to play, really. Do goofy stuff at the start when you're able to, when you can afford to, work with Germany early game. That's fun and novel. But then now that the EG is such a massive threat, pivoting, boom, now you're indispensable. And this just looks like a, kind of an AIT deal to make sure that the big alliance on the other side of the board doesn't get out of hand. But I'm sure there'll be a stab soon. And oh look, Austria has been stabbed for Trieste. Oh my.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, apparently the IG is actually still on, and Italy just wanted to get involved in the West to make sure that England wasn't Germany's long-term BFF after all. And this is a really bad turn for England. They lose Belgium, not great. With French support, not great. They lose Norway, not great. To the Russians, who can also threaten St. Pete still, not great. And Italy is going to continue building in a way that it is not going to be anti-German, because they're committed against Austria. Not great. So overall, great turn for Italy, great turn for Germany, pretty solid turn for France as well. Actually, I like Todd's position all of a sudden, because getting that fleet out of Mao immediately is actually going to make him a non-Janissary. So 4 good solid contenders, because Jason's building as well. So wow, wonderful turn.
Yeah, so this is where that leaves us at the end of 1903 with Germany on 8, Turkey on 6, France and Italy on 5, England on 4, Austria and Russia on 3. But oof, that changes the board a lot. Darcy, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Elle's in a really, really nice position here. As long as she can walk the diplomatic tightrope. However, we do have, like was mentioned at the beginning of the game, Jason Massbaum in a really nice position in the east as well. And if Jason can get kicking off the ground any further, it might be hard to stop him. And yeah, I mean, Keith is in a decent position, but you have a fleet in Irish doing like nothing important to your game, only helping really France and Germany's game at this point. You need to fix that somehow. But yeah, I mean, I really like the German and Turkish positions here.
There's going to be an IT war here. There's 3 Turkish fleets on the board. Italy has both France and Germany in his pocket. So really, what needs to happen here is Austria. He needs to get Austria on side in order to win that war. And if he does that, then I think Jason's in a great position. But until then, it's a bit uncertain. Spring is inconclusive, as Austria is just shoring up their position, getting into Serbia, bouncing the backfill of Ionian by Keith. So not a whole lot of progress there for Italy, but they do make some indirect progress by helping France against England. As the convoy to Clyde goes through, Irish support holds now, I assume to prevent a dislodgement. Guarantees the convoy if it doesn't get bounced. And then England takes Norway back. That makes sense. But Russia, again, will be able to take St. Petersburg if they're so inclined. And Germany moves up to Skagerrak to threaten North Sea and Norway, which is just going to give them way, way more options there to keep up and maintain this board lead as best they can, especially with Italy not really having a clear dot they can take to keep up in the fall.
All right, speaking of the
they
fall,
have Liverpool. Never mind.
Darcy, talk us through it.
So yeah, Elle should have probably been asking about Burgundy moving back away from Germany in spring, and it turns out costly in fall as France takes Munich. However, France isn't going +2 as they're putting Italy into Liverpool. So Todd's just having a bit of fun there with Keith. This is a great turn for Keith as well, as he takes Budapest with German support. So Keith is friends with everyone, it seems, except Austria, as Jason takes Greece, takes Moscow. So Jason's really on the front foot in this game now. And it seems like Russia tried making friends with England last turn. England decided to take Norway instead. So now Russia's like, well, I've got nothing else to lose, so I may as well take St. Petersburg, which means that Adam isn't quite done with this game just yet. and we have England actually not having to disband as L makes the wrong guess over Norway and North Sea. So not the best turn for L. Does take Warsaw, however, so isn't disbanding.
I think this turn kind of kills anyone in the West's chance to top this board, to be honest. Jason and Keith are both growing massively. France and Germany are going to be fighting each other now. You know, like the fact that Todd chose to put Italy into Liverpool here instead of insisting on it himself, I feel like it shows that he's underestimating the strength of his position a bit and just sort of viewing himself as like sort of a junior partner to Keith. Because, you know, if you're genuinely just trying to help each other get as big as possible, Liverpool is not Italy's dot. Keith doesn't need that, especially if he's getting support into Budapest. And I assume, you know, Keith coordinated this in such a way that Germany didn't know about Liverpool, France didn't know about Budapest, which is smart. But still, like, you got to ask those questions, Todd, and stick up for yourself. You don't have to make a brand new enemy to just get a build.
All right. Builds and disbands on the board. We've got an army in Paris. England disbands Wales. Double army from Italy. Double army from the Turk. And some disbands in Ukraine and Galicia from the Austrian and the Russian, as well as the Barents Fleet up north. I'm just going to push us right on. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it feels like Jason is trying to finagle this into a position where the IT can still work, but Army Naples really shows that Keith is not especially interested in picking France as his next target instead. And sure enough, Serbia falls, Albania is convoyed to. He has Greece guaranteed if he wants it. Good position in Romania as well. I doubt El would care if he took Vienna here. So just more stuff going in Keith's direction at this point. And Turkey will get Warsaw, so that's going to help him keep up again. But gosh, yeah, I think Jason really should have built Fleet Smyrna here and just accepted what's happening here, because this was the last turn he had to prepare before Italy can directly threaten him, and now he will. Meanwhile, in the West, Germany does sneak into North Sea. That's quite nice. They also try to support Russia into Norway, but apparently Russia doesn't budge. So that there may be some Germany-Turkey cooperation in that case, since that would have given Turkey St. Pete as well. But that was not to be. England goes into Helgoland, but Germany doesn't have a free walk into anything, but they do have good play on Norway or maybe Eddie, depending on how they negotiate. So that's going to be interesting to see in the fall. There is a possibility maybe France supports them into Eddie in exchange for, you know, Germany gets Munich back, France gets Belgium, and they just sort of reset from there. Because again, that's a détente between France and Germany here is the only way either of them can possibly top.
Yep. All right, Darcy, what do you see in the fall?
We see Jason work some magic, as Jason doesn't only not lose Greece, but gains Serbia and Warsaw here. So Keith has, I think, made a terrible mistake here. Once you do the stab, you have to go through with it. This is now Jason's board to lose. Meanwhile, L's juggling of everyone seemingly fighting her now doesn't pay off in Holland, but does pay off in Belgium, so doesn't lose everything they could have lost. Does lose Warsaw and Vienna, however, so is losing 3, gaining 1 this turn, so 2 disbands isn't going to be good. Meanwhile, Todd doesn't take Liverpool, but also bounces Keith out of London, so a bit of miscommunication there. Costs the IF some builds there, as Paul refuses to do any disbands again. So I mean, Paul loves staying.
He's
on
building.
Yeah, Paul's rebuilding. No, it's building in general. Yes, so Paul's having a fun time there, trying to stay alive on a decent center count.
I need to deliver. I know, Siobhan, you're trying to speed us up. That's important, but I need to deliver a eulogy for this French position. I'm sorry, Todd. Even after everything I said about how he should make up with Germany pretty quickly, like Todd was still a contender here, right? But he's just everything he's done this turn seems to be a bit of a mistake. He supports England into Holland, which is good. If you're going to continue on the kill Germany route, you should get England involved. That's nice. But then with English Channel, instead of guaranteeing Belgium and making sure Elle can't guess her way out of losing that, you bounce London. Just let Keith take London, and then you take Liverpool behind him, and it's fine. And then, again, you can take Belgium, you can piff that army, it's great. But instead, you're disbanding, and now you're just not going to keep up. And on top of that, Keith has unstabbed Jason, so Keith can suddenly bug you in the West, maybe, if Jason is fine with just keeping things as they are in the East now that he has the center advantage. It's just, it's a horrible reversal of fortune.
All right, so we see our builds and disbands. I'm going to push us straight through into the spring. Patrick, why don't you continue with that?
Yeah, so France recognizes the error of their ways from last fall, at least partially, and supports Italy into London, so Liverpool is now their dot whenever they would like. They also take Belgium in a way that was guaranteed, while Germany takes Holland back, so possible disentanglement there, or maybe Germany's just positioning themselves for a counterattack. They don't have a guaranteed retake on Belgium, and they'll probably focus on England for now, but maybe something to watch for in 07. And then in the East, we have a bunch of stuff in the Balkans. Presumably, there was something about Jason's moveset last turn that Keith did not like, which is a little weird to me because, I don't know, like, Keith, if you walk out of Serbia, you can't not expect Jason to take Serbia, because what's Austria going to do with it? Rebuild? Like Peter Jurgen? He's not Peter Jurgen. So he gets back into position in the Balkans, and still, it's not too late for Keith to do well out of this war, right? Like, he's not going to lose anything from here. But his chances of actually getting the upper hand and topping over Jason seem to have disappeared with that walkout from last fall.
Love the callback on the building in Serbia Peter Jurgen reference. Thank you very much. So Darcy, what do we see in the fall?
We see Keith doing a lot of treading water. Does nothing after the stab back into Albania, when you actually, I think, had a guarantee on Serbia here. Actually, there's no guarantee, but you have a very good shot of getting Serbia. So now Jason has position on St. Petersburg to further his center count lead, as well as now is in Romania, meaning I think taking Serbia is impossible. So great turn for Jason, not a nice turn for Keith. Keith doesn't get a build because France does take Liverpool from behind. So good turn there for Todd, going up 2 now, getting himself back in the conversation in this game. Meanwhile, L gets into Norway as Russia gets sick of Norway not wanting to support hold St. Pete. So L actually does get a build here. Good on. Oh no, L doesn't have a disband here, so good on L for finding a way.
She'll rebuild though.
To make decent out of this position. But yeah, this still just looks like Jason's game.
Yeah, I mean, this position for Jason, as much as it pains me to say it, as long-term DBN listeners will know, Jason's position is fantastic. He's played this very, very well. It seems unlikely that it goes bad in his favor.
I mean, Serbia's lost if Vienna supports Bohemia to Galicia and Romania doesn't support hold Galicia, and that would make it 9-9, especially now considering the Russian-German cooperation likely means St. Pete won't be taken. So, I mean, Keith does have a way. Oh, no.
And we're done.
It doesn't.
Well done, Jason, for getting them to take that draw.
I don't see who else rejects it here. Like, Elle's pinned down. She's gotten all she can get.
Yeah.
Maybe take Holland back, but even then, is it really worth it?
I mean, if Keith doesn't feel like he can keep London by the end of this game, then
that's fair.
Then I understand it. But if Keith feels strong in his relationship with Todd, then Keith does have Serbia here long term, unless there's some magnificent guesses by Jason to block that.
Yeah, and Todd's pretty flat put out. So yeah.
All right. Well, that wraps us up on round 1 of the tournament. Before I move into some footage from the tournament itself that David Hood was kind enough to provide, any wrapping up thoughts for the first round so far? Patrick, we'll start with you.
Unfortunately, I think we took a really long time, but it was very fun. So all the games were quite nice, and of course we saw a lot of the usual round 1 politics with shared tops and such. And I think the scoring system seems to be quite hospitable to them more than usual. So I'm not surprised to see decisions like what Eddie and Brian did in particular in the 4th game. Things will probably get a little bit more cutthroat as the tournament goes on, as they usually do. but it seems like the alliance play strategy is pretty strong here, and we'll probably see a lot more of that as well.
All right, and Darcy, any last thoughts from you?
I mean, yeah, I think people, if they're paying attention to the scoring system and can actually see the standings between rounds, you'll have some of the top players like the Eds, the Karthicks, will realize the strength of a shared top and just whispering to a player, I can give you a shared top here. I'm not going to stab you. And they actually won't stab them. Like it's going to be pretty, I feel like in round 2, you'll get a lot of that. And then in round 3, there might not be the normal scramble of the stabs, considering topping by yourself only adds 1 point. To yourself.
All right. Well, while I pull up, apologies, I'm usually more. So David Hood from North Carolina was kind enough to take some footage for us from the tournament floor. So a couple of minutes, just giving you an idea of what it was like inside the room.
And David didn't play this round, so hopefully we'll see David play at least one game.
Yeah, I actually don't know if David played or not, or whether he was just there for DBN taking footage, but this will give you an idea of what it was like inside the room. So without further ado.
Oh, sound. No.
The DBN tradition of technical difficulties continues.
Apologies, everyone. Apparently, the technical difficulties abound, and the sound was not going for it.
Well, David was about to talk to Karthik, so maybe that's for the best, and we just move on.
Yeah. So I'll try and figure it out for the next video. That's my bad. But what David was saying, because I could hear sound, but apparently no one else could. So, sorry, audience. I also stepped away for 1 second, so I couldn't get to it as quickly as my co-hosts might have let me. But he was pointing out that Karthik was sitting by himself, and that should surprise nobody in the DBN audience. So yeah, we've got a lot of old faces there. Brian Ecton, Chris Martin, you saw briefly, not there to play diplomacy, but there to hang out and support his friend David Miller. So with that, we will close that out for now, and we're going to move on to just round 2. So let me get up the current standings of the tournament after round 1. All right, so after round 1, these are our current standings. We've mentioned some of these names before we wrapped up. Brian Ecton, Eddie Brisson, Jason Massbaum, Ed Sullivan. Names I think none of us are shocked to see at the top of this. Does anyone want to call out anything that surprises them, doesn't surprise them, notable?
Yeah, so it looks like to get over a shared top center count wise, Ed's 23 points was an 8 center top. Peter and Randy's tied was a 10 center top. So to beat a shared, you would need you would need to beat a lone top. You'd need to get 3 centers above. So if Ed gets an 8 center, you need an 11 center. That's good to know. But
that's not true though, because Jason was a 10 center lone top, right? And Brian and Eddie were 12.
Yes. So for Peter and Randy to get above Ed, who got an 8 center loan, they needed a 3 center gap. So they needed 11 centers shared to get above Ed. But other than that, I mean, you have to look at Ed Sullivan, who's one of, if not the most informed player coming out of of last year, as the favorite to go on and convert the good first round score. So yeah.
All right. Well, with that said, let's jump right into round 2, board 1. Bubbles. I'm presuming another character from The Wire. In Austria, we have Mitch McConaughey. I believe the second Austria of the tournament. In England, Peter Cook. France, Jason Massbaum. Germany, Travis Conrad. Italy, Eddie Bersan. Russia, Hudson Defoe. And Turkey, Ian Rudnick. Patrick, why don't you kick us off? What do you know about these players?
Jason, we've already met. He's clearly quite good, and he's in a West with a Germany who perhaps doesn't have as much experience with non-local players, and in England who, in my experience, is a pretty solid ally. So I think he'll do well on this board. Mitch in Austria again. I recall that working out fairly well for him last time, although he didn't top. And then Eddie in Italy. I think he's heard of this thing called the Lepanto, so he'll probably do that, but can't know for sure with these new guys who just come here to play one tournament. And then Ian as well, great Boston player. It seems like we have really good Boston representation here between him and Alex. And Tommy Anderson said he might come, but he didn't end up coming, sadly. So
Tornado Tommy.
Yeah. And then I believe Hudson's another DixieCon regular as well.
Correct. All right, so I'm just going to jump us right into the game. All right, Darcy, tell us what you see. Anything surprising in Spring of 01?
Eddie's not going to Lepanto. Eddie's going to move to Tyrolia and Venice. So looks like early game AI fighting inbound. Meanwhile, we have Travis deciding Denmark doesn't need to be taken by the fleet and is moving into Holland, trying to stake a claim on Belgium, meaning Hudson has a free walk into Sweden. So combine that with a move into Galicia, Hudson is in a very nice position. And we see a no army move into Con, suggesting some RT cooperation in fall. We will see.
And if anyone ever wonders why, because the DMZ of Galicia is so good and flexible for Austria and Russia, if anyone wonders why it's never really become the default for a long period of time, this is why. People will exploit it eventually, and Eddie's catching on to that as well, I suppose. So maybe some rare early wintergreen cooperation we could see.
All right. Well, Patrick, talk to us. Do you see a wintergreen coming?
Yes, I love this. I love it so much. I love it when Russia has the trust in Italy to break a DMZ of Galicia and do something cool. He probably should have negotiated himself into Vienna, because now Eddie's got 3. How often do you see that? A 3-build Italy in 01? He's a wizard, what can I say? And Russia only has 1 because he was bounced out of Rum, but still, so cool to see. Love the dynamic play. Jason Massbaum also has 3 builds while England bounces Germany out of Denmark, so talk about a great position for France. And this could just be a situation where 2 seasoned, level-headed California players just talk to each other and say, hey, we've both gone off to incredible starts in our respective theaters. Let's just stay up there and roll our respective sides of the board and get massively big, because, well, who cares if we end up sharing the top? The scoring system doesn't punish that. And meanwhile, Turkey is committing against Russia with moves to Black Sea and Armenia on top of the support to Rum. So maybe he thinks he has an IT, but Eddie will show us the truth soon enough.
All right. So speaking of 3 builds for France, choosing to wave 1, Jason Massbaum plopping down an army and a fleet. Eddie using all 3 of his builds, army, fleet, fleet. Fleet from Turkey, army in Moscow, and a northern fleet for Peter Cook. Any thoughts, reactions, Darcy?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see Jason not follow what Patrick's thought process was. and go after Eddie. They're both tournament leaders, basically. I just think it's better for both of them to just really push the momentum the other way. But we might see Eddie have to fight a med battle.
I think he is. I think Jason's I think Jason's doing exactly what he needs to do here. He's going to reset those fleets to a neutral position. He doesn't need to attack England immediately because England's fighting Germany. That's good for him. So just wait until England maybe is threatening to seal off that great northern position that England loves, and then go in on it. That's fine.
All right. Well, let's find out. Patrick, talk us through it.
All right, so in the East, we see continued early start-of-game wintergreen cooperation. You love to see it. Russia gets Budapest. They finally get their bag from this, although Turkey gets into Romania, so that's going to force them to remain on the defensive. We'll see if Eddie exploits that in the fall. One thing Eddie will not be exploiting is position in Ionian Sea because he did not support himself there. To be honest, I think that's a bit of a miscue. You don't really need to be in Adriatic, so the move to Apulia can probably wait, whereas getting an Ionian is super important for having some authority over Greece. But anyway, it's still a really great position for Eddie regardless. And England goes into Helgoland to continue the attack on Germany, so going to have some nice EF action here. And again, that is still great for Jason as well.
All right. And Darcy, what do you see in the fall?
I'm seeing Eddie find magnificent ways to make me hope that he's going to win this tournament. As he gets into Serbia, gets into Ionian, gets the build, which is crucial considering Jason is heading down into the Med, meaning it's not going to be as much of a problem and as much of an issue as it could have been. Moves Venice through into Trieste, backfilling as well, meaning that a potential future stab on Russia is possible, and there could be an IT. I'm not sure I would IT if I was Eddie, but it gives the option for it. Meanwhile, in the West, England gets into Holland via convoy, and Jason gets into Ruhr after supporting himself in and backfills that. So it does look like this will be a very fast-paced game between the France and Italy for this board top. But I mean, Peter's in a great position, and so is Ian, who is quietly going up +2 after backfilling Greece from the Austrian and keeping Romania. So Ian's in a very nice position as well.
Yep, looks like things are consolidating into EF versus IT made official by those Turkish builds. I think it'll be a bit foolhardy for Italy to continue attacking Turkey here with Russia when Turkey can break his line against France. So makes sense. Unfortunate. I was hoping to see the non-combative race between France and Italy, but this is still good for both of them. It just makes England a potential player as well.
All right. Peter, why don't you continue on with that thought in spring of 1903?
Peter's the England player. Who's Peter? He's not here.
Oh, sorry, Patrick. Peter. The names don't start with P.
All right. England takes Denmark, and because Denmark is an army, and that is bad generally, it got piffed. So that's going to make Kiel much more exposed in the fall, as now the EF can attack one of Munich or Kiel and be guaranteed to get one unless there is Italian intervention. Actually, no, not even then, because Piedmont can cut Tyrolia. So yeah, great tactics from the EF. Meanwhile, in the East, France gets into Tyrrhenian Sea in a preventable fashion, and Ionian isn't backfilled because they bounced there. I wonder what went wrong in the negotiations here between Eddie and Ian, because there's no world.
It's not an IT. It's
still it's not an IT. I guess Eddie refused to make any commitments to Ian about Russia, and as a result, Ian decided, hey, I'm still facing down a wintergreen, so I'm going to act like it. And fair enough. So that really, really helps France's chances here. I wouldn't love that if I was England seeing that, but what am I going to do about it? Oh well. And as England, I'm happy getting growth here anyway. And Russia takes Romania. So he's looking better and better, actually. Hudson could still have a viable, potentially winning position here, especially with the pressure around Budapest completely relieved.
All right. And Darcy.
In full, we see what can happen when France and Italy decide to fight after 3-dot starts, where it allows England and Russia into the game, as England gets to take both Denmark and Sweden, as well as moving up into into Barents Sea towards St. Petersburg. So Peter's now really in the driver's seat in this EF position, as Peter can put down 2 units here, potentially threaten France now. Meanwhile, Eddie manages to blow up Tyrrhenian Sea, which is great for Eddie's game. He just now needs to get back in position to defend Vienna and Trieste. Meanwhile, Hudson manages to hold on to Romania, which is great for Hudson. And he gets to also move into Galicia here. So potential that we could see Russia just push far down into the south here and just give up on the north completely. But yeah, I'm really looking at Peter as the driving force in this game here now.
Yeah, it's a shame that self-bounce in Western Med was so passive from Jason. It's lost him all momentum in this attack in the Med, and now it's going to be stalemated pretty much. And that's because Eddie took some really, really good, educated guesses about what he could leave open, especially with Venice, right? Because he went through the same logic that I had earlier about they're going to attack one of Munich and Kiel, and Piedmont will cut Tyrolia to guarantee that one would fall if they do that. And as a result, he doesn't need to cover Venice because he knows what it makes the most sense for Piedmont to do. So just really, really good heads up veteran thinking there from Eddie. Can't say enough about it.
All right. Well, Eddie is the master, so Patrick, I'll let you continue on that vein.
All right. France is actually the one getting into Kiel, which is quite interesting. I don't know if I'd love agreeing to that if I was England, but at the same time, if I'm England, I also have an option. No, I don't have an option on St. Petersburg here. Wait a minute. So let's see. England is supporting France into a German center, but they're also waiving their opportunity to attack Russia, at least for this year. So I guess they're just playing sort of the sit back and let everyone else fight game at the moment, which is fair enough. But I would want to be a little bit more active here. If I was England, like, at least go to North Sea, right? So you have that option to bargain for Belgium maybe in the fall if you want to. But, this isn't a bad position. Again, Peter has solidified his amazing English northern position now. It's not going to collapse, right? Because he's neutered the German and Russian threats. So still a good position. He can be patient, I suppose, even in a time-limited game. And then in the east, we have Turkey taking Sevastopol because Russia was busy making sure that St. Pete didn't fall. So more bad news for the wintergreen. Well, not really for the wintergreen, just for Russia. And this might end up being an IT just by default now because Russia's position is so boxed in.
All right. And Darcy, fall 1904. What's happening?
All right. In fall, we have Sev is held, and we see Trieste move back to Serbia to cover Bulgaria, showing that the IT still isn't completely on board there. Meanwhile, Eddie makes movement towards Piedmont, which Jason decides to blow up instead of push back to Marseille. And Eddie manages to get into Ionian here. No bounce from Aegean this time, meaning Greece is now under threat. Whilst we have Munich gets held by both Italy and Russia, deciding to make sure it's held. And Peter gets back in position to make a move on St. Petersburg next year with a support into Bothnia. And yeah, I mean, Jason's building 2-1 being a rebuild, and Turkey's now in a really nice position. And I'd really be concerned if I was Eddie. You need to find a way to get Jason to turn around because this med battle isn't going to lead to either of them topping.
Piedmont getting blown up is just horrible, horrible news for Jason. It gives rise to the genuine possibility that Germany could now survive this game. And now I also understand why England wasn't going to North Sea earlier, because they want to set up a convoy to St. Pete. That makes sense. So well done from Peter. He should be able to get that off pretty easily now.
All right. Well, we'll just push right into spring of 1905. Darcy, why don't you continue for us?
I mean, due to Jason's complete passivity in his tactics in the Mediterranean, Eddie now guarantees himself Gulf of Lyon, pushes those fleets forward further, you're potentially going to have play on Jason instead of Jason having play on Eddie. Meanwhile, he gets to keep on getting away with saying there's an IT, but then not ever really pulling through for Ian on that front. As Ian moves into Ukraine, moves into Armenia, and tries to push up further into Russia. Meanwhile, we have Germany somehow managing to push to bounce a convoy into Prussia, which is an otherworldly guess if that is the case from Travis. So congratulations to Travis for figuring that out. And Peter just convoys into Norway.
Yeah, I guess Italy and not Italy. Russia and Turkey are both sort of critical here for Italy in their own ways. So it makes sense why Eddie would want to not commit to either of them, because Russia's helping hold down the front against Germany. Turkey's making sure Russia isn't a real competitor. But yeah, I'm surprised he's getting away with it is all. But he is, so wonderful stuff from Eddie.
Here we go. All right. I believe that's back to you, Patrick, for fall.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
We see that Western Med has been kicked out, so Eddie is now fully formed up on the French border. Quite a turn of events after Jason went into the Med early on in 1902. Maybe it would have been better to just do that France-Italy understanding. But regardless, that is the choice that's been made, and now they're on the line as a result. While Peter takes St. Petersburg, how fitting. So he will get to build. France is still building, to be fair to him, as he gets support into Berlin from England, so well negotiated there. Munich is still not falling yet, but it will be guaranteed because Russia had to move back and cover Warsaw from the army in Ukraine, so that is a nice break for France as well. Munich is back on the table. And a lot of loyalty being shown here from Russia to Italy, which makes sense. This is the second time somebody has seemingly would rather die and throw centers than actually, make sure they can survive. We saw earlier with Austria walking out of Greece in 2002 and not retreating to Bulgaria when they could have, and now Russia walking out of Budapest and not retreating to Serbia when they could have. So clearly all that non-commitment towards Hudson has worked out quite handsomely for Eddie. Once again, diplomatic master at work, and now he is building as a result, which should keep him tied for the lead here with England and France. But
correct.
Who do we like here?
So we get...
That's an important question.
That is a good question, and I think it's a good place to pause. Who do we like here? Darcy, if you could step into any position right now, where would you like to be?
Look, I think it has to be Peter Just, as I think he has easier dots and less likely to be fighting over them long term around Kiel and Berlin especially. Probably gets Belgium by the end of this as well if he wants it. Whereas pretty soon after taking just Serbia, Eddie can mount a significant defense of the rest of his centers against Turkey. So yeah, I think I pick Peter here just.
I think I actually like Ian here, because he has a 2-dot stab right now for Serbia and Budapest. Eddie might partially take that away with Venice to Trieste, but even so, he can still get one. And the Moscow disband from Russia, which is a little perplexing, but Hudson did disband Moscow. Maybe he'll put England into it. But if they don't get on the same page there, which is very possible given how England's treated Russia in this game so far, then it's easy to see how Ian could take the lead here with Italy sort of running out of growth options, and France being pinned against Italy means that France can't balance England. So if Turkey attacks Italy, that frees up France, and it just sort of makes sense from there. So I wonder if that's the tack Ian's going to take. I know he's not a huge stabber, but when it makes sense for the board like this, I feel like that's not beyond the realm of his play style.
Yeah, I mean, for my part, it was a toss-up between the two witches, England and Turkey. So you both made the points that I think I would have made for either one of them. I don't know that I would choose anyone else on this board at this moment. So,
for the record, I would have picked England if Darcy didn't. Wonderful position.
Fair.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta disagree occasionally.
Exactly. Yeah, make it interesting.
All right. Well, Darcy, take us away on 1906.
Yeah, so the other benefit of Peter's position that I didn't talk about was Russia's potential willingness, given that disband, to put him into Moscow. So Peter gets a wonderful convoy of Eddie to St. Pete as St. Pete moves into Moscow with Russian support. So that's nice. Meanwhile, Ian does what Ian has to do if Ian wants to top this board, which is make a move against Eddie. Naples is guaranteed. Serbia is guaranteed. Budapest is guaranteed. This is a nice 3-dot stab here. Let's see if Peter is going to respond in like, as Kiel is now easy to take. And yeah, I mean, this is now just a race between Peter and Ian for this top.
Wow, I gotta say, a trend we've seen so far in both of Eddie's games is that he does not like arranging security bounces with people. If there is a French fleet in Clyde and a German fleet in Norway, he would rather bounce in Norwegian with the two. He would rather hold the two units than bounce in Norwegian with them, it seems like.
Correct.
And as a result, he did not ask for a bounce in Ionian here, when I think there was really no excuse to not do it. And that has made Ian's stab go from simply good to utterly devastating. And yeah, it's amazing to think that I feel like even with his many decades of experience, Eddie can still learn things even after so much time playing this game, but turns out he can, and he's still an amazing player. Like, the fact that he finagled this position at all for as long as he did is great, but the point stands. And also, the interesting part is Russia bounced Italy out of Bohemia, which made the stab even more crazy, which is a big pivot. Like, to go from in fall 05, you're willing to not retreat into Serbia to help Italy, to you're going to assist the Turkish stab on Italy. That's interesting, especially when you're still supporting England into Moscow to keep Turkey out of it.
Yeah. I'm going to let Darcy wrap up 1906 because that reaction was...
Yeah. Ian stabs Eddie in spring and then doesn't take the 3-dot stab, but instead only takes Budapest. That's pretty... yeah. I mean, a bit like Keith last game when he did the stab and then pulled out and then did the stab again and then pulled out again. This is not... When you stab someone, just commit to it. As they could be feeling incredibly bad about the stab, but you just have to go through with it. It's a tournament. You've decided to stab them in the first place. Just dig the knife in and just keep it there. Meanwhile, in the West, Peter doesn't take the stab on Jason, which would have been costly if Ian had done his stab effectively, but he doesn't. So this just makes Peter look like an even better ally and means Jason's going to trust Peter more, meaning that now he can walk into Kiel, Berlin, and Belgium pretty easily next year if Peter so chooses. However, Jason isn't a dumb diplomacy player by any means. So potentially the fact that Jason's leaving himself so open suggests Peter's state of mind. Meanwhile, Travis gets to stay alive as Hudson decides I'd rather die. So well played, Hudson. Unlucky how it turned out for you. But yeah, I mean, the story of this is Ian just not taking the stab effectively.
And I will jump in here on this. As someone who has played with Eddie Brisson, and he taught me the game when I was 14 years old. I played with him for many, 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 many years. He has a way, when you turn on him and stab him, of somehow turning you back around and getting you back on his side. I don't know how he does it. I don't know what black magic he has employed, but it took me many years to become immune to that. And so I think Ian fell prey to Eddie coming to him with that disappointed grandpa face that he has, where it's like, well, Ian, you very much disappointed me here, but if you want to make it up to me, here's what we do. And it feels to me like Ian fell hook, line, and sinker for it.
Yeah, I mean, the only explanation I can think of is in person, the EF is like very, very tight. and Ian feels like if he stabs Eddie here and Eddie turns around, the EF doesn't break and it just grinds him out. But even then, you only have what, like 07, 08, 09, and you're still probably going to be able to get further than 10 centers post this stab. Like, yeah, I'm just not a fan.
I'm also not a fan.
The stab is getting better though, because he got a favorable disband out of Eddie in the end. So
it's true. So
yeah.
Well,
I mean, sure. Now it's what, like a 4-dot stab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I want to give 1907 to Patrick. Spring 1907. Patrick, what do you see?
Okay, well, a fat lot of good that did for England to put Germany into Warsaw, because look at what Germany just did. Travis, you ungrateful tramp. Oh my goodness. Anyway, Turkey's in Moscow now, so that's a wonderful coup for Ian's position, although he misorders the convoy because Black supports Con to Sev instead of convoying it, so that'll be a little annoying, but he can hold it either way, unless Germany decides to be treacherous again, which hopefully for his sake won't happen. We also see the line in the German area solidifying as France goes to Berlin, backfills Munich. So it looks like there won't be any easy IT gains in Munich or Berlin, at least for right now. And yeah, there doesn't seem to be any real sign of an English stab on France coming. Maybe now that he has the totally free walk into Belgium with no opposition, maybe he'll take that. But I doubt he would do that without at least telling Jason first, and Jason would probably be okay with it at this stage, just based on how the game's gone and how Eddie has completely locked him up and robbed him of all agency for quite a while.
Well, I'll let you finish out the year, Patrick.
In the fall, Germany is not double treacherous. He sticks with single treacherous, continues to help the IT by putting Italy into Silesia, which and Bohemia is not backfilled because they were supporting Warsaw, which I guess makes sense. But if Ian hadn't misordered that convoy, they would have been able to backfill Bohemia with Galicia, so that's a little unfortunate. Either way, they have more pressure on Warsaw now, if not Munich, and that is going to guarantee it for one of them in the fall, presumably Ian, because he's asserted himself as the senior partner by this point, or Eddie will get Warsaw and he'll get Serbia, one of the two. And not much movement elsewhere. Just the game is probably going to draw once Germany's gone and IT have shuffled around how they like in terms of centers.
Yeah, so before I move on to winter, do you both agree or disagree that this game has sort of run its course, everyone set up their lines, their alliances, or is there play to be had in 2 more years?
Ian, don't disappoint me, bro. Look, in this scoring system, I understand you're at a 9-9 center, but like in this scoring system, I understand that's a decent result, it's a good result. But when you can get like 14, take the 14. It's a 14 center score. That's like no matter what the scoring system is, it's gonna be good. Except maybe Dixie, because it's Dixie.
Screw Dixie. Anyway. It doesn't exist.
Shout out Dixie.
But anyway, I mean, if I'm Ian, I'm taking the stab. Please take the stab. Move to Vienna, Trieste, Venice, Naples. Get all the hard ones out of the way, and then you can fall back into the Romes and the Serbias. But like, yeah.
A lone top is only 1 point better than a shared top with the same center count, but in that kind of system, it's highly likely that this tournament will be won by 1 point. So
a point is a point.
Come on, Ian.
All right. On to spring. Darcy, take us away.
Ian moves into Vienna, which I'm gonna think isn't a stab, but he does move into Adriatic, meaning he's getting closer and closer to the stab that he wants, which is probably gonna have to be like 6 for him to be willing to take it at this point. But everything else is just holding a line. I know Jason is absolutely fuming at Eddie for the entirety of this game, showing, I've got the line, Eddie. You can't break the line. But Eddie's not listening. And yeah, I mean, I think this is just slowly gaming it until will Ian take the stab? Will he not? Like, what's going to happen? That's basically the point of this game.
Big reveal. Will Ian take stab? Patrick, wrap it up for us.
Close enough. He takes Vienna. He takes Trieste. Also, kudos to Ian for keeping Germany alive, because he didn't need that center to top the board. He can just take Eddie's centers instead. And he has decided to take Eddie's centers. Takes Trieste, takes Vienna, has Serbia in pocket for 09 if he wants to keep going that far, although I kind of doubt he will. And yeah, great turn for Turkey. The West is still holding. How does he not have it in pocket, Mr. Morris?
Because it's a fleet in Trieste.
Doesn't matter. He'll build an army in con and walk it over. It's fine.
I mean, if this game is not drawing right now, hey, come on.
Serbia's gone.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm still surprised that Peter is letting Jason finish on more than him, though.
That's
and not
such
picking
a
Belgium.
that's such an
That's a
underwhelming
bad
stab.
move on Peter's part.
That's such an underwhelming stab, and I can't get over. You had like for 4 turns, you had like at least at minimum a guaranteed 3, and then the stab you end up going with, Eddie
Is
first
this?
of all sniffs out, and which stops you from getting Venice, and then second of all,
Hold
is
on. Darcy. Can we see if there's a draw first? Can we see if he takes Serbia before we say it was a bad stab? See, there's an 09. He's going to take Serbia, and he takes Venice too. Wonderful. Wonderful. It's a fine stab. It's fine. He takes 4. He takes 4 of Eddie's centers at the end of the day. That is a good stab, even if he could have done it more efficiently or sooner or whatever.
He
still got to where he needed to get to. That's the point.
The efficiency needs to be improved upon, but we're gonna get there in the end. And I'm gonna rush through it.
Yeah. I mean,
and then I'm gonna talk about my highlight.
Peter doesn't even take the second place, which actually matters in this scoring system as well.
Oh, and see, that's what I was gonna bring up. Peter, why are you letting Jason Massbaum have one more center than you?
Jason's probably doing the sob story of, I've played all games stuck with an Italy that doesn't see that it's drawn. Please, it's been such a hard game for me. Yeah, I tend to agree.
Or maybe Peter's just there to have fun.
Peter's a very nice guy. Like, he's a very nice guy. He can be very, like, go with the flow about things. But Peter, we'll talk about this later.
I remember there was a game at North American DipCon that we were both on. I was England, Peter was France. Some guy named Sahuge was in Germany.
Nicola something. Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember they attacked me very early on, or after Peter pretended to work with me. He ended up attacking me at the end of 02, and they could have wiped me off the board from there. But instead, he chose to go ahead with a deal where we do a fun little Western triple sort of thing, where I'm the junior partner, but I'm alive. And I feel like, even though part of it was Nicola arranging the board in such a way that it was hard for Peter to actually kill me, it was also something that I don't think most French players would have agreed to. Like, Peter, even if he's not a total, he's not a total pushover for sure, but I think he does care more about other players having fun at all times than maybe your average cold-hearted Karthik Konath or something like that.
So. Well, and this is, back to, you have to evaluate what the other player's motivation is on the board. Are they there to have a good time? Are they there just simply to win outright? Like, what are they there to do? And how can you exploit that to your benefit and what you're there to do? So motivation matters a lot.
I will say, Ian, that was a great game. You did play a wonderful Turkey. I know I groaned a lot towards the end, but in the end, it's a 13 center Turkey is a 13 center Turkey.
That's fantastic.
It's a 27-point result, which is 2 better than anything we've seen so far. It'll put you in the mix towards the top of the tournament going into the final round. So good game. Eddie, also good game from Eddie to manage to get that stab not to be as brutal as it could have been for Eddie's score. So shout out Eddie's diplomacy ability. Yeah.
All right. Well, before we move to board 2 of round 2, I'm going to give one more try to the video. I believe I might have fixed our technical difficulties. So let's give it a try.
Hey there, folks. This is your DBN reporter, David Hood, coming to you live from the tournament floor of BlazeCon 2026. Just thought I'd give you a little bit of a retrospective on what's going on here on the Sunday round. We've got Chris Martin not playing diplomacy, but watching some video with his friend Graham Woodring. We've got Brad Blitzstein, who also is not playing in this round, walking around. Now, that is the one and only Brian Ecton there in the white hat, who has, of course, played all 3 rounds and would play 6 rounds if you let him. And that's why he's making those gestures. All right, so we got Todd Craig in the beard. We got Karthik Connaught in the white right next to Todd. We have Manus Hand standing there with the hat on. Let me walk us around a little bit. Now, this was the 3rd round of the tournament, so we've got 4 boards instead of the 5 boards we had in each of the first 2 rounds. But let's just walk around a little bit and see what we can find. We've got Karthik sitting by himself, which will surprise no one watching this video. Nobody is surprised to see Karthik by himself. But surprisingly, he is actually playing this round, unlike these people who used to play diplomacy and never do. But at least they're not being ignored by the other 6 players of their game like Karthik is. All right, let's go. Now this one looks like these guys are serious. They're doing an adjudication. Let's be quiet. Randy Lawrence Hurt is actually doing the adjudication with Eldor moving the pieces. Just to see, if you've never been to a face-to-face event, this is what it looks like. Let's look what's going on this tournament. On this board, I mean, there's Kayla Silverman, of all people, right next to Liam Bennett, our teen contingent here, playing on the same board in round 3. There's hobby legend Eddie Bersond in the corner. Who else do we have? We've got Jason Maspalm behind him. Who cares about Jason Maspalm? I'm moving away from that as quickly as I possibly can. And then we've got some other people doing some negotiations. There's Fernandez, Kevin right there. So other players in the background. Now let's move over to the other set. We've got another board right here with Adam Silverman pushing and Hal Shield in the hat, the orange hat. See if we can get him in the screen here, get everybody on the screen. All right, they're doing an adjudication. Got Hal Shield in the orange hat. We have Jeff Ladd just sitting down, the Wonderlag. Keith Worstel there in the black shirt next to Adam Silverman in the white shirt. And Mona's hand apparently tried to get in every single shot. All right, there's Tim Crosby pointing out that somebody did something he didn't like, which probably happens every turn. So anyway, that you see the orange shirt back there? That is your DBN friend and mine, Ed Sullivan, probably watching his tournament going down in flames. Who knows? All right, just wanted to give you a little taste of what a face-to-face tournament looks like in case you've never been to one. Back to the studio.
All right. So thank you so much, David Hood. You took a bunch of behind-the-scenes video for us. And as he said, if you've never been to a face-to-face tournament, it's really kind of a special feeling. I've been doing it for many, many, many years. You've both been to face-to-face tournaments. But you also both play virtually, I believe, right?
I would like to shout out, I went to the most face-to-face tournaments this year. I went to 9. So I love virtual. I love virtual. I got my first win this year in virtual, but face-to-face is the pinnacle of diplomacy. It is the most fun. The community is the best. You go as much for the social events around the tournament as you do for the games. Shout out David Miller for doing limited time games, meaning there is more social events around the games. That's one of the things I saw from this tournament. I was like, yo, this is an American tournament that is different and is cool in that regard. So yeah, get yourself to a face-to-face tournament. They're lovely.
Yeah. Patrick, anything to add?
Yeah, absolutely. I started out with virtual. I think that's the best entry point for people by far, just because of its accessibility and the diversity of people you meet there. But at some point, you got to take that plunge into traveling to a face-to-face tournament. They can be expensive sometimes if you don't have one in your area, but they're really worth every penny for the experience they provide. The Friday night social alone makes it worth it, just because you're able to interact with all these people off the board and really get to know them and just exchange funny stories. It's wonderful. And then that's not to mention, the quality of the games, because some people just dip into a virtual for a game or two sometimes, and that's kind of their only experience. But if someone is actually willing to spend a weekend just playing this niche board game with us, they actually care, and that's going to come through in how they interact with you on and off the board, and that just makes everything 10 times better, from start to end, really, from your airplane coming into the awards at the end. So yeah, please do.
Yeah.
It's a bucket list thing.
No, and I highly agree. If you've only played virtually, but you're very into the game of diplomacy, I know that it can be intimidating to come to a face-to-face tournament for the first time. I grew up in diplomacy as a face-to-face player. That was how I came into it. I grew up with a dad who took me to game conventions, and that's how I found diplomacy. But it's really worth it, and the people are genuinely so welcoming. I can't tell you how many tournaments I've been to where someone comes up to me and they're like, "Hey, I saw you on DBN. This is my first face-to-face tournament." And I have spent hours chatting with them. And that is how everyone in the hobby is. So genuinely, give it a chance. All right. Well, with that said, we will move on to round two, board two. So here in Austria, we've got Paul Kanka. In England, we've got Jason Bennett. In France, Jonathan Frank. Germany, world champion Doc Binder. Italy, Tim Crosby. Russia, Max Chester. And in Turkey, I guess some guy named Adam Silverman. Patrick, any first impressions?
I mean, this Adam guy claims he's from San Francisco, but if that's the case, why does he never play in any of our house games? Like, really? Moving over to make room for other people who want to play, that's just an excuse. Come on. Do better, Adam. Jason, once again, in that corner position that suits his playstyle so well, but Doc is very formidable and tends to have a really good BS detector, so we'll see how well it works on him, or if he decides to work with Jonathan instead. I think that could be a really dynamic West between three different players from very different backgrounds. Jason being mostly virtual in my mind, but sort of dipping in all three parts of the hobby. Doc being face-to-face, and Jonathan being extended deadline mostly.
Mm-hmm. Darcy, anything to add there before we move on to the game?
No, except look out for the witches, I think, in this game. England, Turkey, both players I know. Both players I know are very good at the game. And looking forward to seeing how this game pans out.
All right. So speaking of, we'll just go right to the map. And Darcy, why don't you start us off in 1901?
All right. Possibly the most standard game start we've seen so far. Bounce in Galicia, nothing in English Channel. Got a more old school move into Con with the army. Move into Yorkshire from Liverpool. Nothing in Burgundy. Pretty standard opening move set here.
All right. And we'll stick with you through the fall. What do you see here, Darcy?
We see no one can agree on Belgium, so everyone goes there. We have a bounce in Sweden, and the West looks fairly standard there. The East, however, has Vienna getting into Galicia, Ankara getting into Black Sea, and Warsaw moving into Ukraine as Ukraine gets into Romania. So potential early AT developing here between Paul and Adam. But yeah.
The three-way bounce in Belgium is sort of a more old-fashioned way to kick off a Western triple sometimes, so maybe watch for that in the builds.
Yeah. I mean, you heard it here first, Doc Bender. He's calling you old. I'm kidding. So we look for it in the builds, and we do get a Northern Fleet in Edinburgh. We get Fleet Kiel, Army Berlin, Fleet Brest.
Forget I ever said what I said. That's not a Western triple, or it's a very late Western triple.
Well, I mean, Brest is as far from the Western Med as Marseille is, and I've seen people build Fleet Brest as, oh no, we couldn't possibly be a Western triple because.
It just feels like
not saying that's what's happening, but
every single alliance has some good arguments for it and against it. It could be an FG based on the builds, but then why was Sweden bounced? It could be an EF, but then why Fleet Brest? It could be an EG, but then why Army Berlin and not Munich? Right? It's very up in the air.
So we're gonna push right on through. Patrick, talk us through 1902.
I was going to say also of note is Army Trieste instead of Vienna, but it turns out that doesn't really matter because it's going to be AI friendly anyway, or at least there's some AR cooperation. It seems like I isn't really fully sold on it yet, even though they could have gone into Eastern Med. So maybe Tim and Adam are taking a bit of time to talk things out and maybe work out some kind of alliance terms here. They're not in a bad position to IT, even with the one Turkish fleet in the Med. Still tolerable. In the meantime, we sort of see everyone in the West doing their own thing. England and France are seemingly about to fight each other. England's helping Russia into Sweden, but Germany's lining up on Sweden. So this is going to be an interesting little conflict of interest here for England to grapple with. They want Germany's help against France, but they also just helped Russia. So are they going to turn on Russia now? Presumably, that's what I would do. But at the same time, it's unfortunate that Eddie didn't go into Norwegian here and actually start getting out towards the French fight, because if you're going to channel in this situation, it's without Germany's help, without Germany's commitments, it's probably because you just think France is attacking you and you're defending yourself, in which case you don't want Eddie to backfill because it'll bounce. So maybe Jason had different thoughts about that. Of course, he's not some pushover player, so he had a reason for doing whatever he did, but a little unfortunate in how it worked out. And we'll see how the East develops as well, because Bulgaria falling is a big start, but Romania getting backfilled is interesting. Gives Austria a lot of opportunities.
All right, Patrick, I'll let you finish out 1902.
Oh, gee, that sure looked like a lot of AR cooperation for a second there, but we can't be having that. We need to blow up Romania right now and put a Russian army in Galicia while 2 Austrian armies hold. So this is a pile on Paul all of a sudden instead of a pile on Adam. So it turns out Italy was, in fact, delaying his participation in the air to make sure it wasn't an air, because he'd rather work with Adam. And Adam supports him to degrees. So I'd say that's worked out very well for both parties in that arrangement. And we could be looking at a very powerful IT here for now. Meanwhile, England does hold Russia out to dry, as we partially expected, taking St. Petersburg while Germany takes Sweden. So now Jason will get to put down a nice fresh fleet in London, and that is going to frustrate Jonathan's attacks to no end, even if he takes Belgium here, because, well, Belgium, it's nice, but if your build from Belgium can't do that much, then it's a little less nice.
Yeah. All right, before we move on to builds, Darcy, anything to add about this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think it just looks like the East is a complete alliance mess. As one turn you have Austria moving with Turkey, the next against Turkey, and now it looks like they wanted to work back with Turkey again with the support of Black Sea, tried to get a little bit too greedy and try and take Bulgaria for themselves. So it just seems like this East won't develop whilst the West may.
All right. We'll take a look at some builds. France and England are a little spicy with Fleet Brest and Fleet Liverpool. Army Berlin, Army Rome, Army Caen. Darcy, any thoughts?
Keeping Bothnia on the board instead of Sev is interesting. Suggests you're going all out against Austria and just hoping that you have a kind Turkey. I'm not sure I would trust Adam Silverman going into a round 2 off the back of a mediocre round 1 score, but that's just me. Meanwhile, Doc is in quietly a very nice position, hasn't committed against either England or France. So Army Berlin opens up a lot of flexibility there to go either against Russia or against France.
All right.
I like the Seb disband a lot from Max, actually, because if Turkey is attacking you here, he's attacking you. Rum and Seb are going to fall eventually, and that fleet won't really save you long term. But if you keep Bothnia and you keep those 3 armies on the board to make sure you get your stack of the stacks on Austria, then that northern fleet suddenly makes you a lot more useful to Turkey, because, if England becomes the runaway threat in the north, for example, then you suddenly become very appealing to have on side. So I actually quite like the diplomatic options that this disband opens up for Russia that maybe aren't the best tactically, but if you're long-term screwed tactically anyway, then yeah, take the diplomatic option.
All right. Well, let's see where it goes. Darcy, I believe 1903 is yours.
Yep, so we have Max does get the stacks on against Austria that he wanted, as Turkey takes Serbia, he takes Budapest, and Italy fails to get anything out of it, as Adriatic and Tyrolia get bounced. So not the best news for Italy, but we'll see long term. Meanwhile, in the West, we have Jason and Jonathan just at each other's throats at this point, basically. However, Doc has decided I may not have built a fleet, but I am going against England here as he moves up into Skagerrak, trying to get Norway in fall. I suggest. Well, I think. And yeah, it looks like FG versus, at the moment, most likely an IR and an IT, but could easily form into a juggernaut if Italy can't get off the ground.
Yeah, really impressive guess here from Paul to bounce Tyrolia. Italy could have walked into Trieste there and screwed them a bit more, but they correctly predicted what Italy was going to do there. So very good job. I wonder if Germany has been a little bit snookered here by Russia diplomatically, because I'm wondering what the purpose of Ukraine to Warsaw is. But then I find that Bothnia is tapping Sweden, and like this lineup on Norway from Doc makes sense if Russia's also going for St. Pete at the same time, because then that creates a very powerful stab and really isolates England in the north. But Russia didn't move to Moscow. They're moving to a province that's suspiciously adjacent to Prussia and Silesia. So I wonder if Max has just made that offer to Doc with the intent of actually breaking up the EG, not by helping Germany, but by just pitting them against each other and with lies. So that would be quite wonderful. If that is what's
All
happening
right,
here.
so let's find out. Fall 1903, Darcy, continue for us.
All right, so we have Italy does get their piece of Austria for now, at least, as they get Trieste with the support of both Russia and Turkey. Meanwhile, Russia also moves into Silesia, and Black Sea moves out back into Ankara. So seems like Max may have gotten himself an ally here somehow. So good on Max for that. Meanwhile, we have Jason defends Norway, seems to have Russia on side as well. And Jason saying to France, look, you're going nowhere, son. Do something else. So Jason with a masterful defense at the moment in the west there.
All right, we'll push right on through into the winter. I don't think we're going to get many surprises here. A disband in Tyrolia and Albania from the Austrian, keeping the army in Vienna. An army build in Warsaw for the Russian, and an army build in Caen for the Turk, and Rome for the Italian.
I'd be
We still
scared
really
of
don't know
Juggernaut
what
here.
alliance this is in the east.
I'm thinking Juggernaut.
I'm thinking it's probably Juggernaut, but Turkey has enough plausible deniability here to just go back into Black Sea and attack Budapest and attack Rome. It's a good position.
Yeah, but he'll be able to do that whenever. If I'm Adam, I'm working with this Russian player that is obviously just going all out trying to get me on side. And then I just stab for Romania and Sev later in the game, and suddenly Adam's got himself a big score.
This is very Adam Silverman, I will say. This is on brand.
We have our Adam Silverman expert on speed dial with Siobhan.
All right. Well,
No!
ooh, Patrick, I believe it's your turn for 1904. Take us away.
No, okay. Adam is a non-alliance conforming individual. He does not need to commit to IT or to RT. Doesn't matter. He can be copacetic with both of them, as Italy supports Russia into Budapest, and Turkey walks into Budapest, supports Russia into Vienna, and Turkey walks into Budapest behind. Presumably, totally agree, because otherwise, why wouldn't Ank go to Black Sea? So, wonderful diplomatic situation here, still for Turkey. And in the West, not a whole lot happening. Actually, there's a combined ER attack on Sweden, but nothing doing for now. And France supports Germany to North Sea, so it's actually an FG that is hardening now, as Doc has decided enough is enough. I am just going to try and get my bag here from England instead of fooling around with him in Scandinavia. And Russia can do what they like, because Russia can't really hurt me that much. So, not a bad approach.
Yeah, either Liverpool or Eddie is lost here for Jason. So a valiant, or London. So a valiant effort is gonna end in I think some suffering for Jason, sadly.
All right, let's find out. Darcy, does it end in suffering and sadness?
Yes, it does, as Liverpool is taken with an army as well. So France wants as many dots as possible out of England. And to further commiserate, we have Jason forcing North Sea to retreat. However, that retreat is straight into Edinburgh, so more bad news for Jason there. Meanwhile, Doc manages to convince Jonathan, let me into Belgium. You're getting a build out of Liverpool here. And now Doc has 2 builds, but can only actually build one of them. So a little bit of inefficiency there from the FG, but I feel like they'll work it out. Meanwhile, the stab on Russia happens as Vienna and Romania are taken. Adam walks in a Black Sea as well, and the IT is solidified with Aegean moving to Bulgaria, south coast. East coast, south coast.
I just like to say, I told you so. Adam used that flexibility to his great advantage. And it's one of the best feelings in diplomacy, really, when your ally has a dot guaranteed and you have a non-guaranteed dot, and you convince your ally to give you a dot to keep things even in case you don't get that dot, but then you get it anyway. Oof. Wonderful feeling. I would love to be Doc in that scenario, but let's see what it does with the build, because this will actually be an interesting winter.
Let's find out. And the answer is, Patrick, take us away.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, because Bothnia is pretty much always coming off when Turkey stabs Russia, so you don't need to worry about that. And he has a build in pocket, so we can still get that 3rd fleet down later if he likes. And then double armies from Turkey makes sense to follow up the IT. And the English disbands, not super interesting. These are the survive in Scandinavia and mildly pester Germany disbands. Yeah.
All right. Before we move on to the next year, I'm just going to show us the position. I'll put it to both of you, whoever wants to answer first. What position would you like to step into?
I think I would probably like, or I'd probably like Doc's position the most. I feel like he can keep a lot of centers there, and not really risk losing much. Whereas the IT probably have to fight each other towards the end of this game for centers. And France is also in a very nice position, but I think I just trust Doc and his, I guess he's played for a longer time and has probably a little bit more confidence in his tactics and his play. But I wouldn't rule out Jonathan's position either.
I really like Italy here more than anyone else, actually, because the fact that France didn't get a build here and didn't get to put another fleet down or just another safety unit down in the West, it's really, really incredible for Tim. He has so much flexibility here. Turkey's committed against Russia. He hasn't as much, right? He still has a good stab for at least Budapest and Eastern Med and maybe Serbia, and that's without Max's help. If he can get Max on side here to actively help him push Turkey back out of the Balkans, because that's Max's best way to survive, then he could run away with this game. And that's without considering the potential to send a Western Expeditionary Force to slow France down. And I think France is his main competition here, really, not Germany, because I don't really see where Germany's next dot comes from. So I love everything about this for Tim. This is the exact kind of Italian position that I like to work towards, one where I have a lot of armies and a lot of agency.
All right. Well, with all that said, we're going to jump into the moves for spring of 1905. Let's start with you this time, Darcy. Take it away.
All right. Adam takes Sevastopol, moves an army into Bulgaria, so Bulgaria has an excuse to go to Aegean, which is even better news when you can see Tim goes completely west with absolutely everything. So Adam is licking his lips as he looks at Greece and Trieste and further Russian dots. Meanwhile, this spells a little bit of disaster for Jonathan, who moves Irish to Wales, English to North, and only has one fleet headed towards the defense of Iberia. So it will look like most likely Doc will get to run wild in the west for now, potentially opening up a stab on France. However, Doc is moving to Silesia, Bohemia, and allowing Burgundy to Munich. So not the best position for Doc to gain more centers from. However, he does no longer have the threat of losing Edinburgh as Clyde moves to Norwegian and North covers London. So potentially the FG is going to have play on Norway as they are now in Sweden and North Sea and can cut Norwegian. So Norway most likely falls here. It'll be interesting to see who it falls to. Probably France, but we don't know for sure. And other than that, I see a little bit of play potentially for Russia around Turkish dots if Italy sniffs out a stab, but we'll have to see.
Italy has chosen not to stab here, which I know I just talked about how Tim's position would be great if he stabbed, but I don't think he has to. I think this is fine. What I am a little confused about is why Vienna gave a second support to Tyrolia. It's a bit weird. He only needed the one, and Budapest is trying to go to Galicia here. It is objectively good for Turkey to go to Galicia here. That helps him against Max, and that helps safeguard your own centers. So I'm a little confused as to why Tim didn't do that. Probably just heat of the moment, face-to-face tournaments. You only have so much time to think about tactics, and the board isn't magically color-coded like it is on Backstabber, so it can be a little harder.
I think Venice to Piedmont is better than Vienna to Bohemia.
Yeah, that too. Just maximizing the armies a bit more. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think I'm back. I had some audio issues there for a second, so thank you both. But we'll see what fall brings us.
It brings us more Italian fleets moving west and not enough French units moving south. I get the desire to just make sure you get London and finish off England, but now England could keep that fleet in London and ruin any line you have a possibility of forming. And on top of that, you don't even have the units to form a line in the first place, because sure, you have 2 builds, but they're going to take time to get into useful positions. And in the meantime, Italy has a guess on Spain and Marseille, which is quite unfortunate, or Mao for that matter, because of North Africa. Mm-hmm. So a lot of play for Tim here. This push west is looking like it's going to be really successful right off the bat. And meanwhile, yeah, Adam keeps Sev. He moves out of Serbia, moves out of Aegean. So thankfully, even though Budapest didn't move out, Tim does negotiate a lot more security for himself in the Balkans. So that's a really even more of an asset to his position. And strangely, Doc allows France to keep Munich, even though he doesn't have a dot really for himself. This would make sense. I guess maybe he thought he could snooker Warsaw out of Russia because Russia's busy against Turkey, and maybe there was some kind of promise, like maybe Galicia promised to cut Vienna. Yeah, I'm a little confused as to why Munich wouldn't be the one supported through to Tyrolia here, just because Doc having a disband is really annoying with those English.
Doc doesn't have a disband because he had a build that he couldn't build.
Oh, yes, I'm so silly. Yes,
build in pocket. Yeah.
This is why we occasionally need Darcy, because I am somehow still not perfect.
We're not all human calculators. All right. Well, on that note,
but if I was a human calculator, I'd be overrated.
Nah. All right. So England disbands the unit in the Channel, allowing France to build Fleet Brest and Fleet Marseille, and an army in Caen, while Russia disbands Ukraine. I'm going to push us right through into the spring. And Darcy, take us away.
Brutal turn for Tim's momentum prospects as he fails the guess around Spain, Marseille, and Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So not the best for Tim there. Whilst it is going quite well for Adam as he moves in position to guarantee himself Moscow in fall at the very least. At the same time, he's also in Galicia now and has an excuse to be there. So future stabs on Italy are looking better and better. Meanwhile, the FG looks like it's not going to break up as they work together around the center of the board and up in the north. As North Sea moves up, as London moves into North Sea, so that Norway is guaranteed. And Belgium moves to Burgundy to help shore up the line, meaning that there can't be anything taken from France this turn. So brutal missed turn there for Tim, and has probably cost him any dots in the Mediterranean, meaning this is now Adam's game to win here. But we shall see. All right,
Yeah,
Adam does take Moscow. Everything moves up and forwards, meaning that Warsaw is likely to be taken at a later date. And in the meantime, Norway isn't taken, as North Sea just holds instead. Wales moves to Yorkshire, suggesting that France is eyeing up Edinburgh, so I'd be a little bit concerned if I'm docked there. In the meantime, France does move down into a position where it's untakeable to take Mid-Atlantic anymore. And this game is quickly locking up everywhere but where Adam is.
Yeah.
Adam, why are you in Eastern Med? Why did you move to Eastern Med? I'm Tim right now. Why did you move to Eastern Med? Did you feel the need to be there for a particular reason? Am I threatening you from North Africa? If so, I'm sorry. Oh boy. Oh, never mind.
And game over. He's in
Fair
Eastern
enough.
Med because the game was going to end. Clearly, Patrick.
That's true.
All
Yeah,
right.
just this makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
sure, FG could go and kill England, but then like Turkey still has Warsaw in pocket at this point, and Greece. Technically not
Turkey's
Warsaw. They
the
need
only
Italian
person
help
who.
with that, but yeah.
Yeah, Adam in Turkey is the only person who gains from pushing this game on. And if he's happy with the result, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Next game.
All right. Moving on to round two, board 3, named Omar Little. In Austria, we have Joshua Barney. In England, Dave Maletsky. They convinced him to play. What a coup indeed. France, Rob O'Brien. Germany, Kayla Silverman. Italy, Joseph Bakita. Russia, Michael Galler. And in Turkey, Brian Ekton. Ooh, we got some fun names in here. Patrick, what do you think?
Well, we have the tournament leader in Turkey, which is not a great place to be when you're the tournament leader traditionally. And we have 3 players who haven't played yet who won't really care about the tournament standings. So maybe it's not so bad for
Joshua
Turkey
has.
after all.
I'm not sure why it's not showing him. There, he was Italy in that first game.
Oh, really?
That faced
Yeah.
the Western Triple versus Rat.
Okay.
But other than that, yeah.
Yeah, still in Italy that hasn't played yet, and an Austria who died in round 1, and a Russia who didn't have an especially good round 1 either. So possibly Brian helped by the motivations of these players here. They don't care as much about the standings, so they're more likely to ally with him.
I guess we'll find out. Let's kick it off with 1901. Darcy, I'll let you start us off.
All right, we have DMZ in Galicia, a fleet moving into Romania, Moscow moving down into Sev. We have a bounce in Trieste. Whether that's agreed or not, I do not know. And Brian not moving into Black Sea, but instead moving into Con and Armenia. So nice move set there by Brian. Everywhere else, we have Maletsky seeing that everyone's moving to English Channel and Picardy, so he moves Liverpool to Wales, saying no, go away. And a DMZ in Burgundy.
We had 1 bounce in Galicia, 1 bounce, and now back to business as usual.
I mean, obviously that's that's normal, right?
Local meta. It's fun.
All right.
A Bulgarian gambit. Hello. I'm commenting.
All right, Patrick, you can talk about this one.
I love these. Oh yes, Joshua supports the Russian fleet into Bulgaria. The army backfills Romania. This is why Michael moved Moscow to Sev, which I had some question marks about. Sometimes it enables this cool thing where you can move Rum to Black Sea and then Ukraine to Gal, Sev to Rum, and it's a nice attack on Austria. But sometimes you could do this instead, and it's very cool. Ooh, especially with Italy looking like they're copacetic with Austria for the moment. I would think those bounces in Trieste are arranged. This looks like it could be a very speedy AIR or just AR if the parties involved feel so inclined. And more good news for Russia as they're let into Sweden. Interestingly, Kayla chooses to take Holland from Ruhr rather than from Kiel. So if they want to build a fleet, Berlin is the only choice, which might point towards an EG, but at the same time, an EG values a German army in Ruhr at follow 1. So I wonder. And then France takes 3 builds. I mean, this could be a Western triple as well, as much as I hate to say it. But really, who knows? Yeah, the West is a little weird. We'll have to wait and find out what's going on there.
Well, on that note, we've got a 3-build France with 2 fleets and an army, a Northern Fleet build from Dave Miletsky in England, a Northern St. Pete build from Russia, along with an Army Moscow and I guess a Wave.
No, it's a North Coast.
And then,
North Coast.
Yeah, it's St. Pete North Coast, sorry.
And then Brian is reaping the benefits of going into round 2 of a tournament when you're leading it as Turkey.
I mean, let's see what he does with it. Patrick, we'll stick with you for spring.
All right, Russia, I will say it was just a mistake for Brian to retreat to Con there instead of disbanding and rebuilding, because now this is going to happen. Russia walks into Black Sea for free. They backfill Bulgaria, technically not for free. Italy decides, actually, I don't want that support into Aegean. I'm not really interested in this whole kill Turkey thing you've got going on, because this isn't an air. This is an AR that you want to tack me onto. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not settling for that. And good on you, Joseph, for attempting to do something else, like the convoy to Albania. But it's been done, so now France is going after you. So it has sadly backfired. Meanwhile, in the West, it looks like it could actually be a triple, as it turns out. Kayla moves into Baltic Sea. Miletsky does not move his army into convoy position, but he does defend Norway from the Russian onslaught that is coming. And again, France moves into the Med with some effect, actually. That could be a lost Tunis already, based on Naples to Apulia. Yeah. Yeah, Tyrrhenian's guaranteed. I just saw, yeah, Tyrrhenian's guaranteed. So Tunis is lost. So great turn for Rob already. And I wonder if that could turn this Western triple into an EG very quickly. As Germany walks, hold on, back to fall. Germany walks into Warsaw now, along with Sweden. So that's +2 for Kayla. Great job there. She also goes to Prussia. So the option on Livonia is there for next spring, which will put Moscow on the table. Oh, what a wonderful position for Germany all of a sudden.
And this is why Russia shouldn't have waved when you're a 3-build Russia. Just don't wave. Just build in Warsaw.
So maybe all of a sudden this build it into an FG. Who knows? Because
and
France
now you're
Germany
down to
both,
4.
Yeah, Russia can't afford to wave early game.
Yeah, they really. I mean, they didn't, but yes,
they did.
Oh, they had 3. I'm sorry, they're +3. I keep saying they waved. But yeah, this is why. And then Austria takes Bulgaria, and it's always tempting for Russia to wave early because they don't want to have that look big syndrome that Russia often suffers from. But in this case, it didn't really matter. Austria takes Bulgaria with Turkish support, and they tried to grab Romania as well, but that's sniffed out. So all of a sudden we have, instead of an AR, which I was really looking forward to, we have an AI seemingly, except the I is already almost dead because they're not responding to the French threat. I'm sorry, Joseph, but there are very few objective wrong things to do in diplomacy, but this was the objectively wrong way to deal with the French threat. I'm afraid to say.
I disagree. I mean, I think, look, they were cooked pretty much anyway. Maybe your best bet is a Janissary deal for the Western Triple.
Well, we'll see.
Russia's dying. Turkey never built. Your position's absolutely cooked. The only person that has somewhat of a position is Austria, who can get ground out by the end of 1909. So maybe. I'm predicting a Western Triple that doesn't stab and just rolls.
Yeah. Anyway, double armies for Germany, so Kayla's still on board with it. Not thinking about any stabby stabs right now.
All right, let's see how this pans out. Darcy, we'll go to you for 1903.
All right, well, Austria's doing all they can to block the line, moving into Bohemia, supporting Russia into Ukraine, trying to move to Tyrolia, but it gets bounced, whilst they're still also trying to kill Turkey, like you should do when you're trying to defeat a Western Triple. However, Italy is doing what I assumed, which is trying a Janissary for France and convoys into Albania, which is going to be a pain to deal with behind the lines when you're trying to defend against a Western Triple. They also bounced Greece out of Aegean. And elsewhere, we have Dave decides to take St. Petersburg with a fleet. So that's always suggests that the Western Triple is done when England puts a fleet into St. Pete. Elsewise, we have Tunis gets taken, Marseille walked into Piedmont, and it's not looking good for Italy or for Austria.
I don't really get the sense that Italy's been talking to France about any kind of deal, because if you look at the French moves, they're still taking the tactically guaranteed moves. They cut Ionian.
Yeah, I guess it's not a
attack Kosovo,
Janissary, it's more so.
and now, yeah, they're attacking Ionian. So,
Yeah.
that's just a confused game diplomatically from Joseph. And now the attack on Greece fails. Austria takes Venice, so it's just getting worse. France is in Tyrolia. That's a great place for a French army to be, regardless of its intentions, I would say. And England takes St. Pete. So everyone in this Western Triple is happy right now. Oh, except for Germany. They lost Warsaw to Austria. That is not quite so good.
All right. Yeah, and it does look like Dave Miletsky is trying to shuffle the army over to get it into St. Pete eventually. He's moved Barents away so that St. Pete can move, and we'll see what he does with that.
I mean, shout out Joshua Barney after that unlucky first board draw. Is now building 2 as Austria, where all your neighbors are on their knees about to die. It's a pretty good position.
Yep.
All right. So winter, we get a couple of army builds from the Austrian, a Southern Fleet build from the French, Army London from Dave Miletsky in England. We see Kayla disbanding her fleet in the Baltic, and Albania Eastern Med in Black. Any surprises to either of you? Darcy, we'll start with you.
No real surprises. Kayla's all in on the Western Triple. I think you got to bank on the fact that David didn't play round 1, so obviously isn't too motivated by tournament score. So potentially won't stab the Western Triple. So I don't think anything here was done wrong. Yeah.
This will be an important turn diplomatically for the East, because the question is right now, does Brian have enough of a relationship with Austria at the moment to go to Aegean right now and start helping, defend against the French actively? Or are they going to try and push out and go for Bulgaria or Sev or something to try and get a bit more of a result put together? I think he's the type of player who will try to make up with his neighbors as best he can, but he's been through a lot this game. He hasn't gotten to build even once, so we'll see.
Yep. All right. So, Patrick, let's go back to you for 1904.
Kayla avenges the depredations of last turn by retaking Warsaw, because Ukraine was giving an extraneous support of Budapest to Galicia when Vienna would have done just fine on its own. So that's an unfortunate miscue from... Well, no, it's not a miscue, actually. They were accepting the loss of Warsaw because Moscow was also bouncing St. Pete. So that actually makes some sense. Yeah, that delays the ticking time bomb against Moscow somewhat at the cost of Warsaw. So that's actually quite sensible. Elsewhere in the Med, it's just France doing what you would expect France to do here, lining up on Rome. They could actually take it with a convoy, which I think is quite juicy, and probably their best play. But the question is, will one of E or G insist on Belgium in exchange for all that amazing French growth potential? Because clearly Rob is getting the best deal out of this triple, and it is not close, even with Germany getting Warsaw back.
Yeah, it is important to note that Brian did also tap Sev, showing Brian doesn't care about anyone around him in terms of trying to mend relationships after the start of this game.
Well, he moved to Aegean, so he's either helping AI defend against France, or he's pretending to so he can snooker a dot.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's find out.
He's pretending
Darcy?
to in order to snooker a dot.
Yeah. So Brian takes Bulgaria, thanks to Ionian tapping Greece. So this is like a final screw you to Austria from both of the players, I guess. Meanwhile, we have Dave moves all of his armies up through to St. Petersburg in Norway, whilst Kayla manages to hold on to Warsaw thanks to Bohemia tapping Galicia. So good news there for Kayla. Meanwhile, we have Rob gets into Naples here, moves into Piedmont. So it's going to probably get Rome by the end of next year. And it's looking like this Western Triple might not break.
I'm really not a fan of this retreat to Romania from Austria here. Like, I get it, you don't want to disband, but like those 3 Russian armies are all really critical here. Moscow has lost if even one of them comes off the board, and now one of them is coming off the board. And Russia's the only neighbor who is not, hostile to you anymore. So you don't want to annoy them. And it just has. And the Sev disband indicates that Russia doesn't mind, he understands, but it's still just not a great choice from Austria ultimately. And it's going to probably hasten their decline in this game unless they can get Brian on side suddenly.
I mean, Brian's on a revenge tour with Fleet Anchor being built. So I don't think Brian cares about having good relationships with anyone in the East.
That's more of an anti-Russian build, though. I guess we'll find out. Oh, no, Russia actually did take that personally and moves into Sevastopol with support, leaving Moscow to the Germans, which was guaranteed anyway, but still indicates a particular stance from them. France, sure enough, does take Rome with the fleet. Sadly, did not have a convoy option this time, which will make that unit a bit more clunky to use against Venice, but he'll get there. Still an amazing position for Rob down there in the Med. There's a bounce in Belgium, presumably arranged for alliance hygiene.
I don't think so.
I mean, what else would it be?
I think David was meant to get that the same way he was meant to get Sweden, given Rob is getting down in the south.
You don't give England 2 bills. You don't give England 2 bills in this position. There's no reason to. I mean, if Germany wasn't giving up Sweden, then that would make some sense because England should get something here if the Russian growth route is getting temporarily cut off. But there's no reason to give England 2 builds here. It just adds uncertainty to both of his partners for not much reason. But I think that's arranged. It's a spring turn either way, so we'll find out the reality of it.
I think if it's meant to happen, it'll happen in the fall, but I'm on the fence. Then, Darcy, let's go back to you for fall.
France gets into Adriatic Sea here, however, does get bounced out of Ionian. Meanwhile, Austria takes Piedmont, however, it just retreats to Tuscany, not doing much there. And at the same time, we have another bounce in Belgium, which I guess we will only find out if I'm right or if Patrick's right long term here. And Brian's revenge tour continues as he gets Romania and puts an army into Bulgaria. Showing that you may have stopped Turkey from building at the start of the game, but you can't stop Turkey forever. Kayla gets Moscow and keeps it quite easily. Also keeps Warsaw quite easily, so Kayla looks to be friendly with everyone at this point. And yeah.
It may be incredible to think that the Turkey, which did not build in 01, is suddenly the most viable threat to France on this board, but I think they are at this point. Germany's tied up. England is, they can fight France, but it would take quite a while with the strength of that position. So, yeah.
Not really. I mean, they built if they'd built a fleet in London. Oh, but there's 2.
And the Greece disband.
2 builds. Hang on, why is there 2 builds from?
Because Bohemia got blown up last spring. We forgot to touch on that. Bohemia got blown up.
They didn't give Belgium and they got Rome. Okay, yeah.
And the Army London build suggests that England was not meant to get Belgium, so that makes sense.
Okay. Well, on to spring of 06. Darcy, will stick with you for the spring.
Yeah, I mean, this is just France continues to dominate as they get Venice. Marseille moves through to Piedmont. They're just capitalizing off of the infighting in the east at this point. Seems like David is done with the game. Seems like Taylor is done with the game. And it seems like it is a feast for Rob and Brian as they both try and take dots off of Austria. Seems like everyone is just waiting for France and Turkey to agree to a draw.
Yeah. So that thing that I said about Brian still being a viable opponent to Rob's dominance, that was really only going to happen if Joshua was still willing to hold the line to some extent, which the Greece disband gave some hope to. But as it turns out, nope, he is not willing to do that. So good game, Rob. Well done. Let's see how many you top at. Let's go to the fall.
All right, Patrick, tell us what you see.
And it's not going to be any more centers for France, but some great position for France, as Brian self-bounces an Ionian for some reason, instead of supporting himself there to keep France from doing this, going to Albania and backfilling, which is quite a big coup for them. Although, as some recompense, Brian gets Sevastopol with German support, which I did not expect. So good game to Michael.
Arranged
And
result incoming.
Brian will be going +2. Yeah, that makes
matters
sense.
a lot
Yeah.
in this one. This will be an arranged result.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
All right. Well, let's push it through. Winter, we've said goodbye to Joseph in Italy and Michael in Russia so far. And game over.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, look, just really well played by Rob. Second
Oh.
Western triple game where France has come out on top. And yeah, I mean, clearly read that Kayla just wanted to have a fun game. David
Mhm.
probably didn't even care if he played at all this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And was just there for a vibe, coming all the way from Mars, so you can understand just wanting to have a bit of a chill time. And yeah, and Rob just read that he wanted it the most in the West, and the East made sure that the person who wanted it the most in the East wasn't going to get off to a good start.
Yeah, it's funny, Darcy. You travel an incredibly long way to get to some tournaments too, but you seem to be equally stabby at all of them. How sad.
I am an Alliance player.
DBN viewers, can you please fact check this for us? No, I will say that Dave Miletsky very likely went to the tournament to hang out. Like, he and David Miller are friends, and him playing very much speaks to me as he was needed to make the numbers work for the round to get to that fifth board. But I can guarantee you, knowing Dave and Kayla as well as I do, that they had a delightful time working together. Their personalities would mesh very well. They would have fun, and they'd just be like, you know what? Let's just have a good time.
Yeah.
And I think they did. All right, well, that is it for round 2, board 3. We will move right into round 2, board 4.
Oof.
Oh, here's some names oh, goodness.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Sorry for that immediate reaction, but in Austria, we've got Manus Hand. In England, Keith Worstel. France, Liam Bennett. Germany, Jeff Ladd. Italy, Brad Blitzstein. Russia, Karthik Konev. And Turkey, Ed Sullivan. Who wants to go first?
Wow. I will. First of all, Monis and Liam on the same board. Yay, I haven't seen that
Yep.
before. I'm sure it's happened at plenty of Denver house games, but I haven't seen those. So wonderful.
Mhm.
And oh boy, this East. When Monis Hand, a 40-something year veteran of the hobby, is maybe the least threatening person on a particular side of a board, you know you've got an insane side of a board. And sure enough, you've got
Yep.
hardened veteran of the face-to-face scene, Brad. You've got Karthik, who needs no introduction, and you've got Ed, who is winning face-to-face tournaments like it's going out of style at the moment. So plenty of reasons to be excited about this board, and I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, and I will say that Jeff Ladd, I believe, is an old school face-to-face player from the East Coast who may not be as familiar to the DBN hobby, but is a name that I recognize. So
yeah,
nobody here.
David seemed to know Jeff quite well on that video, so I expect Jeff to be more than competent in diplomacy playing.
Whew. So with that said, let's jump right into it. Patrick, let's start with you for Spring 01.
Yep. And it's worth noting that Keith Worstel plays a real mean England as well, and the fact that we didn't mention that at all in the intros just shows how much stuff
Because there were so many interesting things happening.
You know what's great for England right away? A bounce in Burgundy that gives them the option on Belgium for free. Ain't that wonderful?
Mm-hmm.
So he will most likely take that because Russia did not open north, as Karthik instead chooses to go against the grain of the local hobby and the anti-fun route of bouncing Galicia. So typical Karthik. Oh my goodness. Anyway, we'll try to move past that and look at the relatively standard openings for both Brad and Ed, leaving plenty of options open between the two of them. Although a fast starting IT would usually have bigger warning signs than this, like Armenia or Trieste or something like that. So maybe that won't be happening.
All right. Why don't you push us through to fall, Patrick?
Sure thing. Now Karthik has seen the error of his ways and has decided, you know what? Bouncing in Galicia is bad. I'm sorry, Manus. Can we not do it this turn? And Manus, being the saint that he is, said, yes, Karthik, I will grant that request, even though you are a treacherous man. Meanwhile, Brad is possibly an even more treacherous man, yet to be confirmed, because he takes Trieste and Tunis. Manus, I don't know if this is intended from him or a partial NMR. I don't know if he intended to bounce in Trieste or something, but Serbia holding is unusual. So I wonder if he didn't get all of his orders in time. But when I'm Austria, I really don't like seeing this from Italy, taking 2 builds like this, including Trieste. It's very greedy. And Manus is the kind of player who might allow that because he likes to give his allies a really good game. He's a little more permissive about stuff like that, but it depends. We'll see. Meanwhile, Karthik puts the fleet into Romania, so lots of lovey-dovey feelings between Austria and Russia. It seems like they're going to be friendly regardless of what the AI relationship looks like. I'm not loving things for Turkey right now, and this might be the end of Ed's tournament hopes. Maybe. But he's found his way out of worse before, so we won't count him out. And then in the West, Keith takes that walk into Belgium, and pretty standard stuff besides that. France and Germany both get 2 builds, and Karthik gets Sweden.
Yep, and I will just shout out once again Liam Bennett's obsession with Clyde, as is the Denver Hobbies.
Yeah, I think I saw in the video. Manus had Clyde written on his shirt. So
yeah, there's something about the Denver Boulder hobby and their obsession with Clyde. All right, so I'll just shout out the builds real quick. Fleet Eddie and Army London for the English, double Army for the French, double Fleet for the Italian, Army Austria, Fleet Smyrna for the Turk, and 2 armies for Russia, and double Army for Germany as well.
As if 1901 wasn't favorable enough to Keith.
Right?
Double armies from France and Germany. Wow. Wow.
Thoughts, Darcy?
Yeah, I mean, look, this FG war is going nowhere anytime soon. Which is great news for Brad, who just built 2 fleets. And can probably head in either direction he wants. Yeah, I mean, this is just looking really nice for Keith, who I know can play a really good England, like mentioned by Patrick. So, yeah.
Yeah, and you got to think this is going to force some action from Karthik, right? And sure enough.
And yeah, Karthik moves to Norway almost definitely by agreement. Sweden moves into Baltic. Warsaw moves into Silesia. Moscow moves into Warsaw. Yeah, I mean, Karthik saw 2 players that he knew quite well in Ed and Keith. Isn't attacking Ed, isn't attacking Keith. Saw Jeff in the middle, who is slightly lesser known to Karthik, most likely. And Karthik went, yep, that's the person I'm going to kill first. Unlucky to Jeff. Meanwhile, in the East, Ed is all out into the Med with Austrian help. So this looks like a rat, most likely in the East, as Brad walks out of Trieste into Venice and moves Tunis back into Apulia. Meanwhile, Marseille also adds into the misery, moving into Piedmont here. And it looks quite a lot like it is going to be a slow-moving France against a quick-moving rat plus England.
Yeah, it looks like France is going to move through to Tyrolia, though, right? Because that only makes sense. That's the only place. That's the only place you can put that army when you build so many of them as France against Germany.
Yeah.
So Darcy, take us through the fall, because obviously right through to Tyrolia.
Greece decides not to support Ed through into Ionian. Interesting. Manus actually tries to also take Romania here, so seems like maybe a change of mind by Manus. However, all of it fails, which is only good news for the RT. Meanwhile, Karthik keeps hold of Sweden, or keeps hold of Norway, doesn't have to give up Sweden as he moves in to try and take Berlin. He learned from his first round, where he was the Germany that got killed by Russia, how to now kill Germany's as Russia. Keith convoys into Denmark successfully, also gets into Kiel, so Keith is in for a worldie there, who gets to build one despite losing Norway to Karthik. So well played by Keith.
Guys,
All right.
guys,
Yep.
you can't let Keith have it this good. Oh my gosh. How did he sneak into Kiel? This is just, it's madness.
It
It is madness.
Keith is just in the corner of the board being like, nobody pay attention to me. Nothing is happening. All right. I'm going to push us right through to spring. Patrick, take us away.
Yeah, the St. Petersburg South Coast build from Karthik is a very interesting and cheeky way to get another fleet up there. South Coast makes sense when Germany's position is still intact, but after Germany's decimated, England's got to ask some serious questions about why that's there. So that's probably what Norwegian is about. As Keith also takes Holland in the meantime. Interestingly, Picardy went to Belgium here, but he decided not to make Belgium the mover into Holland. So maybe that'll be some tension between Keith and Liam for the fall, but Liam can't really do that much about it right now. He's kind of put himself in a difficult position to strike back there. Meanwhile, it looks like from Fall 02, I thought Monas attacking Romania and all that and holding Greece, I thought that was just a bunch of security moves to make sure everything was fine in the fall. But it turns out he was actually trying to turn back against Russia, and now he goes to Galicia. He pops Romania. Turkey goes into Serbia. I don't know what that's about. I guess we'll find out in the fall. But things seem to be copacetic between AT, because Ionian fell this time from Aegean.
There has to be a
Austrian way
stab
to do
just to get Ionian to fall.
I mean, I guess, but it's not the best stab in that case. I mean, you can hold on to Serbia maybe at the cost of Greece. Let's find out. They tried to take Greece. Okay, so it was an attempted stab, but not an amazing stab. They take Serbia, and what in the world is happening with Vienna and Trieste? Okay, I guess Italy sneaking in, that makes sense, right? Because Brad wants that unit back. But France sneaking into Vienna because it walked out to Bohemia. That is...
Man,
I don't even know what to call that. Yeah, it's madness. It's madness hand. That's true.
Madness hand. Yeah.
Goodness me. I don't know how to process that.
Yeah.
That really shakes things up. That's going to help Turkey a lot, obviously. And beyond that, it's going to help France a fair bit as well, because now Liam actually has two builds, because Belgium walked out this time, so they got that worked out. Great negotiations from Liam if he convinced Monas. Oh, I mean, that would make a little more sense if Liam convinced his grandfather to walk out. His grandfather, who also happens to be very friendly by default. So maybe that's a part of it. But I don't want to insinuate anything I don't know. And in the meantime, Karthik keeps Berlin. Nothing much else to see there. But it looks like Norway could suggest Keith sees him as his next target.
All right. Well, I'm going to push through to winter. We'll take a quick look at the builds. Double fleet from Liam in France. Fleet London from Keith. Fleet Smyrna. And Army Venice. And then some disbands across the board. Anything stand out to either of you?
Fleet London is interesting. I'm not sure that's the best play if you're going to go after Karthik. But I guess we'll see.
All right. I guess we will see. And Darcy, we'll start with you in spring of 04.
All right. So Keith makes a move against France here, working with Karthik, who has managed to get Keith to back out of the stab that he'd just made on Karthik. So good job for Karthik there. Liam doesn't bounce English Channel, so a bit of a pain there as he moves to Mid-Atlantic, retreats to Picardy, moves into Ruhr and Burgundy, so should be able to potentially get back Belgium here. Meanwhile, we have Manus getting into Munich thanks to Karthik, as he also moves Galicia through to Bohemia behind, meaning Karthik can walk into Galicia. Karthik walks into Romania, and most likely the Juggernaut is going to take Budapest here. Meanwhile, Ed tries to take Ionian back, but fails. Will get it most likely in fall as Eastern Med is there now. And just looks like a nice turn for Keith and a nice turn for Karthik.
Yeah, Can we see what Ionian did, please?
Yeah.
Because that
Probably
convoy would have
something
worked.
required.
Sports Naples to Adriatic. Oh no. Yeah, just a simple misorder. That's a shame. That would have protected him for a little longer. But anyway, I'm curious to see, because why did Keith stab here? He didn't stab because Liam took Belgium, because that was clearly a desire that was communicated for a while. Did he stab because of the builds? Or did he stab because he didn't expect Liam to get Vienna, maybe? Or a combination of those? But then, why would he build Fleet London if he's not expecting a build in Brest? Because Liam only has one build. That's an interesting story, but we'll move on for the sake of time.
Yep. So let's take it away with the fall. Whoever would like to start.
All right, in 4 we have Karthik does take Budapest here, and at the same time Ed takes Greece. Also has to retreat Albania to Adriatic, which does keep position on Trieste, so the RT is still rolling. Meanwhile, we have Liam tries to get into Munich with Marnus's support, however that fails. As Kiel and Berlin braced it, and Munich and obviously Bohemia can't support an enemy unit into its own province. And meanwhile, it looks like Liam has decided to try and work with Brad to hold off the RT in the east. However, does move Leon to West Med, so potentially opens up stabs on Tunis, also could open up a move into Mid-Atlantic. However, he then takes West Med off the board, so that isn't the case, as Karthik builds 2 armies, Keith builds a fleet in Liverpool, and Ed builds a fleet in Con, which Karthik can't be too fond of, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I'd be ringing the alarm bells over that as Karthik here, because if Ionian's not a path forward anymore, since Francis is clearly there to help, based on the disband, what's Turkey going to do? Turkey's got to do what Turkey got to do to win the tournament.
Turkey's got to do what Turkey's got to do. So, Patrick, what does Turkey got to do?
Turkey don't got to stab Russia, at least in Ed's opinion. So Albania's piffed, which is a great little bit of tactics, and that's going to guarantee Trieste in the fall, unless Manus is there to help, which is not at all out of the question. Although Manus might also be there to help Vienna stay there, since it will be lost otherwise. I guess we'll have to just find out. France takes Munich as well, which will help make up for some of the lost ground against England. Turanian moves back to Western Med, so Ionian is actually realistic now, because Western Med is needed to defend Mao and the homeland. Makes sense. Good stuff from both Ed and Liam in their own ways. And more good news for Keith, as Sweden convoys out into Prussia. So solidifying that ER cooperation, and that is probably going to be a pretty big deterrent, in fairness, for Ed to stab Karthik as well. So the more I look at this, the stab on Russia was never the best idea for Ed. So good job, Ed. Don't take my terrible advice. Anyway, in the fall, Italy wisely sees that their entire position is lost, so they just decide to expedite the process by not covering Trieste or Puglia or anything else like that, or Ionian for that matter. Brad could have selectively slowed down some of these, but maybe he has some other thought process. Maybe he wants to try and survive in France instead, because he thinks that he just has a better chance that way. That is possible. Speaking of France, good tactics from France this turn. Good job, Liam. You piffed Ruhr, tapping Belgium, cutting the support. So good job there. Has to give up Munich to Russia, but that's a small price to pay to keep England out of Burgundy. I'd say that's a fair trade, especially when you're not actually disbanding this turn. And another possibility that arises here, actually, since England seems to be Turkey's main rival for the top, well, Russia too, but Ed needs a way to slow down the ER, so maybe he'll leave Italy on 1 or 2 units here to help France defend against England, right? North Africa can prop up Mid-Atlantic Ocean pretty much indefinitely. Piedmont can move through Marseille to Gascony to help defend centers there. So the more I look at this, the more it looks like Ed and Brad have just struck a deal to help out Liam. So we have the famously rare Mediterranean Triple Alliance, maybe.
All right. I'm going to push through the builds real quick. We got a Northern Fleet build from Keith in England. Karthik builds another army in Russia. Ed builds army Smyrna and a disband in Tyrolia. Thank you for playing Menace Hand.
I would expect an army from Keith here. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see what he does with it. And Darcy, I'm going to give 1906 to you. What do you see?
All right, Brad does turn around and defends as he doesn't allow Ed into Venice and doesn't allow Ed into Naples, moves back into Tunis as well. So good news there for everyone that isn't Ed for board topping reasons. Meanwhile, seems like tensions between the ER has led to Karthik having to move out of both Bothnia and Baltic backwards. And meanwhile, they continue to slowly grind out Liam as they force Picardy here and bounce Burgundy out of Belgium. They also take Vienna. Well, Karthik takes Vienna and moves Warsaw into Galicia. Ed just trying to cover any stab Karthik has by convoying Smyrna to Bulgaria. And yeah.
Alrighty. Darcy, let's bring it through the fall as well.
Fall, we have Brad takes Rome back, but does lose Venice and Naples in the process. So Ed going +2 here. Meanwhile, Ed also moves Aegean into Con, showing potential play on Black Sea coming up. And with the builds, can force Black Sea even if Karthik does build a fleet in Sev. And Keith takes Brest with the army and also takes Mid-Atlantic Ocean now. So looks very much like a three-way fight here for the board top as Vienna still gets taken by Karthik. So Karthik having the lead by 1 at the moment. There isn't a fleet being built in Sev as Karthik probably presumed that it would have been useless, meaning that Ed, who decided not to build the fleet in Ankara to force it, still has the walk into Black Sea if he decides to. So good play there by Ed if he is stabbing Karthik here.
All right. I'm just going to push right through. We'll take a quick look at the builds, but go right into 1907. Patrick.
Right, great convoy to Gascony here from Keith. This is exactly why England needs armies, so they can convoy them into wonderful and threatening places. And yes, sure enough, Gascony is very threatening to a particular center called Paris or Spain, depending on their preference. Russia's into Burgundy, although I assume that's not to prop up France, it's to accelerate their rapid decline. A bounce in Armenia, bounces in Budapest seems pretty alliance hygiene from Ed and Karthik. And in the meantime, Ed continues to prosecute his war in the boot. France grabs Tunis because he figures, why not? Might as well helps me survive, so why not? Naples and Rome are traded, but that won't be holdable for Italy in the fall. So we are about to say goodbye to Brad Blitzstein, it would appear.
Yep. Longtime face-to-face player. Thanks for coming out, Brad, but looks like... Well, let's see about that. Patrick,
and
take us
he
to the end of
convoys
this year.
to Tuscany as a fun little goodbye gift to everybody. Thank you. I love
Because he can.
to Tuscany. I don't know why, but I do. Meanwhile, Russia supports England into Paris, which gives England the bandwidth to force a move on Spain to guarantee at least one center. Good tactics there from the
10,
ER
10,
once
10.
again. Yep, arranged
10-10-10
or 11 11
Yep.
11.
10,
No,
10,
10 10 10. Yeah, sorry. 10 10 10 3 1. Yeah.
All right.
What?
Let's go ahead and push through. We've got our 10-10-10, and let's see if our commentators have called it.
A very
Winner
Ed
is-
Sullivan-esque
I
result.
mean, it's Ed Sullivan in a three-way draw that's arranged. I mean, what
Yeah.
else could it possibly
I called
be?
it at the beginning of the broadcast to see. I was like, we're going to see one of Ed Sullivan's famous three-way draws.
It was a very well-run from all of them.
Exactly. And
I
given
mean,
that they only...
Ed can't really keep Serbia here. He could potentially have tried for Tunis and made it a little bit harder, but I mean, with 4 moves left, this is a three-way shed anyway.
This is the right way for this game
Yeah.
to end, honestly.
Yeah.
All right. We've been waxing on a bit, so I'm going to push us through right to the next game. Some fun names on this board, too. So last board of round 2. In Austria, we've got Robert Roos. England, Randy Lawrence Hurt. France, Jeff Ladd. Germany, Robert Davis. Italy, El Doer. Russia, Hal Schild. And Turkey, Todd Craig. Initial thoughts, Patrick?
Not too many. Besides, there aren't a ton of people who had great first games on this board, so a lot of people looking to bounce back, and Randy looking to push his advantage with whoever will give him the best alliance.
All right. Darcy, anything to add?
No, not really. Just on Randy watch over here.
On Randy watch. All right. Well, let's get right into it. And take us away for Spring 01, Darcy.
Robert, who got Austria again, by the way, is still embroiled in AI conflict as Venice moves to Trieste and Rome moves to Venice. He's going to be so over AI fighting by the end of this tournament. Meanwhile, there is an Armenian fist bump to allow Ankara to move to Con, and elsewhere the West is completely standard.
Love to see the first fist bump of the tournament, finally.
Finally, it's about time. Darcy, finish up 1901 for us.
Yep, we have Con doesn't move to Aegean, doesn't move to Black Sea, does pretty much nothing. Meanwhile, we have L moving Venice to Tyrolia, getting ready to continue the attack on Austria by building an army in Venice, most likely. Hal also moves into Galicia, so we could see some early wintergreen cooperation. And meanwhile, it looks like a fast-moving EF as Holland is bounced, meaning that Ruhr holding is a crucial misplay here by Robert Davis.
David Hood was at this tournament, so there's really no excuse for Robert to not follow his sage advice, which is, if you're gonna, before you hold, think long and hard about what else you can do with it.
All right. I'll push us through into winter. We've got fleets in London and Brest from Randy Lawrence Hurt and Jeff Ladd. France also drops down 2 armies. Army Fleet from the Italian, Fleet Ankara, but I suppose that was the only available place for them to build from the Turk, and double army from Russia. I'll push us through.
Vibes? Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
No EF vibes anymore? Channel? Hello?
Oh.
Germany?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it's an EG, possibly EGR, based on absolutely no aggression in Scandinavia of any variety. Meanwhile, Russia gets put through into Serbia. Italy puts themselves into Vienna, so a very efficient dogpile on Austria at the moment. No one really cares about what the alliance structure will look like after that. We just really want to make sure Robert is out of this game first. Then we can sort it all out later. It's fine. Priorities, people. Come on now.
Valid.
Moving on to the fall.
Yeah.
This could still be an FG. Oh, never mind. Baltic. There you go. All right. So now the EG vibes are complete with England remaining in Channel and Germany actually moving out of Ruhr. So we still don't really know what's going on in the West, even after multiple turns of different things potentially happening. And the dogpile in Austria continues. It looks like they're down to 1. Yes, as Italy gets piffed in Vienna, but takes Budapest, and Turkey takes Greece with Italian support. So a couple of really, really good positions for, I'd say it's pretty even, actually, for everybody in this RIT so far. If it's going to turn into a Western Triple all of a sudden, and those French fleets are actually headed to the Med, then it's going to get a lot worse for L in particular. But I hope that's not the case, because we've got a nice dynamic game right now, and we wouldn't want to ruin it with triple versus triple shenanigans.
All right, I'll push us through. We got a St. Pete South Coast build from Russia, Army Berlin, Army Ank, and another army fleet from L in Italy.
Looks very IT-ish.
No, I'd say it's most likely going to be an RT. At least I would RT from here.
You've said that about every single early Austrian elimination board. Come on now.
Yeah, I have.
I mean, I don't know. I'm feeling kind of wintergreeny over here, but that's just me.
We'll
find out.
Be minty fresh, but it's not minty fresh because Russia takes Budapest and my heart sinks.
Yep.
It's not. I'm right. Finally.
No.
Darcy's right. So
it's
Darcy, take it away.
It's a Western triple, therefore Italy's not dying.
All right, Darcy, take it away.
All right. The RT decides to swap Serbia and Budapest they take Budapest from Italy and give Turkey Serbia. At least that's what I'm going to assume it is. Meanwhile, we have the start of a med battle as Lyon is bounced and West Med is moved into. Ionian moves to Tunis, so nothing's going to get anywhere. Marseille holding is interesting. Burgundy goes to Munich, but I'm going to assume that's by agreement, although Belgium moves to Holland, so maybe not. Meanwhile, Randy doesn't get into St. Pete because Germany decides to bounce bounce Bosnia rather than take Sweden. So that sucks for Randy. But yeah, I mean, there is a chance this is just Turkey going after Turkey stuff.
Turkey going after Turkey stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Round out the year.
Turkey is going after Turkey stuff as they take Romania, move into Armenia, keep hold of Serbia. Meanwhile, Russia and Italy decided to stop fighting because they forgot Robert is actually still in this game. So they decide to kill Robert just a little bit more just so that it's done. However, Robert does get the last laugh over Russia as they tap Galicia, meaning that Warsaw was guaranteed to be lost. Meanwhile, we have in the north, Hal also loses Sweden. This time, Robert decides to take Sweden, meaning that Randy actually could have taken St. Pete this time. So a little bit frustrating for Randy there. Meanwhile, it looks like most likely that Jeff is actually not on board with the Western Triple as he moves into Burgundy to open up the build for Marseille to be a fleet as L moves into Lyon and North Africa and backfills Tyrrhenian Sea. However, crucially, still has a disband, I think. Actually, no. They took Vienna, lost Budapest.
All right. So we got another fleet build in Marseille from France, Army Berlin, some disbands in Bohemia and Albania, fleet in Naples, and double army from the Turk. All right. I'm going to push us through and say, Patrick, what do you got?
All right. So now that Austria is dead, some real RIT discord is finally allowed as Turkey attacks Russia, Russia attacks Italy, and Italy also attacks Russia with Turkish help. So, looks like an IT, as the scraps of Russia are left to fend for themselves against the oncoming Germans. Not great. So they're up into Livonia now, and Moscow is not guaranteed, but definitely at risk. Meanwhile, France moves everything further south to defend against this surly Italian, but England is taking the opportunity to go back to the Channel, which might be there to help, actually, because Mao does need some help with coverage if they want to actually get a fleet in there instead of just bouncing it. So maybe that will be friendly. That is not unprecedented, but we'll see. And then Munich moves out to Tyrolia, which makes sense in the current landscape of the IF war.
All right. And fall.
However, it is friendly as Munich moves through to Bohemia, so it turns out instead of France moving through Munich in 1902, we're going to see Germany moving through Munich to not take it in 1904. Makes sense. Anyway, Germany does take Moscow, but they lose Warsaw in the process, so no building for them right now. Sorry, Robert. Hate to say it, but nothing yet. Vienna and Budapest turns out to just be a trade, and it seems like Russia and Italy are happy to keep it that way. Or maybe not, because no. Italy's trying to walk out of Budapest so they can defend Venice, but now they have nothing to do so. So they have to retreat Tyrrhenian off the board to get a new army on, but then that creates a bunch of other vulnerabilities. Yeah, not looking good for Italy right now, no matter how you slice it. This war has turned quite bad for them.
I mean, Turkey's gotten to do absolutely every move they could have possibly wanted this entire game and literally not been stopped like a single time. So Todd's having like the game of your dream where you get every move that you think of and it just comes off.
Darcy, are you saying that Turkey sometimes benefits from Western triples? Really?
I mean, I know, but even before that, it was an IRT that just decided to kill Austria from the out. Like...
All right. Well, let's move it along to 1905. Darcy, we'll start with you.
All right. Romania takes Budapest. Vienna supports Ukraine supports Vienna to Galicia to try and hold the line. At the same time, Sev supports Warsaw to Moscow. So it seems like Russia and Turkey are on the same page. Meanwhile, it seems like France and Italy are on the same page as they kick Ionian out back to Aegean. And it looks a lot like... Oh, yes, and Germany stabs England, taking St. Petersburg and Norway. And they are both unable to be taken on in full unless we have Russia tap St. Pete. So
Pro tip:
Randy.
when you stab someone for center A and center B, don't leave center C open for them to freely walk into.
Yes,
usually good idea.
as Denmark is taken by England. Germany takes Munich, however, that just retreats to Berlin, so not much of a point in taking it back in the first place. Meanwhile, we have Turkey decides to move out of Budapest, giving Italy the build. So it seems like Turkey's friendly to everyone at the moment and decided that they've had enough centers. As Italy turns around and kicks Tyrrhenian Sea, kicks France out of Tyrrhenian Sea, and potentially is going to make a move on France in the coming years.
The classic late-breaking RT, where Russia sits peacefully on their two centers while Turkey sweeps the Balkans on their own.
I mean, as a Turk, that's my favorite kind of RT.
True.
All right. Couple of one build, one disband here. So, Patrick, I will toss it to you for Spring of 06.
Thank you very much. All right. Another swap for Munich and Berlin, because France decided that Berlin, it's just too stuffy. I don't like that big capital city environment. I'd rather be out in the Bavarian countryside. That's where I really belong. Reminds me of my hedgerows at home and all the wine fields. Anyway, in the meantime, Turkey goes to Tunis, which I assume is an arrangement to put it through to North Africa to help in that IF war, because that would be very much in line with how Todd's playing right now. No centers, all positioned, which is exactly how he should be when both of his neighbors are so compliant, and the West is in such chaos. Oh my goodness, where do you even start with the West? And what's England's doing? England is going to cause a lot of problems for Germany in the fall, and Germany has a lot of guesses. Let's just put it that way.
All right. And right on to the fall. Patrick, we'll stick with you.
Sweden is taken, Norway is taken, Denmark is retaken by the Germans, so +1 for Randy, net, and -1 for Robert, while France is even. But France, of course, has other problems, such as this encroaching Italo-Turkish threat. So not great. And Todd also treats himself to just one dot. Just one. He's not a greedy man. He doesn't want to get fat. He's on a dot. He's on a dot diet. So he will take just Budapest. Totally fine. Again, this is exactly how he should be playing right now. Doing a great job.
Okay. All right, going through to the winter. Randy gets to rebuild an army in London. We've got a couple of disbands in Holland and Venice, and Army Inc. So right on to Spring of 07, Darcy. Tell us about all the things you see.
Yeah, looks like an arranged draw. Hang on, when did Italy get into Munich?
This might be a sandboxing error. This might be something where they just missed it.
Error. Yeah, sandboxing
It's gotta be.
Let's go to the fall. Let's find out.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Oh, okay. It must be an issue where just 1 year didn't get covered for whatever reason.
I mean, I'd still like to see the tactics that got the convoy into Holland.
Yeah, because we were here.
But the net effect of that, either way, the net effect of that is Italy gets Munich, England gets just Holland, or both Holland and Denmark.
They get both Holland and Denmark, I think.
They get both Holland and Denmark.
And
Turkey gets Warsaw. Okay,
Turkey gets Warsaw.
Yeah. This could be an arranged draw sort of thing, yeah.
Yep, I think this is end of game.
I think they probably screwed up something in the turns previous, and we're like, how do we just arrange the center so that it ends the center count that it's meant to end?
Make it make sense kind of way. I've been in games like that.
Yeah. But wow, great game from Todd.
Yeah, well done, Todd. And good job for Randy. He was down at 4 just 2 years ago and back up to 7 for a tied second. Nicely done.
And let's give Elle her flowers as well. She turned a hopeless tactical situation into one where she could remain useful and remain on quite a good number of dots. So shared second place, actually.
100%.
Really, yeah, really, really good.
All right. Any other final thoughts from you, Darcy?
No, except Todd could have got best turkey if he wanted it, but at the moment Ian still owns it.
All right. Well, that'll wrap us up for round 2. Before we move on to round 3, we do have one more video from David Hood, which is an interview with our tournament director, David Miller. So I'll go ahead and pop that on, and we'll see you back in about 6 minutes.
Hello, David Miller. I am coming to you from the Sunday round, the third round of the first inaugural BlazeCon. Thanks, of course, to you for running it. Tell us some observations from the weekend, if you don't mind.
Well, it's been a great time at BlazeCon. We hope to see the rest of you here next year. We've had 5 boards in rounds 1 and 2, 4 boards in round 3. Everyone seems to be having a great time. And yeah, well, I think I'm just pleased as pie as how it's gone. I think that's a Southern saying. We're in the South here in Maryland.
Technically, I think that's true. The interesting thing about the field this year is that it includes a lot of players that everyone on DBN will be familiar with. Also, some players not familiar to DBN. What do you think about the player mix?
I think the player mix is great. We had, I think, 4 or 5 brand new players first face-to-face tournament, and then players you've seen all the time, Ed, Karthik, Randy Lawrence Hurt. So new faces, old faces, and I've been impressed at how competitive every board I've seen is. There's a very deep field here at BlazeCon.
Now, I'm not going to ask you anything about how the tournament's going because the last round is still going, but I know there's one of the special awards that, by the time anybody sees this, it will have already been awarded that you might want to talk about just a minute.
Yeah, so we have some very fun awards here at BlazeCon, and one is the Star of Courage, which is facing up to a raging dumpster fire. So there was a player, and I'm going to leave the name anonymous for now. You'll see it soon. Who, despite being on a board with 3 people that could win any tournament that you put them in, managed to weasel their way from being eliminated into a 4th place with 4 centers and part of the draw. So keep your eyes out. Really exciting round in round 2.
All right. Now, I can't help but probe a little deeper as the reporter, because by the time anybody sees this, it will already have been announced. So I would like to talk about the actual person who won this award. So go ahead and blab it.
All right, it's Liam Bennett. So the 13-year-old, soon-to-be hobby star Liam Bennett managed to get, I believe it was Karthik, Ed, and Keith to weasel his way into that draw and become part of it. So 13-year-old beating up on 3 grown men. Look out for Liam Bennett in the years to come.
I think that's fair, and it also bears saying that Jason Bennett is of no relation, and Jason Bennett is not getting any recognition from us right now whatsoever. Is that right?
That is 100% right. He did show up to the tournament, I believe. So good job, Jason. Thank you for coming.
Jason, thank you for playing, as they say. All right, to turn serious for a minute, BlazeCon is your first attempt of running a tournament, and it's been in Baltimore, which has run many tournaments in the past. So it's wonderful to see Baltimore back in the tournament mix. I want to talk for just a minute about the name BlazeCon and where it comes from. So if you don't mind telling us.
Sure. So BlazeCon, to some people's disappointment, is not about things that we don't do. It's about our dog that got cancer and died when he was 4 just a few years ago. And so I get to run my own tournament. I thought we'd memorialize, there we go, him a little bit. There's a little bit of a dog theme here. We have some dog theme prizes you'll see later. And as well, if anyone's interested, every year my wife and I raise money for a charity that helped us pay for his treatment when he was sick. So if you want more details about that, I'm going to send that to the DBN folks. We can put it in the description. You can reach out to me, or you can look at the BlazeCon Discord server. Basically, we just raise money. It goes straight to charity to help other families who have sick pets. Because if you're like us, your pets are part of your family.
If not the most important part of the family for some people. All right, well, let's turn back to the tournament for just a second. As a first-time tournament director, I'm sure there were things that you were expecting and maybe things that you weren't expecting to have happen in the tournament. Do you have any tips for anybody out there who's thinking about running an event of their own?
First tip, just do it. And I'll be honest, the worrying and the planning and all that has been harder than actually running it. Got a bunch of pros here. They all know how to play diplomacy. All you have to do is hand out cards and seed boards. It's really not that hard, especially because I think we had like 7 or 8 organizers show up and support me in this tournament. I can't thank you, David, and everybody enough. Keith, especially bringing the boards, you and David Miletsky helping me out, letting me bounce ideas. The hobby is going to support your first tournament. The hobby is going to help you make it a success. We have 35 players playing in 2 rounds here. I'm beyond words how appreciative I am of all of you guys coming out, and I've just had a wonderful time. And I didn't have to play diplomacy, so that's the other plus. If you run your own tournament, you get to play Pinochle and Arc Nova and whatever else. So I would just say go for it, because you have people hungry to play diplomacy. Baltimore happens to be near a lot of major cities. I think that helped draw some people in. So if you're thinking, oh, I live in this part of the country, there's no tournaments around here, there's probably another 20 or 30 people wishing they had a tournament close to home. So run your tournament. Let us know. We'll be there to support you. And I hope to see us. We're at 10 tournaments, I think, now in North America. I could see a dozen, and we'll have great attendance still.
That's all of that makes perfect sense. And BlazeCon has actually drawn not just the players from the local area, not just players from the bigger cities nearby. You've got people here from Florida, from Texas, from the Midwest, from California. It is really a representation of our North American hobby, at least as a whole. We need some Canadians here next year, of course. Folks, thank you for tuning into this coverage of DBN. David, any other final thoughts you have before we turn it back to the studio?
Final thoughts. I would just say, again, thank you, David. You've been a huge support to me in this hobby. My very first tournament was DixieCon. The very first person to sign up for my first tournament I'm running was David Hood. So this guy's pretty great. Thank you. And thank everybody who came. I'm just having a blast this weekend.
All right, that's enough from this character. Back to the studio.
All right. Well, thank you, David and David. Minor dig at the Canadians, because apparently none of them showed up. So next year, y'all better represent for BlazeCon number 2.
To be fair to the Canadians, they have Cascadia coming up in like 2 weeks or something like that.
I mean, but there are East Coast Canadians that this might have been more convenient for.
That's true.
Yeah. And what David is saying is so true. Like, there are so many parts of the U.S., North America, and other parts of the world with a very few people who are interested in diplomacy, but not a ton of tournaments near them, right? The entire area, east of Vancouver, north of Chicago, west of Vermont, like there's nothing there. That includes big cities like Montreal, like the state of Michigan and the Rust Belt and all that. So if you're in that area, or you're in a place like Texas, really, or Florida, or anywhere like that, or for example, or somewhere in Europe that doesn't have a tournament right now, there are so many opportunities at the moment with the hobby in a state of growth, and with a lot of people who have the resources to come to tournaments, or only have the resources to come if they're closer to them than the current ones are. It's the perfect time. Like David said, just do it, because we will support you.
Well, and, I remember this conversation, and I won't go on too long about this, but some years back in the hobby, there were organizers who worried that we would oversaturate, especially the North American hobby, because that's the one I'm most involved in. We would oversaturate the number of tournaments, and then people wouldn't go to enough of them, and every tournament would suffer as a result. And the reality is that's not what we have seen in recent years. Like, as the hobby has grown, as people have come in through virtual and other places, and we found ways to reach out through DBN and whatnot, every tournament has done better and better and better every year. And so every tournament does better by supporting other tournaments, by supporting newer hobbies growing up across the country, across the world, everywhere. So,
and the fact of the matter, and the fact of the matter is, most of the people in this hobby that like play a lot of competitive or are very interested in it want to spend money on diplomacy trips and both for the games and for the socialization. I know as a uni student that is broke 24/7 that the reason I'm broke 24/7 is because I'm constantly saving up for diplomacy trips. So
it's true.
So never underestimate people wanting to come out to these social events, because it's a community that wants to meet each other quite a lot, and and we'll go to new places to do it. So, hey, I mean, I'd love to go to every diplomacy tournament in the world. If you pitch me a good tournament, I'll see if I can get there.
Oh, 100%. So before we move on to round 3, I'm just going to say, in terms of if you're new to the channel, first of all, right down here, please like and subscribe. It really does help us reach more people who want to see this kind of content, who are interested in diplomacy, who might be thinking about coming to face-to-face tournaments. But if you're not quite ready to face-to-face yet, I will leave a QR code up in that corner. Yeah. My camera is always backwards. So up in the corner, that's the VWDC server. So I'll leave that up there for a while if you're interested in some virtual diplomacy. And after this next board, I'll share the QR code for the NADF server in case you're interested in some face-to-face play. All right. So before I pull up board 1 of round 3, let's take a look at the standings. So what is blocked by the QR code?
QR code.
See how many points Ed's on.
I know. So I will tell you, because I know this and I can see it. And actually, I'll take the QR code down for a second. Jason and Ed are tied for first.
Wow. I didn't see Jason coming that
He just sort of sneaks up on you, and it's...
See, that's interesting, because it shows that no one's gotten 2 tops that are worth enough points yet. So it shows that this scoring system, a good second place, can get you there, right? Like Brian had a pretty average second round. Ian had a pretty average first round. Jason got stuck second place in his second round. So it's
in 15 and third fifth place with a 17% top share. Yeah.
I reckon anyone, like even Adam potentially.
Can we see?
Well, I mean,
everyone on this page is in contention. Can we see who else is in contention?
Well, you look at this top 10, right? It's a 5-point spread. I can push us through to the next 10.
Okay, so it's really the top 10 are the ones, unless there's a solo or something.
Yeah. Everyone down to like Eddie, I would say, has a realistic chance. Well, not Eddie, because he doesn't want to win the tournament. He won't do that. But everyone down to Tim, for sure.
You never know with Eddie. He comes out of nowhere sometimes. But so I would say that this top 10 is probably what we're most likely looking at, outside of, as Darcy said, some sort of outsized result from the next 5 or so.
I also wonder what the tiebreak is, and if it's like tops or whatever it is. Because I mean, I'm looking at 4 people tied on 1 score, and then a lot of people only 1 or 2 points within each other. So it could very well come down to the tiebreak.
We're going to find out.
Are we going to let Ed win like his 4th tournament in the space of like 12 months? Come on, guys. Come on.
Well,
I have mild spoilers, so I'm not going to say anything.
All right. It could come out to 1 point, like I said earlier. It could come out to the difference between a lone top and a shared top. So this sport system seems to be designed to incentivize alliance play, incentivize you to, play nice with the local players, with the new players, to make sure as many people have fun as possible. And then that room for stabbing comes in right at the end when you need those fine margins to really just put yourself over the top, over that last hump. So I think that's what we're going to see here in terms of a shift in play.
All right, so I'm going to push us right into it because we got 4 boards to get through. Round 3, board 1, or board A. Austria, we have Karthik Coneth. England, Joe Bakita. France, Rob O'Brien. Germany, Max Chester. Italy, Todd Craig. Russia, Travis Conrad. And Turkey, Ian Rudnick. So we've got a couple of the top 10s in here.
IT, and... Well, Italy's in a really tough position. They're stuck between 2 other people also in contention in France and Turkey, so it's not looking like it'll be an easy game for them. And also, you have Karthik on your board. Karthik's never going to be like, "Oh yeah, I'll let you top because you're in contention for the tournament." Karthik's gonna be like, "No, I'm going to solo this board and use this all to my benefit."
I have a feeling Karthik's going to have a field day on this board. I can't quite articulate how or why, but I think he will. Let's find out.
Well, let's get right into it. Patrick, let's start with you.
Okay, so immediately we have a bounce in Piedmont, but it doesn't look arranged because Todd tried to do the little Alpine chicken, which did not work
Mm-hmm.
out. So maybe a planned attack on Karthik that also annoyed Rob a little bit. Seems okay on paper for their situation, but it doesn't work out. Bounce in Black Sea, DMZ and Galicia, as is custom, as we've established in this tournament. And a big move into the channel from Rob. Ooh, okay. So we could have another big, fast Sea Lion FG situation here, especially with Travis opening north as well. So, oh boy. I'm sorry, Joe. It's already not looking very good.
Yeah. Let's continue with you, Patrick, for 1901.
Yep, so we have a fast-moving AI, except that wouldn't really be accurate because it's a fast-moving AIR. Austria seems just fine to let Russia help them with Turkey right now, not offending them by going to Galicia, but giving away Trieste so that Aegean can happen. Good stuff to get Todd on side. And sure enough, we do see the traditional Sea Lion with English Channel supporting Germany into the North Sea. So a very quick demise is looking like it's on its way here for Joe, especially with absolutely no builds. Travis bounces Norway because North Sea did not try to convoy, didn't try to support anything. It just got left out to dry. So looks like a pretty good position for Travis right off the bat with 2 builds and an Austria who doesn't have Trieste. So let's find out if that continues.
Yeah, so we'll just jump through France with 2 builds, Fleet Brest, Army Paris, Germany, Fleet Kiel, Army Berlin, double armies from the Russian in Warsaw and Moscow, army from Austria, and fleets from Italy and Turkey. I don't think there are any huge surprises here.
No, I don't think so. All right.
Darcy.
In spring, we have the Sea Line fails to convoy into London as North Sea gets dislodged, but it's not the end of the world as it gets to go into Edinburgh. Meanwhile, we have Rob takes Portugal, moves Brest to Mid-Atlantic. And in the east, and we have Russia taking Norway up in the north. In the east, we have what looks like it's probably not arranged bounce in Galicia and a failed attempt on Bulgaria. So it looks like this is going to turn into an RT versus AI sort of situation.
I think the only thing I'll point out here that jumps out to me is Russia takes Norway with the army instead of the fleet. And I understand that's the guaranteed and safest thing, but if you're assuming that Germany and England are more bothered by each other than they are you, why not put the fleet in there? Isn't that... Unless you're going to build fleet.
Extra
That's a playstyle choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Travis is taking Norway to fund his operations in the south, then this makes the most sense. Whereas if he wants to play a more active role, in the north and actually like maybe go for Eddie or pitch a GR or something like that, then it would make a little more sense. But yeah, this helps him stay under the radar to just get a southern build and maybe attack Germany later if he wants to, because he's still next to Baltic.
Yeah, I'm the sassy Russia that wants my fingers in the north, but
I am often the same.
All right, Darcy.
In 4, we have another failed attempt on Galicia and a convoy into Tunis in the east. Meanwhile, in the west, we have Edinburgh is kicked out into Clyde and a failed convoy into London. So the 50-50 was lost there between Wales and London. In the meantime, we have Kiel moves into Helgoland, Denmark moves into Kiel. So a bit of breathing space further for Russia. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, this just looks like a great game for Rob, who is in 6th place heading into this with a 4-point deficit behind the leader. So picking up a build whilst no one else in the West is a good sign, whilst the East is completely stagnant, basically.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think Rob wanted to stay in Belgium there while he put another unit down, because England's always going to cover London there. That just feels like the most obvious thing in the world for them to do on a fall turn. But you don't want to walk out of Belgium yet and maybe be more open to Germany. So I actually like that.
I love the build in St. Pete, North Coast. It means you can keep being unbothered by what happens in the East and could potentially just gain builds from the West. I really like that build from Travis.
All right. I forgive you not going to Norway with the fleet. the build makes up for it.
And
All
that's
right,
also what I
Patrick.
would have done.
Oh, look, it's going to Skagerrak. He wanted to retain the get this. Travis wanted to retain the option to attack Germany because he was planning to attack Germany, or he's lining up on North Sea. One of the two. I guess we'll find out. In the meantime, what we find out right now is that Austria and Russia are no longer good, as Turkey is taking Romania with Austrian support, but Italy's also going into Eastern Med, and Austria seems suspiciously okay with that, so a bit of Carthage playing both sides. Oh, really? That's happening? We've never seen that before. No, Carthage would never do that. And then Germany moving to Silesia as well, so perhaps Carthage and Max have been talking a fair bit as well. And France gets the convoy to Wales, which was guaranteed, so well done, France.
All right, and take us to the
Holy arrows, Batman.
I'm sorry. We all had a visceral reaction to that moment.
Oh, Max has a good ally. Not Max, Rob has a good ally in Max.
Wow.
Max is the perfect ally when you need him for a top in the final round.
That convoy.
Oof. All right, I think it's
Patrick, or someone.
Yeah.
Anyone.
Okay. So, putting two armies on the English mainland as France can be risky, but given that the nearest German army to French territory is in Holland, and Russia's actively attacking Germany now, I quite like it. I very much like it. Good job, Rob. Enjoy your builds. And Italy is Lepantoing, which is wonderful. They're going to have a build next year, but they can't get it guaranteed without losing Tunis, because they have to move at least 2 fleets back to make sure they don't get their clock cleaned by a Fleet Marseille build if that happens. And I assume it will happen because France seems very uninterested in attacking their loyal German ally. So everything's coming up, Rob, and now the AI is probably going to be slowed down because of it. Although only on the Italian end. Austria's still doing great. They got rum. So good job, Austria.
To be in this French position, all I'm going to say, like,
he doesn't build Fleet Marseille. Okay.
I hate Italy being in Bohemia here, because you need to get into those Turkish dots, and if they're impenetrable as they just became, then you instead want to go for Greece, but then you lose Trieste instantly.
I mean, this isn't bad for Carthage, honestly.
No,
none of this is bad for Carthage. Yeah, he's still got his pick of the litter between Turkey and Italy, really.
Mm-hmm.
And what's going to
happen? Darcy.
In spring, it's actually not impenetrable because Ankara is going to go to Armenia. Don't ask me why. So Todd gets into Smyrna here as the AI. This is a weird alliance structure in the East. I'm not sure. I'm not going to say it's any sort of alliance. I'm just going to say the moves. Romania gets supported up into Ukraine. Galicia tries to support Silesia to Warsaw, but Silesia goes back to defend Berlin. Meanwhile, Italy also moves into Munich as Vienna backfills Bohemia, which means Munich should be keepable unless France is going to help. In the meantime, France does make moves towards Edinburgh here, presumably to support his ally and Max into it. Also moves up in the English Channel to get ready to move into North Sea. And Russia does get into Denmark.
All right. We'll push on through with whatever this alliance structure is. And bring it home, Darcy.
Todd doesn't get into Con, doesn't lose Smyrna, so keeps one there. Does lose Munich, however, so only one build. He's actually probably happy that he didn't get into Con, as Mid-Atlantic moves down to Western Med, meaning that he would have lost Tunis otherwise. In the meantime, we have Carthage successfully gets into Warsaw, fails to get into Moscow, so Carthage building one again. So Carthage just slowly but surely building momentum. Meanwhile, Rob gets his ally into Edinburgh, gets into North Sea, gets into Munich with Max's support. Mate, Max is the ally of the century. If you have a chance to win a tournament, in the final round, Russia keeps hold of Denmark, but does lose Norway to a retreat, so will be disbanding one. But yeah, I mean, Rob building again, has complete control over Edinburgh and the North Sea. The Allies disbanding.
I mean, this position is
This
wild
is
to me.
tournament. This is what he needs. He's 4 points behind first place. Rob needs. I mean, if you're Rob, you're not drawing until you're probably at 13 centers.
Yeah, I mean, you can push Eddie forward into Norwegian here pretty easily. Get him into Scandinavia. Denmark is there. Take Holland behind.
A lot's going to depend on how successful this this Mediterranean battle is, though, because Todd's also in contention. And
it's not going to be successful. He just wants to slow Todd down. Otherwise, he would have moved NAO to Mao last fall. He hasn't done that, so presumably he wants to support Germany to Norwegian instead. But he doesn't support Germany to Norwegian instead. He goes to Mao now. Then it's just inefficient, and he's lost Tunis now because of that. Okay.
I think that was guaranteed, though. No, like he was never going to keep Tunis.
No, he could have if he backfilled Mao last turn. But now he can't. Now he can't do that. So now Mao doesn't matter because that sentence isn't confusing at all. And in the meantime, France gets their armies off the English mainland now that the threat is dealt with and goes back to Burgundy, and it just has a ton of armies and a ton of useful positions. So that's great. Germany takes Denmark back, but with the army, which I find a little confusing. So I guess they're not.
I mean, they're not concerned about France. They're quite happy with France doing.
But if they're not concerned about France, then why don't they go to Denmark with the fleet? Because that gives you better options on Sweden afterwards. I'm a little confused on that. But anyway, Austria into Moscow, that's noteworthy as well. So Carthage continuing to roll forward, but doesn't have any option against Turkey. They took Bulgaria, but Turkey could take it back if they want. Depends on the diplomacy in the fall, I'd assume. So let's look at the fall. And in the fall, Turkey, sure enough, takes Bulgaria back presumably because Carthage got Moscow, so it wouldn't be fair for him to have both. And England and Russia team up again. So kudos to Joe, keeping yourself relevant in this game. You love to see it. As France cuts Helgoland.
France
so that
stabbing Germany?
And they bounced in Berlin with Austria. Huh?
Oh, that's bad, Rob. Oh,
excuse me?
And they support Russia and Eddie without taking it themselves? That's
bad.
That's many levels of what?
No. That's that. No. Oh. I just saw Siobhan do the Siobhan do that.
I'm sorry. I'm over here like checking my plants, seeing if they need water.
Maybe maybe he has a master plan of some kind, but we can.
Carthage's in a great position.
He is.
You've given this game to Carthage, and that hurts my soul.
Oh yeah. I mean, hey, Todd's not gonna keep Smyrna, based off of Ian's moves, and Ian does still matter for the tournament as a whole. So if he can bring it back, Ian's
all right. Let's see where we're going.
Oh, Rob.
No.
I'll spend any time on winter. Carthage's the only one building. Doesn't matter. Keep going. Come
on. Okay, Darcy.
But he keeps Max on side. Max is like the kindest person of all time.
Sure.
As he gets Max on side to get him into Berlin, bouncing Munich, and Carthage cuts his own support that would have got him into Munich. So Carthage's going to be kicking himself there. Carthage moves into Prussia, so they're fully on the line there now. Meanwhile, Ian does take back Smyrna from Italy, and it looks like Joe will most likely lose Norway and fall to the Russian. And yeah, it's all going to be based around what does Rob do here in fall. Is he going to take Holland? Is he going to get support into Edinburgh? What's going to happen here?
Well, let's find out.
He takes Holland. He gets to keep Munich and Berlin. So that's pretty huge for Rob there. Meanwhile, Russia does take Norway back here. Not back, does take Norway. Oh, actually, yes, back. Does take Norway. Rob is losing the med battle, though, however, as he's forced back in the Middle Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah. But he's on 11 and the board's locking up. So I think
he does get 2 builds here, which I think will both be fleets, or they should be fleets.
Double fleet.
Yeah. I would think Russia's just going to hunker down in St. Pete here and support Berlin with Baltic, which means this is a stalemate line in the
the issue is Rob really can't afford to draw before he's at least at 13. At least 13. And I don't see how he long-term keeps Berlin and Munich here. Sure, he takes Edinburgh, Denmark.
No, all of it is defensible because Russia is there to help now. But
I mean, we assume that, but then how is he going to get to 13?
Maybe Eddie.
All right. Oh, he could have walked in
He's
Eddie.
there to help.
Yep. So the stuff in the center is kept. Eddie walks out for some reason. That fleet isn't really necessary, so I don't know if he's okay. I don't know if Travis is okay with just letting France have it to help his tournament chances. Judging by the fact that Liverpool didn't just walk in, I assume maybe not right now. Or maybe Liverpool's just going down to Wales to get convoyed back. Actually, yeah, that makes more sense to solidify the line against Italy. So again, lines are solidifying. Turkey's convoying up to 7 Ukraine, which might be something. I don't know what's going on with those armies, but I guess we'll find out. Oh, something is going on. Warsaw falls. Moscow falls with Russian support. Bulgaria is kicked out. Okay.
Ian still has a chance at this tournament.
Ian has.
There is justice in this world.
He still has a chance. Yes. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's find out.
And Liverpool's lost.
I need to know what happens.
All right.
I'm hooked. I'm hooked.
2 armies in a fleet. Yep. That makes sense. A lot of sense. Romania is almost not quite guaranteed. Not really. Warsaw piffed. That's bad. And Russia lining up on Moscow. Also bad. Okay, so this is some pretty quick backlash to Ian's shenanigans.
I think Ian's just trying to lock up second place and see if, because he's in third, he's only like 2 points behind. He's only 2. No. Ian's 1 point behind. Because Ed and Jason were tied first, which means Ian's only 1 point behind Jason and Ed.
Yep.
But Rob was only 4 points behind. No, Rob was only 4 points behind, and Ian's currently losing to Rob by 6. So Rob would be winning even if Ian comes second out of this.
And Max proving one more time on his way out that he is the best bro that Rob could have possibly had on this board by refusing to retreat to Holland.
And there we go. There's the centers. He gets 14. He's on 14.
Yep.
Okay. This gives Rob a real chance. And I would like to point out that there's still a year left.
Yep, still a year left. Fine. Let's see.
There's still a year left. We're not game over yet. And I gotta tell you that this game is giving me the vibes of when I am dozing off for a nap with Netflix on in the background. It's like, are you still watching? I'm like, yes, I'm still watching.
All right, Carthage rebuilding, France building a lot.
Oh my goodness,
14.
I just hope it's not a complete throw. That's all I hope.
It doesn't look like it. Italy has a line here. Italy has a line. Okay, let's not
this
panic.
Is not a throw.
Norwegian Sea, North Sea, Skagerrak, all the good stuff. Russia can't really do much now. Norway and Sweden are gone. Keep going. Yep. And they both fall. Nothing else falls. So 16. Wow. Easily best France. I doubt that's going to be beaten.
16.
And that's game over because 1909.
30. Yep. Okay. So he was behind by 4 points. He was behind by 4 points, meaning that for Jason or Ed to win, they need at least, we don't even know the tiebreaker, but they need at least 26 to tie.
They need at least, they need a 12 center top to tie.
A 12 center top to tie.
Soul top. All right.
Well, I'm going to push us right on to the next one, which might not have any. Well, Jason's on this board.
May I ask that the boards with Ed and Jason be the last 2 boards? Because then
we can do that. We can 100% do that. I don't know which ones they are. That one's Ed. So we're going to
Ed, so we'll go to board D.
Round 3, board D.
So it's just like Brian Ecton and Keith, who we can
this is going to be fun. Austria, Brian Ecton. England, Timothy Crosby. France, Keith Worstel. Germany, Adam Silverman. Italy, Robert Davis. Russia, Hal Schild. And Turkey, Jeff Ladd.
This is
Any
a fun
first
one.
thoughts?
I mean, this West is Tim Crosby, Keith, and Adam Silverman.
This is going to be hilarious.
That is a big. That is
Show
a
me.
big West.
Show me. Come on.
Show me
this
the
is gonna
money.
This is going to be amazing. All right.
All right. Let's go for it. Patrick.
All right. We have a Bouncing English channel. That's novel. I doubt that was arranged because most of them aren't, but maybe it was. Who knows? Keith can be nuts sometimes. He also hates playing France, so maybe he's doing something unconventional to snap himself
He'd
out
rather
of
be in England. So
Exactly.
that's why he went to the English Channel.
He'd rather be closer to Russia, generally speaking. Meanwhile, Italy gets the vibe that France hates playing France and decides to put him out of his misery early by going hard west, like Western Lepanto West, which is very, very rare. So that'll be fun to monitor, and it's good for him too because Turkey is going for Smyrna to Khan, so that could be just a nice little, hey, I'll build an army and we'll just not bother each other. Wonderful. And then bouncing Galicia, standard stuff from Russia and Austria and Germany, so not much to say there.
All right. We move on to
Turkey gets Black Sea, so decent ground is decently laid for AT or IT or AIT or whatever if they want to do that, or air. Air is always an option. England gets into Channel this time. They also take Norway with the fleet. Interesting. So that unit is going to be stranded. And if Hal wants to build North Coast, he could do some very nefarious things. But also, Brest goes to Mao, Spain to Portugal. Okay. And Marseille is covered up. So that's good for Italy. They don't convoy to Tunis, though. So they've backed out of the hard French attack, which is a little bit of good news for Keith, at least. And good news for Adam. Well, it depends on who you are. If you think 3 builds for Germany is good news. But I'm going to say it's good news until proven otherwise because I'm an optimist.
Yeah. I just want to point out one cute little thing. Piedmont supported Spain to Marseille, thinking that Keith in France would self-bounce in Marseille to avoid losing it to Piedmont, possibly moving there, and then disallowing France of their build in Spain. And so that's a bit of a guess that everyone did there. Interesting. All right,
Double
Winter.
fleet. Oh boy.
Oh, fleets.
Wow.
And yeah, I'm just gonna push right past that and see what they do.
The $1 trillion
Darcy.
question.
All right. Adam, with those fleets, decides to go to both Baltic and North Sea and Holland. So, scattergun approach with the fleets. I respect it. Moves Holland to Ruhr, suggesting he wants to attack literally every single one of his neighbors because that's what you do in round 3 of a tournament when you have a chance at winning. So love to see it from Adam, who knows he needs a big score to win, so may as well go for it. Keith, meanwhile, takes Spain and I think misorders an attempt to take English Channel. And it still looks like he's going to be fighting Italy from the start of this game. Good news for Italy is there's a bounce in Aegean, so no fleet coming into Ionian or Aegean just yet. However, there is an AT in the east as they take Romania and force Galicia. Russia also takes Norway.
Yeah, Italy, we're in a triple. We're totally not just waiting until you overstretch yourself so we can stab you and just be a normal AT.
Push right on through to the fall.
In fall, we have everyone trying to go to North Sea. No one gets in. And Germany decides to head east, moving into Bohemia. Elsewhere, Robert continues to get into position to fight Keith, who doesn't seem too fussed about anything really. And in the east, we have an attempted attack on Austria by Turkey. At the same time, Austria tries to fight Turkey. So nothing actually happens as a result of this. And Turkey goes up +1.
GR seems like the new alliance to watch on this board, and if Italy's going to take that guarantee on Marseille that he has to weaken France further, they're going to have a pretty easy time with it from here.
Yeah?
Yes.
All right, so let's see where that goes. We've got an army from France, an army in St. Pete for Russia, and Fleet Smyrna for Turkey, and a disband in Norwegian.
If anything's going to indicate that it's not a real AIT, that's going to indicate it. But he's still not going to Ionian. How nice of you, Jeff. You're only
There's the
maintaining
RG.
the option. You're only retaining the option to. Oh, it is an RT. Is it RT? It is an RT. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Austria takes rum, and okay, so that was a really quick communications breakdown. That's a shame. I mean, I guess it makes sense because GR is quite threatening, and it's going to stop the AT in its tracks. But that looked like a good IT for a moment. But anyway, Italy takes their guarantee on Marseille. Germany follows them through to Tyrolia, which is not a great position. But regardless, it's not like Germany can immediately prevent them from keeping it. Can they? Oh, there's guesses. They can force guesses now. That's a little trepidating, if that's a real word. I'm going to decide that's a real word now. And they finally get North Sea. The GR does. So good job, guys.
Talk me through the fall.
Denmark goes to Sweden, which I assume is not arranged. Wait a minute. What growth would Russia have had there? Are they just okay with not? Is Hal just okay with being down a unit for now? Maybe. Well, I guess we'll find out with the disband. But Eddie is unsuccessfully attempted, and England sneaks into Brest. So I guess Tim just sees Keith as a carcass to be picked now for his own survival.
Nom 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 nom.
Which is a valid perspective. But yeah, that's gotta hurt if you're Keith, because he's also lost the guess to retake Marseille, which Germany so kindly supplied him by going to Tyrolia. So that's doubly unfortunate for the French. And Austria gets into Galicia, with Turkey getting Romania back. So, and Turkey finally goes to Ionian. So I guess it's just Turkey against all of them now, except Russia.
All right, so we got some builds and disbands. We got another Eddie fleet from England. France has disbanded Army Burgundy and Fleet Portugal. Fleet Naples build from Italy. Germany is disbanding Berlin, and Army Smyrna build from Turkey.
Would like to highlight, just because Adam's off to an early lead, he would need probably a solo to win the tournament at this stage.
Yeah, Rob raised the bar high enough that Keith and Adam are kind of out of it, realistically.
Actually, no, he needs a 17 center. Sorry, not a solo.
Yeah,
because he was only 1 point. He was only 1 point behind Rob. So
yeah, and Adam is smart enough, and he knows how to game scoring systems that if he wants to win, he knows exactly what he needs.
Yeah.
So you know that if he's playing this round 3, he's watching other boards if he wants to throw his hat in the ring.
Yeah, and I guess Hal was okay with Sweden because the unit he pulled was Silesia. So.
All right.
No, the game's not. We have moves. We shouldn't have moves if the game's over. What? Huh? Siobhan, is there anything left in the
No,
sandbox?
actually, I have behind the scenes information about this.
Oh, really?
Adam texted me. He's like, Siobhan, you'd be really proud of me. I negotiated a 1904. I board topped. And we all just got to go drink beer and have food and enjoy ourselves.
He pulled a SkyCon, if you know what that means.
He pulled a SkyCon. And
looking at these moves, though, they're really nice moves for Adam.
Yeah, I would have thought through with these
really nice moves.
I think he was just over it. He realized he wasn't going to win. He didn't feel like pushing for...
How do you realize in Spring 04 that you're not going to win?
But he could have killed
not about not winning the board, just the tournament.
Okay, I'm gonna not push any further because I know Siobhan probably knows stuff, and I'm gonna just assume that
is literally, well, I know Adam. Well, here's what I'll say. Spoiler alert, everyone. Adam Silverman did not win the tournament.
Oh, no way.
Wow. Well, this is great because it keeps alive a tiny inkling of hope that I have. We might get both the remaining boards done before I have to go. So let's
All right. Well, let's just push right on to... I'm gonna go to board 3. We'll move backwards. Okay. All right, round 3, board 3. Austria, we have Eldor. We have in England, Jason Bennett. France is Paul Konka. Germany, Joshua Barney. Italy, Peter Cook. Russia, one of our tied for first, Ed Sullivan. And Turkey, Randy Lawrence Hurts.
Ed's stuck with two other players in the East that also have a chance to win the tournament.
And the West is full of
I-
people who can't win, so this will be a fun tale of two halves, I think.
This will be a Western triple.
Oh, this is gonna be.
No.
I swear to goodness, if they make an IRT out of this, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Don't speak it into existence, Siobhan. We're speaking a Western triple versus RIT game into existence. We should not put that on ourselves.
Patrick, you first.
Okay. Standard AF openings. I gotta say, Bouncin' Piedmont, pretend spicy. Smyrna Decon, pretend spicy. It's all within the range of standardness, so it's standard, and we're moving on.
Mm-hmm. And moving
Bouncing
on.
Galicia is, I guess. Okay, 2 bounces in Galicia in a row. That's notable. I think that's the first time that's happened all tournament, maybe. Italy takes Trieste and follows up to Venice, so I don't think that's particularly arranged between Peter and L. So maybe it is an RIT. Don't know if it'll stick together for the whole game, but it looks kind of like an RIT, I must admit. But anyway, and Germany gets Belgium, and Sweden's bounced, and Barents Sea happened with the Norway convoy.
I love how Patrick didn't know exactly why me and Siobhan were reacting, and then he slowly read the news.
He slowly got there.
The slow realization.
Oh, wow.
Tell us, Patrick.
Well, I've said all of it. Let's go to winter.
In his
Someone
mind, he was getting annoyed at me laughing whilst he was talking.
Germany.
And I was like over here having my reactions.
Germany, please build double fleets or something and save us. It's the one time I'll hope for German double fleets in my entire life. No. Okay, 1902, just put us out of our misery. Come on.
Darcy, your turn.
Okay, Jason puts a fleet in St. Pete. Ed probably cut the deal of his lifetime to get any hope of not being Western tripled. Jason takes Sweden with an army, convoys his other army into Norway, potentially trying to make a move on Germany. I'm just trying to have hope for Ed's game at this point. In the meantime, Ed gets put into Serbia by the IT, gets into Galicia, gets into Ukraine, is hoping to God that he gets a chance in this game. In the meantime, in the West, in fall, we see Belgium get taken because the third fleet is needed for the Western triple. Jason fakes out Ed and seems to actually be working with the Western triple still as he moves into Finland. Ed loses Serbia. Ed loses Serbia to Austria, who continues to still be dying in Greece. Ed does manage to bounce Warsaw, so maybe there's some hope, guys.
Well, I will say Austria took Serbia back that turn and seems to have Italy on side. So maybe it's not an RIT, and that's at least part of our prediction can be wrong.
Yeah. So when David did on the video, Ed probably watching his tournament hopes die. Maybe David was giving us a little bit of a preview.
Maybe. Anyway, Western Med piffed. Good tactics, Paul. Good job. France, all right. France doing pretty well here. All right, fair enough. Austria suddenly decides that I don't want Italy's help. I want Trieste back. So I'm going to take Trieste back and let Italy retreat to Budapest, which sounds great for producing more chaos on this side of the board and eventually letting the Western triple roll. Turkey goes into Serbia because that's what you do as Turkey when you're presented with the opportunity to do so. They also go into Black Sea because that's what you do when you're presented with the opportunity to do so. And England puts an army into St. Pete because, say it with me, folks, that's what you do when you're presented with the opportunity to do so.
And Randy is also needing the same result as Rob to win this tournament. He needs 16. Randy's a Turkey that is facing a Western triple. There's a chance.
I don't hate his chances. Let's see.
I mean, I hate that Randy Lawrence Hurt has a chance. No, I'm kidding. He's a good friend of mine.
When did Randy Lawrence hurt you, Saban? I've never seen you play together.
Oh, the number of times that we have, played Diplomacy together, but mostly the number of games of Avalon that we have played together.
Ah, the other board game beefs are always the most lasting.
We're enemies. It's a thing.
All right, so Randy's an Ionian and Romania because his position didn't need to get any better, but he wanted it to be better anyway, so he did that. Good job. Turkey on 7 at the end of 03. You love to see that if you're Turkey, not if you're anyone else, but if you're Turkey.
Nice.
And then England tries to go for Moscow, doesn't get it. Germany tries to go for Warsaw, does get it. Good job, Joshua, getting that build. Now we can go after Vienna, most likely, and France gets the nifty convoy to Tuscany. So things are looking better and better for France, Germany, and Turkey, and I guess England too, which makes sense on this
Yeah.
board.
Nicely done, many of you.
Double armies. And
Not
yep,
messing around in round 3.
that is a genuine stalemate line against the Med. So sorry, France, for now. Maybe he'll get another army on there, but for now.
Maybe someone will mess up. You never know.
Maybe.
I mean, you just need to move down to P.
All right. Austria is a Turkish Janissary now because Turkey's position didn't need to get any better, but it could, so he did. He goes into Budapest, puts Austria into Trieste. There's also Bohemia things happening. I don't know what Bohemia things will lead to, but we'll find out soon enough. Germany convoys England to Livonia because why wouldn't you? But Norway doesn't go to St. Pete for some reason to reinforce that further. That's interesting. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. Maybe there was a misorder. I'm sure Jason will tell us in the chat if he's here. Ruhr goes to Belgium, and Munich goes to... Wait a minute, this is a stab on France. I buried the lead completely. Tyrolia to Piedmont, Munich to Burgundy, Ruhr to Belgium, North Sea to English Channel, and Barents to Norwegian, which will go to now. So, will it go to now?
We should slightly slow down considering Randy's on 9 in spring 04, and he needs a 16 to tie this tournament. So he is at a genuine spot here where he could actually threaten this. And
maybe.
yeah,
maybe.
We'll see. Cool.
And Germany decides, no, I'm going to stab both of my allies, actually, because I can, and thus I'm going to. England takes Brest with a walk-in. Germany takes Paris with a walk-in. Germany takes North Sea with what could have not been a walk-in, but was. And England is seemingly okay with it. I guess we'll find out based on their builds, because they do have 2 builds, so that is a nice silver lining. France convoys everything back because that's what you do in this situation. Austria is almost dead, but not quite dead. Ed is fully dead. Good game, Ed. Sorry to see your tournament hopes dissolve like that, but
Rip.
Hey, happens to all of us.
All right, to the builds. We got double fleets from England in Liverpool and London.
Yep. He's okay with this. Okay, he's okay with North Sea. That's what that build says.
All right, Darcy, you're up.
All right, we see, the EG sticking together here as they force. Well, they don't force. Well, they do get into Ukraine, but it wasn't guaranteed. Randy is pushing up into Galicia, probably trying to get into Vienna here. Meanwhile, he does move out of Ionian back to Aegean, which is important for his chances of actually winning this tournament. He probably can't afford to be doing that too much. But yeah, I mean, just the EG pushing forward.
Okay.
In fall, he moves back into Ionian, also gets into Vienna and Trieste. He's now up to 11, only needing 5 centers now to at least tie the first place. Meanwhile, EG don't gain any centers, don't get into Galicia. A very passive move set here around Galicia. A little bit detrimental to their overall momentum and play against Randy.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
Also has Naples guaranteed.
Because if Peter asked Turkey to walk out of Ionian, then he wouldn't be able to walk into Trieste in the fall if he didn't do that. So that's fair. That's a good way to approach it for Randy.
And Naples is guaranteed in spring at least.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And Venice is within reach, depending on what Germany does. Germany does
but
not
he's
go to
doing it the
Tyrolia.
smarter way and trying to act
buddy
buddy with Italy so that he can potentially get a bigger stab later. Good play.
Yep, get all the dots in his pocket, just like Ian did earlier.
Salty little.
Don't say something you'll regret.
Yep.
Easy.
Yep.
This is pretty locked up. We can go to fall now.
Yep.
Okay,
takes Belgium.
2. He is now on 13, only 3 behind, 4 away from probably winning the tournament.
Wow.
Well done,
meanwhile,
Randy.
Jason Bennett does what he does best and takes Belgium as a corner power that can get away with it. So again, another good thing. Although it's probably just leaving it up.
Hold on.
Please, Randy, don't take the draw. I know that it was just an 8-8. This could very easily now draw here if Randy decides to. Please don't, Randy.
All right. I genuinely don't know how this game ends. Patrick, do you think they'll draw here?
No, I think he'll kill Peter.
Darcy? Not whether you want
I
him
think
to.
it draws. I
but-
think it draws. I think it draws.
Okay. Winner is Darcy.
Randy! Oh, what are you doing, Randy? No. Okay, a little bit of knowledge. I texted Randy after his first round, asking about why he drew, and he said that was his favorite game of the tournament, was his first round, and he didn't give anything away about the rest of the tournament. And now I just want to.
I'm sorry, Darcy, if that reaction does not become part of like the DBN, like we put that in as like a reaction to things.
Randy, what are you doing, brother?
Oh. All right. Well,
I was so ready for the heartbreaking him ending on 15 centers and being one short. I was so ready for it. Oh, Randy, why?
This is why you go for those lone tops in round one, people. I warn everybody, and no one listens until it bites them.
All right. We got a hard stop for Patrick in a little bit, so I want him to at least see part of this game, or if we can power through it, and then Darcy, you and I can wrap up the stream.
This is the last game, isn't it? So we should be able to get.
This is the last game.
Yeah.
But you asked me to save the top people for the end. So in Austria, Liam Bennett. England, some guy I've never heard of, Eddie Bresson. France, Michael Galler. Germany, Kevin Fernandez. Italy, Jason Maspom. Russia, Alex Maslow. And Turkey, Kayla Silverman. First thoughts, Patrick.
I think this is a pretty good board draw for Jason. All of his neighbors are out of contention. Everyone on the board actually is out of contention. So he can just focus on flexing his pretty solid alliance player muscles, especially with someone like Liam who just wants to have a fun time most of the time. And I think he'll have a pretty good game here. I don't know if he'll have a good enough game to overhaul Rob, but it's possible.
Only 12
Absolutely.
centers. Only 12 centers.
He has it in him.
Darcy over there doing the math. Thank you.
Yep. Good reminder.
All right.
Well, it's 12 centers to tie. I'm not sure what the tiebreaker is, though.
Again, we don't know what the tiebreaker is.
It's probably largest center count.
Yeah, it's highest individual score, and then second highest, and then
most likely.
All right. Well,
this East is exceptionally young. You have Kayla and Liam in Austria.
Yes.
Alex balances it out.
Shots fired. Nah,
we have been on this stream for way too long.
Complete deadpan face, like that was just like a normal thing to say. And like, why are we not starting the talk?
Hi, Alex.
Patrick, you're ruthless.
Oh my god. Oh, we've been on this.
Sorry, Alex. All right.
For anyone who has stuck with us this long, thank you so much. We just get goofier and goofier hour over hour. But on that note, spring 1901, Darcy.
Jason opens to Tyrolia, doesn't follow up into Venice. Meanwhile, it looks like there was a broken Black Sea DMZ DMZ as Kayla walks in. The West is completely normal.
All right, we will move right along. Continue.
In fall, we see Kayla give up on Romania. Give up on Black Sea to take Romania. Moves into Armenia, so 2 build plus Armenia. Kayla is a very nice position. Meanwhile, Alex walks into Black Sea now, walks into Galicia as well. Does get into Sweden, so we'll have a build in Sev. Meanwhile, Jason just convoys into Tunis and tries to support Serbia into Trieste, potentially suggesting that he senses an AT and was trying to work against it. Who knows? And meanwhile, it seems like there could be an EF based off of the support into Belgium from Picardy, but we shall see.
Looks like prime EF weather.
Yeah. All right. We'll move right along. Go through the builds real quick. Fleet Eddie, Army London from Eddie in England. Army Paris, Fleet Marseille, Fleet Kiel, Army Munich, Fleet Naples, Army Con, Fleet Ankara, and Army Sev. I'm not surprised by most of the builds. What do we make of Turkey and Russia, though?
I mean, the Army Sev makes sense as just a response to the early aggression. I think Army Conflict Ank is probably the smartest set of builds here, because you can kick Russia out of Black Sea pretty easily, with Armenia especially helping to counter any braces, and Army Con helps keep Austria honest. So,
all right, let's see where we go from here. And Patrick, I think it's your turn.
Oh, hey, it's an AT. Would you look at that? Black Sea is pipped, so good job, Kayla. And they have a guarantee on Sevastopol, actually. So great job, AT.
Yeah.
And Austria gets into Tyrolia, so very efficient from the jump. Jason does convoy to Albania, so he does have some counterplay against the Austrian, but the Austrian isn't his only concern, because look at what the French fleets are doing. Oh no. Turns out Spain South Coast and Marseille, they can go to Gulf of Leon and Western Med. Get crazy, I know. And they could even convoy to North Africa. Could we see that here? We'll find out soon. But as in the meantime, we also have EF stuff, Germany getting attacked, Holland not quite falling yet, but Ruhr falling, which is almost just as important. And Sevastopol falling, but Romania is taken back, so that's even. And Austria takes Venice. Oh boy. This might be the end of Jason Maspalm's tournament hopes, folks. Everyone look away, except for Siobhan, because she enjoys that stuff quite a lot.
I'm so sad. I'm crying.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Seems like you definitely didn't want to be the leader heading into round 3 of this tournament. Some tournaments,
Fleet, St. Petersburg, North Coast.
Some tournaments, people don't really care who's leading the tournament as much going into the final round. Some tournaments do. Seems like BlazeCon has figured out that they do care about who's.
Oh, the Sharks saw the blood in the water and they were like, nope.
I mean, I think this board played out pretty naturally, right? Eddie's got that nice charisma. So we talked France into making really pro-them moves, and then this was just a natural follow-up once the AT appeared. So
well,
I hope
the AT, I'm going to say, is a pair of teenagers who have a lot in common, and I feel like will band together just by nature of shared experience and being newer players.
Board draw for Jason to land next to these two on a board that otherwise doesn't have any shot of winning the tournament outside of himself, getting stuck next to the two teenage sharks that will
a
bit.
Hey. Neither of them are sharks in their normal states. I'll have you know. Maybe there's some
They're
sort of weird
sharks
interaction
when they're next to each other. They probably are sharks.
Well, and they have played together before. They've been in tournaments together.
Let's not unduly torpedo their reputation, though. I have allied with them both. They're both good allies. Anyway, all right. Spring 03. I think this is
all right. Kayla walks into Aegean and Eastern Med and helps Ukraine on its mission back to Moscow. Meanwhile, Jason loses Tunis in a guess. And the EF successfully retreats into Kiel and moves into Burgundy. At the same time, Eddie convoys into Norway to take a shot at Sweden, most likely. But yeah.
Germany, you were doing so well with your defense until you allowed this. Why did you allow this?
And so what?
In full, Kiel blows up Munich. Norway fails to convoy into Denmark. It was actually trying to convoy into. I'm not sure why.
Misorder.
Oh, misorder. Yeah. There wasn't a convoy order put in. Just 2 supports. Meanwhile, the teenage duo fails to realize retreats exist as Ionian retreats into Greece. So Jason still has a chance, guys, as he also has a walk into Spain, if only France can have a build come next
France
year.
has 2 builds. They can cover both Spain and Mouse, so they're good.
Yeah. Little bit of regret there from Liam in leaving Greece.
England! I had to build 2 fleets. This raider is so annoying. I'm sorry. It had to be done. I need to prioritize my own borders. You know.
I'm so sorry, Eddie. What could I have done? All right, Patrick, tell us.
All right, Russia's decided that this whole rat where Russia is completely expendable thing is not for them, so they go back into Galicia. They don't go back into Ukraine, which they would have liked to do, but they go back into Galicia. That's something. Okay, fair enough. England is moving away from them slightly, I guess, as Skagerrak goes to Denmark. So they're continuing their crusade against Germany. Germany doesn't really lose anything else this turn, but the walls are definitely closing in. Russia, interestingly, does not take the French support into Berlin, which was offered. Maybe that'll happen in the fall. And then Italy tries to go to Mal, but it is rebuffed by a well-prepared French fleet. And in the meantime, France is also supporting Italy into Rome instead of Austria. So a bit of, I guess that's maybe an arranged bounce because France wants to stay in Brest. They want the excuse. And then Italy goes into Naples because, well, who's going to stop them from doing that?
And right into fall.
And now it looks like Italy's going full Janissary for the AT, as Tunis is retaken with Turkish help. So all's good, all's well that ends well there. I believe Italy is actually even. Yes, they are. So well done, Jason, for negotiating that situation. Out of contention for the tournament, but not out of contention for something on this board. Meanwhile, Russia is getting into Bohemia, so their sudden crusade against Austria continues. In the meantime, Austria takes an undefended Russian center. Oh no, who could have seen this coming? And not much else happens in the West.
All right. I don't see anything terribly surprising in the winter. Either of you correct me if I'm wrong. Otherwise, I'll move on. All right, Darcy.
In spring, we see Eddie gets into St. Pete with Moscow's support. Seems like Alex is done with this game, most likely. Sweden moves to Baltic. And Eddie moves into Holland as Michael moves into Belgium. However, Michael does lose Munich as they move out of Munich to Tyrolia and Germany backfills it. In the meantime, the AT moves into Ukraine, Sev, and Galicia, meaning they have a force on Warsaw in the fall. And France takes Tunis.
All right, which brings us to the fall.
In fall, the guarantee on Warsaw isn't taken. Good tactics by Alex there. Elsewhere on the board, we have the army in Norway moving across to Finland, but other than that, nothing really. Yeah, we have France going up 1, England going up 1, and yeah, that's it.
All right, so winter, I don't see many surprises.
I would see a draw happening anytime. No
Actually,
one.
I'm kind of surprised. I'm kind of surprised at that Fleet Marseille. Where's that going right now? I feel like you'd rather have an army just to make sure Brest can't be snuck into.
Oh,
and Eddie's not a huge stabber, but cover your bases.
No,
it's good.
100%. That's the Eddie effect, where Eddie's like convinced him. Yeah. No, I'm safe. It's fine. Put it in Marseille. I'll tell you what to do with it later. Not that Eddie's going to stab, but
anyway, yeah, Eddie would rather take Sweden, which makes sense. Sweden's a great place for an English fleet to be. It gets the army into Norway as well, so more reinforcements for the Russian front. Speaking of Russia, they're not having a great time. Alex is going to get cleaned out. Looks like he'll be dead this turn, unless he can get Warsaw back, maybe. I guess we'll see what Eddie has to say about that. In the meantime, France fails to take Tyrrhenian Sea, but succeeds to take Venice. So, again, well done to Liam, well done to Michael, although that is actually retakeable in the fall if they want to. So I guess we'll find out. Actually, no, because Tyrrhenian will have to cover Rome, so it's only takeable at the expense of Tyrrhenian, so that's not a great deal.
We'll find out what happens.
Nothing.
Oh.
I thought there could be a draw. I thought the EF was going to win anyway. No one on this board can have a chance to win after Jason got very brutally massacred by 2 teenagers, which I actually love that fact.
I love that for him. I love it.
Third round of a tournament, coming first in the tournament overall, and you get sat next to Liam Bennett and Kayla Silverman, and they decide, you know what, Jason, your tournament is ours to decide, and we decide to end it.
Listen, this means that Jason Masspalm is officially a Scooby-Doo villain, because he would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those meddling kids.
Exactly. And I just gotta, do the shout out to Liam and Kayla here. Kayla, I know you better than I know Liam because Kayla, you're local to me. But thank you both so much. No, I'm kidding. It was delightful play all around this board, genuinely, and I really enjoyed the AT that y'all ran. And Eddie just sort of cruising through this tournament, doing really well.
Eddie could have won this tournament low key. Like every single, except for that, the second round, Ian had him by the throat.
Oh, that is true.
Eddie
Yeah,
played a really good tournament. Like he could have won. He could have got like second or third if he'd actually wanted to put in the proper effort into it.
Yeah, I mean, Eddie Brisson is exactly like David Hood. They're both the elder statesmen who are just there mostly for numbers and to have fun. And then they go in to make the numbers work, and they just show you a fraction of their power. But that fraction alone is enough to put them in sniffing distance of the tournament win. I am fully convinced that those two are both top 10 players in the world right now. They just don't show it to us ever because they don't really care. They don't really care.
Eddie Brisson is the world champion that always should have been but never was. That's who Eddie Brisson is.
That's crazy.
He never won one.
That's crazy.
To my knowledge.
He settled for winning everything else.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so before I roll this up, because I know, Patrick, you got to go in like a minute or two.
Yep.
Do you know who won based on your memories?
It was Rob, right?
Rob O'Brien.
Who do you think came in second?
3 points. I think it's
Ian.
I think no. Oh, it could be Ian. Yeah, I'll say Ian tied. No, Ian tied with Randy.
All right, Ian and Randy are second and third. That is true. I'll put it up on screen. Randy Lawrence hurt. Always the bridesmaid.
That's so true. Randy in second place. It's like a match made.
Yeah. No, but I mean, genuinely, first BlazeCon, David Miller, I want to do a huge shout out. You ran a terrific tournament. 14 boards over 3 rounds is a huge effort. So I want to shout you out first and foremost. We got a few wrap-up things to do, but before we do that, I think, Patrick, we're going to say goodnight to you because we've kept you right up until your I really need to go moment.
I've got to keep my sleep schedule in mind before work tomorrow. But congrats to Rob, really. I mean, he's already an incredible extended deadline player, 2024 Nexus Press League champion, among other things. So he can play, but he's never really had a huge moment in virtual or face-to-face. Well, yeah, actually kind of in virtual. He did pretty well in DBNI last year. But generally, he has been at his best by far in one part of the hobby for the most part. So to see him succeed to that greater extent now in face-to-face, it really shows that he's still getting better and still learning new things seemingly every time he plays. And he's definitely one of the best right now, one of the best in the world.
All right. Well, we're going to say goodnight to you, Patrick, and thank you so much for all of your work today on this stream. Darcy and I can take it from here, but we'll see you soon.
Yep. Thanks, guys. It was super fun. Have a good wrap-up.
Alrighty. So let's just take a look at the rest of this top 10. I mean, Rob O'Brien, obviously a huge congratulations. We're going to get an interview from him in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to say that he was one of the 2 people that I did highlight at the start of the tournament.
You did.
Rob O'Brien. So I will take some credit for this success, obviously.
I mean, you manifested it into existence.
Yeah, that was an insane last round. Rob O'Brien played a fantastic game, realized who he could trust and who was willing to help him, used that to the most effect that he could. And then Randy really, really, really pushed well in an East that had two other players who were also in contention, one of which was the tournament leader going into the final round, and then managed to use a Western triple turned EG that didn't break and managed to turn it into a 13 center performance that could have pushed Rob O'Brien's score to the very brink if O'Brien hadn't have drawn early. But yeah, I mean, and hey, he said that his first round game that he played was the most fun game that he had of the tournament. So sounds like even though he may not have won the tournament, sounds like he had a fantastic time. And I mean, him and Ian share best turkey with both getting 13 center turkeys. So good tournament for turkey overall, then it seems.
Yeah, no, it just in general, and I'll wrap it up after I share the next video clip, but just a fantastic 3 rounds of games to cover. And especially, like you said, that third round, like, I don't know if GBN needs reaction gifts from us, but they have some if they need them. So what I'll do is I will play a quick interview of our winner of the inaugural BlazeCon 2026, Rob O'Brien. We'll be back in a few.
Well, folks, I am here with the newly crowned BlazeCon 2026 champion. First of all, introduce yourselves to our DBN audience and then tell us where you're from.
Hi, I'm Rob O'Brien from Stamford, Connecticut, and I came down to BlazeCon at the last minute and very happy that I did.
Yes, and we were happy to see you do so well, Rob. Tell us a little bit about your diplomacy hobby experience before this weekend.
I got into diplomacy through press. The first time I heard about it was the Grantland article that was written about DixieCon, and I said, wow, that seems like a really interesting game. Sort of set it aside for a few years, and then during the pandemic picked it back up and started playing online, got into gunboat games, then got into press games, and now I'm sort of branching out into virtual and face-to-face a little bit.
How much face-to-face tournament experience did you have before this weekend?
This was my second face-to-face tournament. I went up to the Boston Massacre in August, and that was a lot of fun. Alex Maslow puts on a great tournament up there. So I had fun there, and when I saw the list of people that were registered for this one, I wanted to come down and meet all those folks.
I can understand that. Some of them I think I would count as friends. Some of them I'm not so sure. But now there may be some people out there that are thinking, well, I've never been to a face-to-face tournament, or I've only been to one, my second one. I'm just going to go and get smushed. This is pretty good evidence that that's not really true, isn't it?
No, that doesn't happen all the time. And I think a lot of times face-to-face players or virtual players say, oh, that's a press player. But I would say press players can learn a lot and they can get better. I learned from playing at Boston Massacre, and I've played a couple of virtual tournaments, and I learned a lot from there too. So with a little bit of luck, I was able to do well here.
All right, well, let's forget about the luck and talk about the actual skill involved. I want you to walk us through how you were able to win this tournament. I know that it really came down to round 3, as almost all tournaments do, but walk us through the event in general.
The event overall was great. It was a great venue. In round 1, I was on a board with Ed Sullivan and Ian Rudnick, and we ran a Western triple, which Ed was able to get the board top, which was a little disappointing, but he had a good position and he played it really well. In the second round, I drew France. I like France as a country a lot. I've had a lot of success there. Second round, again, a Western triple, which was not by design, but it worked out very well, and I was able to get the board top in that one. The third one, I drew France. Very happy to do that, and it was a very complicated game where I ended up in a race with Karthik, who was playing Austria. And we were going to the line, and I helped organize the West and Russia into a stalemate line. And Karthik was pushing forward with Italy. And then Ian Rudnick stabbed Karthik, which relieved a lot of pressure on me. So I went from a 10-center board top, which wouldn't have been good enough to win the tournament, to being able to sort of run through the West with all that pressure relieved and got up to 16 dots in the final game.
That's quite an accomplishment. And I know second place finisher Randy Lawrence Hurt was, hurting to see that. This had just happened to him at the last DixieCon, where he was in position to win, and somebody was able to. In fact, it was David Miller was able to snake him out at the end for a couple of centers. So perseverance paid off in the round 3.
Absolutely. I play a relatively patient game. In this game it worked out. Patience helped. Maintaining relationships until the right time helped, and I was able to capitalize on that.
Well, that's great to hear. Now I'm going to ask you to name drop a little bit. Who did you enjoy playing with this weekend? Either somebody that you were looking forward to because you had heard of them, or maybe somebody you didn't know at all. Who did you enjoy playing with?
I really enjoyed playing with Ed Sullivan. It was a challenge, and I would say he taught me a lesson, and the way he was able to get the board top away from me in the game that we played. But I really enjoyed meeting Ed. I enjoyed playing with Ed, and I think I learned a lot from it.
He's a great guy, actually. All kidding aside, he's a great guy. All right, we'll talk a little bit about your plans for the future. Obviously, you're not going to stop at this BlazeCon win, so do you have any plans to go to any tournaments in the future?
I am looking at New York. I have to figure out exactly where the venue is, what logistics I'm going to use. But I'm looking at New York, and I really enjoy Boston, so I'm planning on going back to the Boston Massacre.
It's great. These are so many choices we have, particularly in the East Coast, but really in the North America in general. I got so many tournament choices. All right, let me ask you for a final comment. For those out there who have never tried face-to-face tournament play, or frankly, even online press play, anything like that, they're just sort of a casual player of the game. What advice do you have for them on how to get better at this game?
I would say jump into it. Don't be afraid. I think actually putting yourself out there and trying to advance your position is the best way to go. And I know a lot of new players, they say, well, I want to conserve what I have. But really the best way to learn is to try to expand your position, get a little aggressive. So that's what I would advise.
Take chances, learn from them, and then win. BlazeCon would be Rob's advice to you in the hobby. And thanks for being on the show, Rob. And congratulations on this inaugural win for the BlazeCon tournament. All right, folks, back to the studio.
Well, thank you, David Hood. And again, just a huge congratulations to Rob. And we talked about it earlier on the stream before I knew who won or any of us knew what was going to happen. But the answer is get out to tournaments. If you've ever thought about coming to face, you don't know until you show up. And the tournament atmosphere and the community is so amazing. And Darcy, who has been to more tournaments this year than probably any other diplomacy player right now.
Yeah, I also played 74 competitive games of diplomacy over this year, so I love myself some competitive diplomacy. But no, seriously, like we were saying earlier, just try and get to tournaments. Like this is one of Rob's first tournaments. He won it. Like you could be someone that like I know a lot of people in the hobby over the past year, new people, old people, like everyone in the hobby. You could be a random person that's never played in the hobby before, and then you just come out and win. And
yeah,
that's a great thing. I mean, especially when you're winning over people like Karthik and Ed, and we can just constantly talk about it. It just makes it even better. Like I didn't even see Karthik in the top 10. Like that was great. Like,
he's not in the top 10.
He's not.
I'm looking at the list over here.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, I think I heard it from the interview. This was his second face-to-face tournament.
Yeah.
And he won. And it may be the first BlazeCon, but that does not mean that the field was not stacked with amazing. Like there were world champions, there were DipCon champions, there were people who have been playing for years and they know what they're doing. Yeah. So a huge congratulations to Rob O'Brien.
Yeah. It's not an easy tournament to win when you have a field of players that were as high quality as that.
Yeah. So but on that note, I mean we could keep the praise on all night, but Darcy, any parting thoughts about the tournament? Anything you'd like to end on?
No, I hope to see it happen next year. I hope it becomes a staple of the North American hobby. I had a great time commentating on it. Started this stream at 2 a.m. my time. It is now 10 past 8 in the morning. It has been a long day, long night. I've enjoyed every second of it. Thank you for watching, and stay safe and stab well.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here. I started at 6 p.m. my time. It's just a little after midnight. So, yeah, I'll reiterate my favorite catchphrase. Thank you all for tuning in whenever this gets posted to YouTube, whether you're watching in the morning, the evening, the afternoon, whatever. We'll see you again. Stay safe, stab well. This has been DBN.